Chapter 341. Countless lightning bolts fell from the sky, and a large number of orcs and trolls were turned into charcoal. The Orc Alliance army suffered heavy casualties. After using a large area of effect skill, the lightning on Sullen's body dimmed a lot. After the Orc Alliance army suffered continuous attacks, they suffered heavy casualties. However, they had no way out and could only bite the bullet. Because there were rivers on both sides of Northtown City, the Orc Alliance army could only attack from the other two directions. After suffering heavy losses from the front, the Orc Alliance army increased their attacks on the sidewalls. Fortunately, Sulin was prepared. He had reserved enough troops to immediately block the orcs' attack. There were a large number of enemies fighting on every section of the city wall. A ferocious-looking troll with tattoos on its body raised a shield and pounced forward. It nimbly dodged the acid attacks and blocked a few fire arrows with its shield. The troll jumped down from the crude ladder and opened its bloody mouth. A foul stench wafted out from its mouth. Its blood-red, turbid eyes were filled with madness and bloodlust. Boom! Suddenly, a burly figure rushed up in an instant. The sharp, giant axe drew a beautiful arc in an instant. The troll was directly cut in half at the waist. Its blood, flesh, and intestines fell to the ground. However, although it suffered such a serious injury, the troll did not die. As long as they were given enough time, they would recover with their powerful regeneration ability. Sizzle! A burst of green smoke rose. A spearman poured a jar of acid on the troll's body. The troll's body was instantly bubbling, and its original flesh and blood were turning into charcoal at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this moment, a troll was truly killed. On the battlefield, the soldiers in Northern Town City were resisting in an orderly manner, while the barbarian warriors were constantly wandering around. Wherever there was danger, they would rush up immediately. Whether it was the high-level Jackallan, the trolls, or the orcs, they would not be able to last more than a few rounds in the face of these fully armed barbarians. Although Sulin and Hathaway did not make any more moves, Northtown City was still as stable as Mount Tai. The tide-like attacks of the Orc Allied army seemed to have crashed into a hard rock, and only waves of blood were stirred up. Hathaway was recovering her magic power. Casting spells on the army and releasing Flaming Storm had consumed a lot of her magic power. Fortunately, the elemental pool of the Wizard Tower had been completed. With the elemental pool to quickly replenish energy, Hathaway would soon recover. This was another advantage of Northern Town City. The Orc army outside the city did not have an elemental pool to recover their energy. It was not easy for them to cast a large-scale buff spell. Sulin was also recovering his energy. Although the explosion just now was very powerful, it also consumed a lot of energy. He still had to face the enemy's legendary master, so he couldn't slack off. The battle on the battlefield was getting more and more intense. The Orc Allied army had suffered heavy losses, but the Orc chieftain who was commanding the battle didn't waver at all. He stood tall on the battlefield and stared coldly at the towering walls of Northern Town City. For thousands of years, we've longed for fertile land, and now it's right in front of us. High Priest, let's begin. The skinny High Priest slowly stood up. Behind him were dozens of shamans. There were trolls, orcs, and gnolls. Everyone silently came to an altar not far away. This altar looked very simple and crude. Dozens of shamans stood in different places. The High Priest raised the scepter in his hand, and a powerful energy appeared from his body. Then, more and more shamans raised their scepters, and a wave of energy was transmitted to the High Priest in the middle. Soon, all the shamans' energy was gathered at one point. A solid energy appeared around the shamans. Even the clouds in the sky were blown away by this energy. Sulin, who was recovering his energy, suddenly felt a violent elemental fluctuation outside the city. A bad feeling rose in his heart. They're preparing a powerful spell. Hathaway's figure suddenly appeared on the city wall. We need to stop them immediately. It's too late, Alex said with an ugly expression. As soon as Alex finished speaking, the tyrannical energy underwent a huge change. The high priest, standing in the middle of the altar, felt his loose clothes suddenly inflate. He felt like he was incomparably powerful at this moment. It was as if the whole world was under his feet. It felt like he could destroy everything with just a little bit of force. Of course, he knew that this was just an illusion caused by the sudden increase in power. The old orc didn't lose himself in it. He knew that he only had one chance. So he immediately cast a spell that he had prepared long ago. Earthquake. Spell combination plus enhanced spell. A terrifying elemental fluctuation suddenly appeared behind the orc army. With a loud rumble, the entire ground began to shake violently. Earthquake? Get out of the way. The city wall is collapsing. Earthquake! It's an earthquake! Waves of screams came one after another. A violent earthquake erupted in an instant. Along with the violent shaking of the earth, the city wall of Northtown City collapsed. Even the houses close to the city wall collapsed. Fortunately, Sulen didn't skimp on the construction of the city wall. Although it was severely deformed, it didn't completely collapse. Many civilians were directly trapped in the collapsed houses. The survivors panicked in this terrifying disaster. They didn't know what to do at all. A large number of gaps appeared on the city wall. The largest one was 20 meters wide. The orc army that was attacking saw the disaster in front of them. Their morale was greatly boosted. Their eyes turned red as they charged through the gaps in the city wall. The soldiers of Northtown City also suffered a lot of casualties at this moment. Fortunately, these soldiers were quite strong. As long as they weren't directly buried, most of the soldiers only suffered minor injuries. When they saw the orc army charging at them like a tide, they immediately went up to meet them. The two sides engaged in the fiercest battle at the gaps. The soldiers of Northtown City used their flesh and blood to block the gaps. Countless orcs, trolls, and high-level gnolls charged madly. Some places that weren't guarded in time were directly charged by the orc army. They were about to kill the civilians. Sulen was furious when he saw the scene in front of him. The newly completed city wall was destroyed. Many civilians were also killed by the monsters that charged in. Damn you all! Teleport! A pillar of light rose. Sullen's figure disappeared on the spot. In the next second, Sullen's figure instantly appeared in the densest area of the battlefield outside the city. Thousands of orc army were around him. They were madly charging toward the gap in the city wall. Endless lightning energy surrounded him. Sullen's figure floated in the air. He raised the purple dragon halberd in his hand and swung it down heavily. Thunderbolt. Domain ability. Dazzling lightning appeared on the battlefield, and countless thunderbolts fell from the sky. With Surin as the center, countless thunderbolts instantly fell within a radius of 100 meters. In the blink of an eye, thousands of orcs, gnolls, and trolls were electrocuted and fell to the ground. Countless thunderbolts continued to spread in all directions, directly clearing a large area nearby. However, the orc army that had gone mad did not back down at all. Under the encouragement of the sacrificial drum, these orcs that had fallen into a frenzy did not know what fear was. Sulen frowned and stared at the orc army that was charging at him. He did not cast any more spells. He stood still and took a deep breath. War roar. Divine power. Roar. A deafening sound wave appeared in an instant, and a wave of air quickly spread out in all directions with Surin as the center. The terrifying sound wave swept across everything like a wave of air. Accompanied by violent energy fluctuations, a large number of orcs, gnolls, and trolls were shaken to the point of bleeding from their 7 orifices, and their internal organs ruptured. With Surin as the center, all living creatures within a radius of 300 meters fell down like dominoes. Be it orcs or gnolls, they could not fight back at all. Even the trolls, who were known for their regenerative abilities, needed a long time to recover. In just a moment, thousands of enemies had died to the terrifying soundwave attack. Sullen's position was cleared out in an instant. War Roar was one of the few soundwave attacks. Another one that was even more famous was the Banshee's Howl. This spell was the innate ability of the Banshees. Apart from the soundwave attack, it also had an instant death effect. It was very lethal. The ninth circle spell Banshee's Howl was an imitation of this spell. Sullen's continuous attacks instantly interrupted the Orc army's attack and successfully bought more time for the soldiers of northern Battlefront City. At the back of the battlefield, the Orc chieftain's eyes were almost spitting fire when he saw Sullen's attack. In just a few minutes, the Orc army had lost thousands of soldiers. As if he felt the Orc chieftain's gaze, Sullen sneered and said slowly, "The final battle has begun. Tower Spirit number 1. Sullen took out a communication crystal and inserted some energy into it. The communication crystal quickly lit up, and the voice of Tower Spirit number 1 appeared in his ears. "Master, Tower Spirit number 1 received. Activate battle mode. Prepare to attack." Sullen gave the order. In the center of the secret realm, the Tower Spirit that was working suddenly stopped. Then, a powerful energy surged out of the elemental pool. Extracting energy from elemental pool. 25%, 50%. Activate battlefield scan. Constructing long-range battlefield mental network. Scanning battlefield. Battlefield mental network construction completed. Lock on spatial coordinates. Golem army charging. Charging complete. Activate teleportation gate. Golem army teleport. A dazzling light rose. At the same time, a beam of light rose from Sullen's body. In the next second, a huge dimensional gate opened. Then 16 3-meter-tall steel golems appeared on the battlefield. Chapter 342. The Golem Army has arrived. Battle mode activated. Enemy detected. Battle command activated. Loading cleave. Loading powerful attack. Loading sweep. As soon as the 15 steel golems appeared, they immediately transformed into battle mode. These steel golems formed a steel wall as soon as they entered the battlefield. Then, they began to advance toward the Orc army. They did not care about the enemies in front of them. The steel golems had strong physical resistance. Even the fierce attacks of the Orc warriors in the Berserk state could only leave some slight marks on them. These steel golems could cut the enemies in front of them in half with a casual attack. They did not feel pain and were not affected by many negative statuses such as heavy hits, bruises, curses, and so on. The Orc army in front of them only had some simple weapons. If they wanted to use these to defeat the steel golems, it would be like using swords to tear apart Gundam. The Orcs' axes, maces, and bone spears slashed at the steel golems, but they were all bounced off and killed by the steel golems in the next second. The Orc army suffered a heavy blow. They realized that no matter how they attacked, the steel golems did not seem to be hurt at all. On the other hand, the Orcs, gnolls, and trolls were retreating under the steel golems' attacks. With the steel golems joining in, the battlefield was instantly stabilized. Sullen also looked at the rear of the army at this moment. Tower Spirit number 1. Prepare for decapitation. Sullen's voice was transmitted to Tower Spirit number 1 through the Mind Network. Simulating decapitation. Scanning the battlefield. Loading tactical attack plan. In the next second, Sullen's voice rang in Hathaway, Chris, Alex, and Grace's minds. Everyone listen to my command. Tower Spirit number 1. Construct the teleportation circle. Activate greater energy barrier. Activate tactical support mode. Activate vision sharing. Tower Spirit number 1's voice kept ringing. The sorcerers of Northern Citadel immediately prepared themselves. Hathaway. Spatial coordinates 153. 224. Prepare fire burst spell attack. Prepare to cast. Countdown 3, 2, 1. A 3D image appeared in front of Hathaway. It was the current battlefield map. A large number of lines appeared on the map, and the coordinates marked by Sullen kept flashing red. Although this was the first time Hathaway was using this method of combat, she still quickly cast the spell the moment she received the order. Then, she directly released the spell at the marked location on the strategic map. Powerful mana revolved around the battlefield, followed by boundless flames. The flames wreaked havoc, and the surrounding Orc army instantly fell into chaos. A large number of soldiers were directly burned to ashes. Karina. Space coordinates 242. 327. Prepare group imprisonment spell. Prepare to cast. 3, 2, 1, release. The shamans who had just come down from the altar were trying to recover their mana. However, before they could recover much of their mana, Karina's spell was already completed. Their bodies suddenly stopped moving. Alex. Space coordinates 242. 327. Prepare the Wind Blade formation. Prepare to cast. 3, 2, 1, release. The bodies of shamans and priests were stopped for about a second. Then, countless wind blades instantly exploded among them. The wind blades swept back and forth, and flesh and blood splattered everywhere. The shamans and priests who did not react in time were instantly swept by hundreds of wind blades. Many of them were instantly cut into dozens of pieces, and a large number of them were severely injured in an instant. The surrounding guards were also killed in an instant. Teleportation coordinates locked. Activate teleportation. A spiritual light descended from the sky and instantly enveloped Sulen. In the next second, Sullen's figure appeared next to the orc chieftain. Got you. Thunder territory. As soon as Sullen's figure appeared, endless lightning exploded from his body and wrapped the orc chieftain in it. Boom! The earth trembled. The moment Sulen appeared, the orc chieftain instinctively raised the giant battle axe in his hand and swung it down. The purple dragon halberd swept across, and a loud sound of metal colliding with metal made people's ears go numb. A huge force was transmitted from the purple dragon halberd, and the ground under Sullen's feet was instantly shattered by more than 10 meters. This orc chieftain's class should be a war overlord. It was a special class that evolved from the orc shaman. This class's spellcasting ability was not strong, but its melee ability was terrifying. The attack just now reflected its instinctive attacking ability. Very strong, explosive power. Sullen's arm was slightly numb. Then, the purple dragon halberd instantly flicked the battle axe away. In the next second, the purple dragon halberd, surrounded by countless lightning, fiercely pierced towards the orc chieftain. The orc chieftain's reaction was very fast. The battle axe made a circle in the air and flicked the purple dragon halberd away. The war overlord was a violent class. Although Sulen had not seen the fighting style of a war overlord, most of the violent battles were similar. If the war overlord encountered an enemy of similar strength, it would be very easy to end the battle in a short time. But if the war overlord encountered a powerful enemy, the war overlord would be suppressed. Sullen's purple dragon halberd danced, creating afterimages that instantly enveloped the orc chieftain. Lightning roamed, spear shadows whistled, and the sound of metal colliding echoed. Lightning snakes flickered on the orc chieftain's body. Under Sullen's attacks, the orc chieftain started to run for his life and could only keep blocking. But even so, wounds kept appearing on his body, and blood splattered everywhere. If nothing unexpected happened, this orc chieftain would soon be beheaded on the spot. Salen, go in. Come and help me. If I die, you won't be his match either. Saron shouted at this time. Hearing Saron's cry for help, Goen and Salen could no longer watch from the side. They roared and charged forward while brandishing their weapons. Ancestors' soul, grant me strength. Our God is eternal. Our race is immortal. The two roared, and then a spear instantly pierced towards Sullen's back. The spear was like a bolt of lightning, cutting through the air and instantly arriving behind Sulen. Sulen, with his sixth sense, had already dodged one step ahead. He then leaned his body to the side and dodged it by a hair's breadth. Just as he dodged the spear, a flail smashed down on his head. The strong wind pressure sent the surrounding orcs flying. Sullen's purple dragon halberd swept across and directly pulled back the flail. Three legends, a war overlord, a Knoll Bloody Slayer, and an Einherjar. After seeing the three of them, Sulen quickly recognized them. After trolls and Einherjars fused, their fighting strength increased greatly. The Knoll Bloody Slayer was most likely an abyss gnoll that was sent here by the wolf from hell. Although Sulen was 100% sure that he could kill them one-on-one, and even if there was one more, He was confident that he could kill them after paying some price. However, if they attacked together, Sullen's situation was not good, especially when the gnoll and trolls attacked. The orc chieftain immediately rushed up with his battle axe. Sullen's pupils shrank. He knew very well that the three of them wanted to force him to stay. "Do you think you can kill me like this?" Thunder Prison. Sullen instantly summoned countless lightning bolts. The whole sky was filled with thunder and lightning. Endless lightning quickly fell and instantly enveloped the trolls next to him. Countless lightning bolts kept moving, and the troll Salem only felt his whole body go numb. The lightning bolts surrounded him and made his body tremble. Roar! Sulin roared, and a powerful energy instantly erupted from his body. War roar! A sound wave burst out in an instant, and a powerful air wave rolled out. The three people who were fighting Sulin felt their minds go blank at this moment, and their ears went deaf for a short time. Sulin naturally would not miss this opportunity. The lightning on the purple dragon halberd skyrocketed, and his figure instantly broke through the sky and pounced on the enemy in front of him like a bolt of lightning. The purple dragon halberd was like a meteor streaking across the sky. At this moment, it suddenly accelerated and stabbed directly at Saron. Puffed! Just as it was about to pierce Saron's head, Saron finally got rid of the dizziness and quickly dodged. However, he was still too late. The purple dragon halberd left a fist-sized wound on his waist. Sulin did not stop. He raised the purple dragon halberd and stabbed at Saron again, making it clear that he would not stop until he killed him. Seeing this, Saron's fierceness erupted in an instant. He no longer dodged, and the axe in his hand chopped down at Sullen's head, making it clear that he wanted to die together with him. Kill in the way. At this moment, Sulin seemed to have entered a berserk state. When he saw the axe falling, he did not dodge at all. The purple dragon halberd accelerated and stabbed at Saron's heart. Then, the moment the axe fell, Sullen's palm suddenly slapped horizontally, and in an instant, the orc's axe deviated by 5 centimeters. Then, the sharp and cold blade of the axe smashed down on Sullen's face. At this moment, the purple dragon halberd carried endless lightning and pierced Saron's heart. However, at this moment, a flail also fell on Sullen's back. The huge force caused severe pain in Sullen's back, and his body involuntarily rolled forward. Lightning surged, and countless bolts of lightning erupted from Sullen's body, paralyzing the gnoll that was about to chase after him. Sullen's figure rolled, and he completely dodged the gnoll's attack. Feeling the sharp pain in his back, Sulin frowned slightly. In the next second, a beam of light filled with life energy rose from his body. It was living healing. With the influx of life energy and his own powerful regenerative ability, the wound just now healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a breath, the original wound had disappeared. Seeing Sullen's powerful regenerative ability, the gnoll's pupils shrank, and a bad feeling rose in his heart. Chapter 343. Su Luan had several legendary talents, and most of them stacked HP and defense. An ordinary legendary warrior with legendary tenacity, legendary sturdiness, legendary strength, as well as various fighter dexterity and combat specialties were already considered good. Sulin also had regeneration, body hardening, iron bones, sixth sense, legendary battle reflex, and many other talents. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to fight 3 legendary warriors in a possessed heroic spirit. The purple dragon halberd shook slightly, and the blood on it slid down. Sullen's figure turned into a shadow and rushed up again. The moment his feet touched the ground, the whole ground cracked into a spider web. Facing these enemies, Sulin directly burst out with all his combat power. The purple dragon halberd in his hand flashed with dazzling lightning, and he stabbed at Saron again. Legendary warriors had legendary tenacity, especially for races like orcs, which had stronger physiques. Even if their hearts were pierced, they could still fight for a period of time. If they had the very rare talent of death tenacity, their strong muscles would automatically close the wound, and it wouldn't affect the body's combat power. Of course, the effect of death tenacity had a time limit. If the time limit was over and there was no treatment, they would really die. However, if they could find a high-grade priest to cast a divine spell to repair the body before the time limit was over, they would immediately be able to jump around again. Moreover, Death Tenacity had another advantage, which was immunity to instant damage. In other words, spells like Finger of Death and Death Gaze were useless against him. Even Sulen didn't have this rare talent, but this time he saw it on Saron. Sulen was very sure that his halberd had pierced Saron's heart, but Saron didn't die. Instead, it pounced on him with bloodshot eyes and continued to fight. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew everywhere, and the sound of metal clashing was deafening. Sulen held the purple dragon halberd and faced Saron, the gnoll Goin, and the troll Siren, who was already possessed by a heroic spirit. Under the state of full firepower, the few of them fought together, and Sulen didn't fall into a disadvantage at all. The main reason was that he had almost no shortcomings. Sullen's strength was an all-round development. It was not obvious at the beginning, but when he advanced to the legendary level, he would realize that any of his shortcomings could become his Achilles' heel. Sullen's strength was 50 points, his constitution was 44 points, and his dexterity was 37 points. Even his dexterity, which was the lowest among the gnolls, was slightly higher than the gnolls, who had the highest dexterity. Coupled with his legendary battle reflex, dodge intuition, roll dodge, jump dodge, lightning reflex, sixth sense, and agile movement, Sulen was like a legendary god of war at this moment. His storm-like attacks suppressed the three of them. After a long period of hard training and accumulation, Sulen was proud of himself. When facing the attacks of several legendary enemies at the same time, he still had the power to fight. Sullen's figure dodged quickly. After having many dodge talents, Sullen's chances of dodging attacks were very high, especially after awakening his sixth sense. He began to dodge many attacks the moment they were launched. For those that he couldn't dodge, he would also reduce the damage to the minimum. However, injuries of this level were basically useless to Sulen. Ever since he had the advanced regeneration talent, Sullen's recovery speed was very fast. In addition, he used physical healing from time to time, so he didn't receive any substantial damage at all. Silver Dragon Inverse Scale Spear. Countless lightning bolts converged on Su Luan's body, and the phantom of a massive silver dragon appeared behind him. The dragon roared towards the sky, and in the next second, it flew towards the three players. Gon, the most agile gnoll among them, dodged Su Luan's attack by a hair's breadth. However, the other two players beside him were not so lucky, especially the orc Saron. Even with tenacity of the dead, such a long fight had almost exhausted its time. Sullen's main target was not the troll Salen. He had merged with the heroic spirit, and with his own strength, he was already the strongest of the three. In addition to his powerful recovery ability, it was easy to defeat him, but not easy to kill him. Trolls had the ability to regenerate. As long as the injuries weren't caused by strong acid or burns, they wouldn't care about other injuries at all. However, the orc Saron was different. A large amount of lightning instantly wrapped around Saron. The powerful lightning power numbed his body, and the wounds that were forcibly closed by his muscles finally couldn't take it anymore and slowly burst open. Slash! Sullen's figure disappeared in an instant, and in the next moment, he appeared beside Saron. Then, a storm of attacks rained down on him. Crack! With a dazzling flash of lightning, the purple dragon halberd shone brightly in an instant. The sharp halberd cut through the air, and in an instant, it slashed across Saron's neck. Blood splattered everywhere, and his ugly head flew high into the air. Saron's huge body collapsed with a loud bang. After completely killing Saron, the whole battle began to shift in Sullen's direction. Originally, the three of them together could only be in a stalemate with Sulen. Now that one of them was missing, the balance was instantly broken. After killing Saron, Sulen turned his next target to the gnoll Gon. Didn't you have fun sneaking up on me with a flail just now? Now it's your turn. Sulen roared, and his speed increased again. Seeing Sulen pounce on Gon, the troll Salen rushed up without hesitation, wanting to stop Sulen. It wasn't that he had a good relationship with Gon. If it were in other circumstances, Salen would have wanted Gon to be killed by Su Lin so that he could take over the Knoll's territory. However, in this situation, once Gon was killed, he would be the next to die. After seeing Saron killed, Gon was already terrified. Although Gon was the most bloodthirsty among the three of them, he was actually the most cunning and cautious Knoll. To put it nicely, he was cautious, but to put it bluntly, he was afraid of death. Therefore, when he saw Su Lin pounce on him, Gon did something unexpected. He took advantage of the time when Salen was entangled with Su Lin and directly abandoned Salen, turned around, and ran. With more than 30 dexterity, he was very fast. In just a few flashes, he had run dozens of meters away. Seeing the Knoll's fleeing figure, Salen's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He wanted to rush over and kill the Knoll, but under Sullen's attack, he could only watch as the Knoll fled. Su Lin didn't expect the Knoll to run away so quickly, but he reacted in an instant. One had already escaped, and he couldn't let the one in front of him escape. Back in time, when Su Lin was fighting with the Orc Chief, the Knolls, and the Trolls, the northern battlefront city relied on the help of Hathaway and the others, as well as the 15 steel golems to repel the Orc Coalition army. While Su Lin was fighting with a few legendary enemies, he had already issued a battle plan through the telepathic communication established by Tower Spirit No. 1. The Centaur cavalry and the Harpies, who had been hiding near the northern battlefront city, also began to move. Of the 800 Centaur cavalry, 200 of them were heavy cavalry equipped with iron armor, while the others were inlaid with iron scale armor. After receiving Sullen's order, the Centaur cavalry began to charge from the flanks of the battlefield. At this time, the Orc Coalition army was attacking the city with all their strength, and all their reserves had been sent to the battlefield. Because of Sullen's entanglement, the Orc chief couldn't command, and problems began to appear on the battlefield. The deafening sound of hooves suddenly rang out. By the time the Orc army realized what was happening, they were already less than 500 meters away. Such a short distance would only take a few breaths of time for the cavalry. Under the lead of 200 heavy cavalry, the Centaur cavalry took advantage of the chaos that appeared in the Orc army and tore open a hole like a sharp scalpel. On the plains, the only way for infantrymen to fight against cavalry was to form a formation. Even for a race with strong physique like the Beastmen, it was the same. A sturdy Centaur weighed more than a ton and was equipped with 300 pounds of metal armor. When it ran, it was like a charging tank. The 200 heavy cavalry's charge was like a hot knife cutting through butter. They directly broke through the Orc Coalition army's formation from the flank. They didn't care about anything else as they charged forward. All the enemies in front of the Centaur cavalry were either killed or sent flying. Some Orcs and Trolls that couldn't dodge in time were directly trampled into meat paste. If it wasn't for the Shaman's spell to boost the Orc Coalition army's morale and making them go berserk, the Centaur cavalry's charge would have scattered them. Just as the Centaur cavalry completely pierced through the Orc Coalition army, a dark cloud suddenly floated in the sky. Then there was the sound of wings flapping. Countless harpies flew above the battlefield, and in the next second, an overwhelming number of rocks fell from the sky. The harpies each carried a bag the size of a school bag, which was filled with fist-sized rocks. There were about 10 rocks in each bag, and each harpy carried 2 bags. In total, the harpies carried more than 60,000 rocks. The fist-sized rocks fell like rain. The Orcs, Knolls, and Trolls that lacked protective equipment couldn't resist at all. They were directly smashed to pieces, and their bones were broken. The Orc Coalition army's attack was completely interrupted. The falling rocks kept falling, and the Orc Coalition army was exhausted. Seeing this opportunity, the Northern City army also began to push back. The 15 steel golems pushed forward together, and all the enemies in front of them were completely eliminated. Chapter 344. Su Lin had given the Harpies several different throwing weapons. The most common one was rocks, which were cheap and effective. The second one was the incendiary bomb, which Su Lin had used when encircling the orcs. It was very effective, but the only downside was that it was expensive. The oil and sugar needed for the incendiary bomb were not cheap, so it could only be used in special situations. There were also some gas bombs and tear gas bombs that Sulin had Hathaway make, but they had not been tested yet. With the Harpies joining the battle, the situation began to change. Northgard City also began to counterattack. The Orc army was defeated by Northgard City's air and ground. At this time, the 500 crossbowmen had finished gathering. After forming the crossbow formation, the crossbowmen fired wave after wave of arrows. A large number of orcs, gnolls, and trolls were turned into porcupines. At this time, the gnolls who had been resisting suddenly collapsed. They wanted to escape, but Northgard City had surrounded them from the sky to the ground. They had no chance at all. After Gnoll, Goin escaped. The remaining troll Salen could only bitterly resist. Although he had the buff of a heroic spirit, he was still no match for Sulin. If it were not for the troll's special constitution, he would have followed in Saron's footsteps. Even so, his situation was getting worse. Every attack of Sulin's carried powerful lightning power. Not only did it have a high chance of causing paralysis, but the injured parts would also be turned into charcoal. This situation also reduced the troll's regenerative ability, but it was not as effective as the acid. Although the legendary troll was no match for Sulin, it would not be easy for Sulin to kill him. But it was not easy. Greater haste. Sulin did not hesitate to use greater haste with the help of the Wind Dragon flag. His speed was already very fast, but now was even faster. He waved the purple dragon halberd with endless power. Bolts of lightning wrapped around Salen, and the sky was filled with countless lightning bolts that instantly covered the area. Thunder Prison. The boundless power of lightning transformed into a cage that instantly engulfed Salem. The powerful power of lightning burst out in an instant, and the entire world seemed to be illuminated in that instant. Saren's body stiffened, and at that time, Hathaway's silhouette suddenly appeared behind him. Melf's acid arrow *5, multiple casting plus instant cast. Salen, who was already heavily injured by Sulin, was instantly surrounded by 5 acid arrows. Trolls had low resistance to acid, and this wave of attacks completely killed him. Although Melf's acid arrow was very similar to acid arrow, since it had a name, this spell naturally had its own uniqueness. The Melf series of spells also had a name called Lesser God Slaying Spells. This kind of spell was different from ordinary spells. It had a different way of judging. It was one of the few spells that could break through a god's protective force field. The heroic spirit's defensive force field was not as strong as that of the gods, so Salen was completely defeated in this state. Hathaway was still worried when she saw the troll's state. She cast a few fire spells in succession, completely burning it to ashes. Salen died, and the heroic spirit attached to him automatically left. However, before the heroic spirit could escape, Sulin had already entangled it with countless lightning bolts. At the same time, the purple dragon halberd, which was already prepared, pierced the heroic spirit with powerful lightning power. Crack! The sound of crystal shattering was heard, and the pale golden heroic spirit instantly shattered into countless golden fragments like a crystal. It then turned into countless spiritual lights and finally disappeared completely. Ding-dong! A light sound was heard, and a pale golden soul crystal appeared and fell to the ground. This was the last thing the heroic spirit left behind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have successfully killed a heroic spirit. You have received 31,000 EXP. Ding! Target is a divine creature. It has divinity points. Extracting target's divinity power. Extraction successful. You have received 2 divinity points. A heroic spirit, 2 divinity points, more than 30,000 EXP, and a legendary soul crystal. This was a great harvest. The other things were not so bad, but the divinity points were really rare. With the divinity points he had now, if others knew about it, there would definitely be many powerhouses eyeing it. He was now considering whether to find trouble with the other troll tribes to see if he could get more divinity. After Sulin killed Salen, the situation on the battlefield had completely reversed. The huge Orc-allied army had completely collapsed after losing their leaders. The Centaurs' continuous attacks and the Harpies' falling rocks completely defeated the entire Orc army. The Northgard city's initiative to attack was the last straw that broke the camel's back. The battlefield was filled with orcs, gnolls, and trolls fleeing pathetically. Seeing this situation, Sulen secretly heaved a sigh of relief. In the end, he still won this war. The Northgard city's soldiers only returned after chasing the defeated army until late at night. After winning, Sulen heard the system prompt in his ears. Congratulations, host. You have led the Northgard city to a brilliant victory. Your fame has spread widely in the North and human countries. Your prestige has increased by 30. Northgard City Defense Battle. November 1687 of the Huiwe calendar. The Northern Orcs joined forces with the high-level gnolls and the Bloodblade Trolls to launch a life-and-death battle against the Northgard city. This was a life-and-death battle. More than 40,000 enemy troops participated in the battle. Under your command, the Northgard city blocked the enemy's attack and completely defeated the Orc-allied army in the subsequent counterattack. You have won this battle. You have become the overlord of the Northern Wasteland. Your relationship with the Orcs has been reduced to mortal enemy. Your relationship with the gnolls has been reduced to mortal enemy. Your relationship with the trolls has been reduced to mortal enemy. The Orc god is hostile to you, and the Gnoll god Yinagu is hostile to you. Congratulations, host. You have successfully defeated the Orc chief Saron. You have received 35,600 EXP, a platinum treasure chest, and a legendary skill point. Congratulations, host. You have participated in killing giant demon Saren. You have received 18,600 EXP, 1 platinum treasure chest, and 1 enhancement stone. Congratulations, host. Under your command, the Northern Battlefront City's army has achieved victory. You have obtained 45,000 experience points and a platinum treasure chest. Congratulations, host. Your EXP is full. You have leveled up. You are currently level 25. You have received 2 free attribute points and 2 skill points. As the battle ended, the system prompt kept ringing in Sulen's ears. What surprised Sulen was that the EXP he received from killing the Troll Salon was less than half of the other legendary experts. He opened the system to check and found that most of the EXP had been taken by Hathaway. After all, it was Hathaway who killed the troll, and he could only be considered as a support. It was already good enough that he got these things. There were many benefits after this battle. He had received 3 platinum treasure chests, 2 legendary skill points, a large amount of EXP, and of course the enmity of the 2 gods. However, Sulen did not take it to heart. No matter if it was the Orc god or the Gnoll god, they could only watch, no matter how unhappy they were, unless they were willing to send their avatars to build a roof. However, their enemies would not let go of such a good opportunity. As long as they sent their avatars, their enemies would soon come knocking on their door. Sulen did not open the treasure chest immediately. Instead, he prepared to use the legendary skill points. He had received 1 point from killing the Orc chief, and together with the one from last time, Sulen now had 2 legendary skill points. After opening the system interface, a bright plus flashed behind the forbidden magic skill. Sulen took a deep breath, then chose to use the 2 legendary skill points on the forbidden magic skill with a solemn expression. Ding! Do you want to use 2 legendary skill points to enhance the forbidden magic skill? Yes. A strange force instantly appeared on Sulen's body and then disappeared. Sulen looked at his body in a daze, but he did not find anything. The forbidden magic skill in his system interface had also changed. Forbidden magic field. After use, it can forbid magic in an area or a single target. After using the forbidden magic skill, the caster, including the legendary, will be cut off from the surrounding elemental energy. The caster can only rely on their own magic power to cast spells. Note, it can only be effective on people who are not stronger than the caster. The duration varies according to the opponent's resistance. Looking at the introduction of the new skill, Sulen's eyes lit up. The upgraded Forbidden Magic Field could finally be effective on Legendary Masters. With this skill, the enemy's strength will be directly reduced by half. After upgrading the skill, Su Lin opened the system space and prepared to open the treasure chest. 3 rays of light rose one after another, and the system prompt sounded in Sullen's ears. Congratulations, host! You have opened the Platinum Treasure Chest. You have obtained the item Lucky Gem *1. Congratulations, host! You have opened the Platinum Treasure Chest. You have obtained the talent Tenacity of Death, partial information. Congratulations, host! You have opened the Platinum Treasure Chest. You have obtained the item Leaves of Wisdom *1. After the rays of light dispersed, Su Lin began to check the rewards. This time, he had gained a lot. What surprised Su Lin was the partial information of the talent Tenacity of Death. After obtaining it, Su Lin discovered that to obtain this talent, he still needed to invest 2 skill points. Su Lin directly used the skill that he had just obtained and successfully obtained this talent. Tenacity of Death, special talent. After experiencing a life and death crisis and escaping the shadow of death, you have obtained the power to resist death. You are immune to instant death damage. Even if your vital points are hit, your death will be delayed. The delay time is Constitution *0, 5 minutes. Chapter 345. The effect of the Tenacity of Death was very powerful, but it was not useful under normal circumstances. However, the effect of being immune to instant death and delaying death was still very good. With Sullen's physical healing, it would not be easy for him to die even if he wanted to. If his advanced regeneration talent was upgraded to legendary regeneration, Su Lin would become a meat shield. It was a pity that the Abyss Knoll had escaped, but it did not matter. As long as it was still in the northern wilderness, he would meet it one day. Su Lin looked at the various things left. The Lucky Gem was a beautiful gem that shone with a white light. It was smaller than a fist and had simple attributes. Lucky Gem, a magical rare gem. Legend has it that it can bring good luck to people. Effect: using it when refining potions, making equipment, or forging weapons, it can increase the success rate by 25%. Of course, you can also choose to use it when the skill needs to be judged successful. Note: you are favored by the Goddess of Luck. This is just right for upgrading the Purple Dragon Halberd. I just got a reinforcement stone. Let's upgrade the Purple Dragon Halberd together. Thinking of this, Su Lin immediately took out the reinforcement stone that he just got. The reinforcement stone was a red round gem. The gem was pure and contained a strange power. Reinforcement stone, a rare magic gem. After use, it can upgrade a weapon or other magic equipment by 1 level. It is effective below legendary, including legendary. The success rate of upgrading a level 1 magic item is 80%. The success rate of upgrading a level 2 magic item is 70%. The success rate of upgrading a level 3 magic item is 60%. The success rate of upgrading a level 4 magic item is 50%. The success rate of upgrading a level 4 magic item is 40%. Note: items that fail to be upgraded will not be destroyed. The success rate of upgrading the 2 gems together was 65%. With the bonus from the blacksmith workshop in the northern town, it was enough for Su Lin to gamble. Su Lin carefully put away the 2 gems. He was going to find a blacksmith master to upgrade the Purple Dragon Halberd after he was done with the things in front of him. Su Lin had already obtained a Leaf of Wisdom, which could increase his spiritual power. He also had a legendary soul crystal, which could not be used for the time being, but he could store it for now. The Beastmen army had suffered a crushing defeat. Defeated soldiers were everywhere outside the North Town city. Even if half of the 40,000 Beastmen army had died in the battle, there were still 20,000 of them left. Of course, only around 10,000 of them had died in the battle. The rest of the defeated soldiers had scattered and tried to break out of the encirclement. There were only 15,000 soldiers in the North Town city, including the Harpies. It was not easy to capture so many of them. Even with the help of the Harpies and Centaurs, there were still many who managed to escape. On the second day after the battle, the number of captives was finally calculated. They had captured 8,000 orcs, trolls, and gnolls. There were still 10,000 orcs scattered around Northgard City. The territory around the North Town City was a mess because of these people. After keeping the captives, Sulin did not have time to let the army rest. He immediately ordered the army to split into small groups and clear out the territories around the North Town City. After dealing with the defeated soldiers, Sulin looked at the 8,000 monsters in front of him and felt a headache coming on. If they were races like kobolds and goblins, Sulin would have taken them all as slaves. However, these monsters were all powerful races. Sulin could not keep them all as slaves unless he prepared a few thousand soldiers to guard them. Sulin did not want to kill them all. There were 8,000 of them. In the end, he decided to sell these slaves to other slave traders. Orcs, gnolls, and trolls were very popular in the gladiator arena. The most prosperous cities for gladiators were in the southern countries. These countries were rich because of the ocean trade. Because of their wealth, the nobles and merchants loved to watch gladiator fights. The more exciting and bloody the fights were, the more they liked it. In the southern countries, the fights between gladiators and lions and tigers were just appetizers. Only trolls, ogres, and high-level gnolls could satisfy them. It was said that tens of thousands of gladiators died in the gladiator arena every year in the southern countries. One could imagine how popular the business was. Sometimes, when there were some famous gladiator arena fights, there would even be bets of hundreds of thousands of kinnar. Naturally, there were caravans from the southern countries in the northern city. When they heard that the northern city was going to sell a large number of orcs, gnolls, and trolls as slaves, they quickly ran to the northern city and asked to see Sulin. Merchants from other countries also flocked to the city after hearing the news. For this reason, Sulin had no choice but to hold a slave auction. The slaves were divided into groups of 20 for the auction. Of course, in order to get more profits, Sulin did not rush to hold the auction. Instead, he let the news spread for a while and let more people compete. After arranging the auction, Sulin began to clean up the mess. Because the orc shamans used earthquake, 2 of the newly built city walls in the northern city were destroyed. Even many houses near the city walls were affected. Many of them collapsed and needed to be repaired. In addition to clearing out the raiders, the northern city was very short on manpower during this period. After being busy for a while, he finally found time to upgrade the purple dragon halberd. The best blacksmith in the northern city was a gray dwarf named Brandon Bronzebeard Ironhammer. He was a 200-year-old orc. He was 1.5 meters tall. He had brown hair and a thick beard of the same color. His 2 arms were extremely muscular and did not look proportionate at all. Brandon, I need you to upgrade my weapon. Sulin took out the purple dragon halberd and handed it over. It's this purple dragon halberd. It said that this weapon has been stained with the blood of at least 5 legend rank experts. I bet it will definitely become a legend. It's my honor to be able to upgrade this weapon. Brandon said excitedly as he grabbed the purple dragon halberd. But why don't you make a normal hammer or axe? Lord, don't you think a hammer or axe would be better? After seeing your heroism on the battlefield, I even came up with a name for the weapon. Mjolnir or Thunder Axe. If you don't think these names are good, I even came up with a name called Storm Axe. What do you think? After receiving the purple dragon halberd, Brandon did not check it out immediately. Instead, he tried his best to promote the hammer and axe to Sulin. Hammer? Sulin imagined him fighting with a hammer. No matter how he looked at it, he looked like a maintenance worker. Sulin immediately shook his head and completely drove the image out of his mind. I don't want a hammer. I want the original purple dragon halberd. Sulin emphasized, Lord, I think you should consider a battle axe or a hammer. If you think that there is a problem with the quality, you can rest assured. We dwarves will make the best of. Sulin waved his hand and interrupted him directly. He stared at him and said, I don't want a hammer or a battle axe. I want a halberd. Brandon felt a chill run down his spine when he saw Sulin's gaze. He could not help but nod. As you wish. After a few expansions, the blacksmith shop in Northern Town had become very large. As a master blacksmith, Brandon had his own personal forging room. Sulen followed Brandon into the room and took out the materials to upgrade the purple dragon halberd. Other than the strengthening gems and lucky gems, there was also a silvery white metal that was slightly smaller than a fist. It was mithril. Other than that, there was some stardust, water demon blood, and arcane steel. Brandon was very surprised when he saw the 2 gems that Sulen took out. These gems are so special. The power on them is so special. Brandon said in surprise as he picked up the strengthening gem. I feel that it can directly strengthen weapons and equipment. Yes, this is a strengthening gem. The other one is a lucky gem. They are both used to strengthen weapons. This time, I wanted to reach the legendary level, Sulen said as he picked up the other gem. Legendary! Brandon's eyes widened. As a blacksmith, he knew very well how precious a legendary weapon was. One had to know that in the history of the Great Dwarves, there were not many legendary weapons that had been successfully forged. However, every legendary weapon was famous. Now that Sulen said that he wanted to strengthen this weapon to the legendary level, Brandon instantly felt a lot of pressure. Don't feel pressured, Sulen said when he saw Brandon's serious expression. With the strengthening gem and the lucky gem, there's at least a 60 to 70% chance of success. With such a high probability and your craftsmanship, do you still think that it'll be difficult to succeed? Or do you think that your craftsmanship is not good enough? Don't tell me you can't do it, Sulen said as he glanced at him. Are you kidding me? My craftsmanship is not good enough? Why don't you ask around? I'm the best blacksmith among the Grey Dwarfs. Isn't it just legendary? Look, this time I'll definitely forge you a legendary weapon of the finest quality. When he heard Sulen questioning his blacksmith skills, Brandon instantly became like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He was instantly bristling. The hair and beard on his head stood straight up, giving the impression that he had suddenly grown 10 centimeters taller. That's good. I'll be waiting. Sulen snickered in his heart. He was very satisfied with Brandon's high-spirited state. After getting into working mode, Brandon was no longer as chatty as before. He directly raised a fire in the furnace. The red flames soared, and Brandon continued to add dye into the furnace. Soon, waves of heat rolled over, and the temperature in the forging room instantly rose by a few degrees. The temperature of the furnace was so high that the surrounding air was distorted. The temperature of the furnace rose rapidly, and the flames gradually turned from red to orange. Finally, all the flames turned orange. At this time, Brandon put on a special insulating suit, picked up the purple dragon halberd, and placed it in the furnace to calcine it. Chapter 346. Heat waves billowed, and the clanking sounds of forging rang out incessantly. After the purple dragon halberd was heated red, Brandon began to forge it. When he had forged the purple dragon halberd in the past, although blacksmith Bruce's skill was exquisite, there was still a large gap between him and Brandon. Therefore, this time, Brandon still needed to modify the purple dragon halberd. In addition, there were some impurities in the materials used to forge the purple dragon halberd. These impurities also needed to be removed. This step took Brandon an entire day. Without rest, after drinking the energy potion and stamina potion, Brandon began to continuously add materials to the purple dragon halberd. Every time the hammer fell, the purple dragon halberd would flash with a few sparks of fire. The forging process lasted for 2 days. In the end, Brandon put the red-hot purple dragon halberd into the water spirit beast's blood and quenched it. A large amount of steam rose, and the purple dragon halberd was finally forged. I didn't disappoint you, it's done. Brand's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, and then he handed the weapon to Sulen. Reaching out to take the weapon that was still warm, Sulen's eyes flashed. The purple dragon halberd in front of him had changed greatly. The spearhead was more than a foot long, and it flashed with a cold light. The half-moon halberd beside it had also increased in size. There were many beautiful cloud patterns on the edge, and the weapon's weight had also increased. Overall, Sulen was very satisfied with this weapon. Halberd, unnamed legendary weapon. This is a legendary weapon. It was separately forged by two blacksmith masters using a large amount of top-quality materials. It has drunk the blood of several legendary experts, and there is still a remnant killing aura on it. This is a powerful weapon. Requirements: Strength 14 or above. Additional effects: Sharpness +7, Toughness +7, Armor Break +8, Magic Break +8. Weapon Special Effect: Indestructible. This is a powerful legendary weapon. It is not only unable to be destroyed by conventional means, but is also immune to disintegration. Only legendary disintegration has a 100% chance of destroying this weapon, but the destroyer will also receive a backlash from the weapon. Weapon Special Effect: Legendary Blood. This weapon has been stained with the blood of at least 5 legendary experts. Weapon Special Effect: Power of Thunder. Each attack will deal an additional 35 points of thunder damage. The damage can be stacked. When the damage is dealt, the target will be paralyzed. Any target with a constitution that cannot escape the paralysis will be paralyzed for 1 to 3 seconds. When using lightning energy, it can increase the damage of lightning energy by 50% and reduce the energy consumption by 50%. Weapon Special Effect: Slow. After being quenched by the blood of the Cryopterus, the Ice Quetzalcoatlus, and the blood of the legendary aquatic demon, every attack of this weapon will deal an additional 15 ice damage and reduce the target's speed by 20%. Constitution authentication is required. Weapon Special Effect: Life Absorption. Every time an enemy is killed, the weapon will absorb a trace of energy to nourish the body. Weapon Special Effect: Magic Break. This weapon has a terrifying ability to break magic. It can easily break through part of magic defense. When attacking, it can pierce through magic barriers below the 4th circle. Weapon Special Effect: Protection. When the host's physical strength reaches the maximum value, the energy absorbed by the weapon will be automatically stored. When the host is injured, the weapon will directly help the host to resist the damage. Seeing the attributes of the weapon, Su Lin was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth. The weapon in front of him was more than twice as strong as before. Needless to say, the original weapon's special effect had been strengthened. In addition to the original weapon's special effect, this weapon also had a new weapon's special effect. Indestructible made Su Lin not have to worry about the weapon being damaged. Legendary Blood. This effect was not obvious for the time being. Magic Break was very simple. It could break magic effects and was very useful against spellcasters. Life Absorption, as characteristic, made Sullen's weapon become a perpetual motion machine, and Protection, S special effect, could help him resist one attack. This legendary weapon could be said to be the most powerful legendary weapon Su Lin had ever seen. Of course, this was also because he had seen too few legendary weapons. The weapon's power had been greatly increased. It was not appropriate to call it the Purple Dragon Halberd anymore. Su Lin thought for a moment and named it the Storm Halberd. On the continent, there were quite a few legendary weapons. Su Lin had also heard of some of them. The most famous one was a magic sword. It was said that this magic sword wasn't a legendary weapon, but an ordinary high-grade magic weapon. However, the owner of this weapon was not ordinary. This magic sword only had 4 special effects: Armor Break, Magic Break, Life Absorption, and Flesh Regeneration. After its owner used this weapon to kill a large number of enemies, the magic sword gave birth to a sword spirit, and the weapon was successfully promoted to a legendary weapon. In the end, it even became a high-grade legendary weapon that was second only to a divine weapon. This weapon would choose its own master. Only the master it chose could use this weapon in battle. If it didn't recognize its master, this weapon would just be a sharp long sword. Because of this characteristic, this weapon was the main character's weapon in many bard stories. Su Lin used to hear about this kind of ordinary boy who accidentally got this weapon and was recognized by the sword spirit. Finally, with the help of the sword spirit, he became a legendary master who shocked the continent. It was also because of this that this sword was very famous on the continent. Su Lin did not know if his weapon would give birth to a sword spirit in the future, but the probability was very low. Since ancient times, in the known history. Only the magic sword had given birth to its own sword spirit. Other weapons, including the legendary divine weapons, had never had such a situation. He did not know how the original owner of the sword did it. Sulen was very satisfied with the storm halberd. When he waved it in his hand, the storm halberd jumped out of it. The additional damage of this weapon might be nothing to the strong, but it was a disaster for the weak. The physical quality of a legendary master was very strong. He could be immune to this kind of damage. In the end, the real damage would only be a few points or even less. However, for people below the legendary level, this additional damage was enough to make them suffer. Some divine weapons also had this effect, such as the Flail of Time, which was said to be the weapon most stained with the blood of gods. It was said that several gods had died under this divine weapon. The Flail of Time had a total of 5 heads. It was said that this was one of the most notorious divine weapons in the multiverse. The complete form was a shackle with 5 shackle heads connected to the handle. They were fire, acid, ice, poison, and electricity. In battle, as long as any of the shackle heads touched the weapon, the attributes of all species would explode together. And unlike the storm halberd, the damage of the Flail of Time was absolute damage. This weapon also had a very strong disabling ability. Even if a demigod was touched by it, his leg could be broken in an instant. This weapon had a strong armor-piercing ability. It could be said that it was a weapon of mass destruction. In terms of attack, only the Silver Blade of Gith, which had a status above +10, could beat this weapon. For some unknown reason, these 2 powerful divine weapons had been damaged. The Silver Blade of Gith was destroyed into many fragments and scattered in the multiverse. This weapon had been smelted several times later. The Silver Blade of Gith was a divine weapon made by the Xianxias. It was also the most powerful divine weapon that helped them defeat the psychic monster empire and get rid of slavery and regain freedom. The Silver Blade of Gith in its peak state was a +12 divine weapon. Even after several reforges, it was restored to a +10 level divine weapon at most. The storm halberd in Sullen's hand was only a +5 level high-grade legendary weapon, which was far from the Silver Blade of Gith. It was difficult to verify the maker of the Flail of Time. It was said that it was made by the god of massacre. This weapon once set off a bloody storm in the multiverse. Countless demigods, false gods, higher demons, and even real gods died on this divine weapon. It could be said that this weapon was soaked in the blood of gods. Later, it was unknown when this weapon was destroyed. Now, the largest part of this weapon was in the hands of the demon of the abyss, the god of gnolls, Yinagu. The Flail of Time held by Yinagu had 3 chain heads, namely Frost, Flame, and Acid. The demon of the abyss had always wanted to reassemble this weapon, but he had not succeeded until now. However, even if there were only 3 chain heads left, the Flail of Time was still a powerful divine weapon. Perhaps because these divine weapons were too strong, some people destroyed these weapons and then threw them in various corners of the multiverse, so that they could never be reassembled into a complete divine weapon. It was said that this artifact was destroyed by the gods. The gods were always very afraid of weapons that could kill them. They tried every means to destroy or seal this artifact. The Silver Blade of Gith was easy to operate. Weapons like the Flail of Gith were notoriously difficult to control. If you were not careful, you could easily hurt yourself. Not to mention the 5-headed Flail of Gith. Although this powerful divine weapon was fierce, it was also notoriously difficult to control. So far, the Flail of Time and the Silver Blade of Gith were the only 2 divine weapons that had records of killing gods. Other divine weapons, such as the Holy Avenger, were also very powerful, but there was no record of killing gods. Perhaps the people who used them were not strong enough, but the number of times they had injured gods was not small. Sulen was now very satisfied with the Storm Halberd. After all, if he was really given a divine weapon, he would not be able to keep it with his current strength. Although the relationship between Sulen and several temples seemed to be very good now, once Sulen had a divine weapon in his hands, these temples would definitely turn against him and snatch the divine weapon. Chapter 347. After the storm battle halberd was completed, Sulin directly put it into his storage dimension. In a sense, this weapon was almost like a divine weapon to him. After the weapon upgrade, Sulin began his busy life again. After the defense of the North City, the city walls were heavily damaged, and many people became refugees. These people's houses were destroyed by the earthquake spell in the previous war, and now they needed to be rebuilt. Also, there were some refugees who died because of the collapse of their houses. For these refugees, the city hall came up with a series of relief and disaster relief plans. At the same time, they also gave out a pension. Of course, the pension was not a lot. After all, in this era, human lives were not worth much. Before the houses were rebuilt, these refugees were settled in a few camps. Other than the destroyed houses, the damage was also very serious. Many of the city walls directly collapsed, and some were forcefully twisted by the force of the earth. Even if some of the buildings were still intact, their foundations were damaged, and they needed to be rebuilt. Although it was a lot of work, at least they didn't have to move bricks this time. The reconstruction speed was a lot faster. Sulin handed over the reconstruction work to Wizard Lorraine. This wizard finally didn't have to be an apprentice teacher anymore. The apprentices in the North City had already completed their basic studies. As the saying went, the teacher leads the way, but the training depends on the individual. The North City couldn't take care of these apprentices like a nanny. Although Sulin didn't agree with the way the dark wizards trained their apprentices, he still wouldn't let them live too comfortably. After completing their basic studies, these apprentices began to take on missions and train at the same time. They needed to complete all kinds of missions to accumulate points, and then use the points to exchange for materials and knowledge needed to explore the path of becoming a wizard. The cost of becoming a wizard was very high. Many wizards would share the debt when they taught apprentices or other duties. The cost of learning spells was very expensive, and this was a very profitable business for the big wizard organizations. They sold knowledge and power to earn money and all kinds of resources. The cost of a high-grade wizard was very high. Sulin couldn't always subsidize the Wizard Academy, so he had to teach them how to make money as soon as possible. Most of the magical plants and maintenance work in the Arcane Garden had already been assigned to the apprentices in the form of missions. As for the Secret Realm, these apprentices would only be told to them after they became official wizards and signed an even tighter contract with Sulin. From now on, the adept organizations in Northern Fortress City were on the right track. Sulin also began to consider dividing a piece of land to build a wizard academy. Northtown City had suffered a lot of casualties in this battle. More than 1,000 soldiers had died. It was the biggest loss in Northtown City's history. However, there were also many benefits. Many of Northtown City's spearmen had become Spear Imperial Guards, and many of their archers had become divine archers. Sulin did a simple calculation. There were 65 spearmen and 27 archers. As for the half-elves, many of them had become magic archers. This time, Sulin witnessed the power of magic archers. Half-elf magic archers could add elemental power to their arrows. Most of them were ice, fire, and thunder, but only a few were added with acid damage. Moreover, these magic archers usually mastered 2 kinds of elemental power. Only those who were particularly outstanding would be able to master 3 or more elemental powers. Northtown City's training ground. Boom! An explosion sounded, and dust flew everywhere. Sulin raised his eyebrows. He was very surprised by the power of the half-elven magic archer's flame arrow. How many times can you shoot such a powerful flame arrow? Sulin asked the half-elven magic archer next to him. Sir, I can use this attack about 15 times. The half-elven magic archer said respectfully, and I can feel my strength continue to improve. Sulin nodded. He was very satisfied with the magic archer's strength. The flame arrow was about 60 to 70% of the fireball's power. It was also much faster than the fireball. Then, Sulin had the other magic archers demonstrate the power of Frost Arrow, Lightning Arrow, and Acid Arrow. The Frost Arrow was much weaker than the Flame Arrow, but it could freeze the target. Just then, Su Lin saw a frost arrow freeze the target into an ice sculpture. In order to test its power, Su Lin had a barbarian berserker experience it. The barbarian warrior was quite strong. He wasn't frozen, but his speed was reduced. However, after being hit by a few arrows, the barbarian berserker was frozen into an ice sculpture. Of course, he could break out of the ice very quickly. Although the frost arrow wasn't very powerful, it was still quite good as a crowd control skill. Similarly, the lightning arrow wasn't very powerful, but it also had the debuff of paralysis. The acid arrow was also very powerful. One arrow could corrode iron armor. Su Lin was very satisfied with the attacks of the half-elven magic archers. These half-elven magic archers could be used as casters. Not only did they have attack power, but they also had crowd control skills. It was a pity that there weren't enough of them. If there were 3,000 half-elven magic archers, they could release flame arrows and 3,000 fireballs at the same time. They could probably destroy the orc army. Looking back, there were less than 500 half-elven magic archers. He could only give up on this idea. Perhaps there would be another half-elven tribe joining Northern Battlefront City in the future. After witnessing the power of the half-elf magic archer, Su Lin became even more curious about the power of the half-elf phantom magic archer. However, the EXP required to become a phantom magic archer was several times more than all the previous EXP added together. It would take a long time before he could see a phantom magic archer. Su Lin looked at the talents and attributes of the half-elven magic archers. Their attributes were much better than before. There was also a magic arrow, fire, in their talents. In addition, their range and attack speed were also increased. In northern Jinbei City, in the training base of the Formation Breaker and the training base of the Shooting Battalion, Su Lin gathered all the soldiers of the Spear Imperial Guards and the archers who had met the conditions for advancement. They were ready to advance. Su Lin was very familiar with the training process. He arranged a few soldiers who had successfully advanced to the Formation Breaker and Sniper training base to explain to them. After the explanation, he let them start training. This time, there were a total of 92 soldiers participating in the advancement ceremony. Su Lin was looking forward to how many people would successfully advance to the Formation Breaker and Sniper training base. After arranging these people to advance, Su Lin looked at the large number of damaged marks on the strategic map with a headache. Although the war ended in a few days, the aftermath was very bad. The most obvious was the irrigation facilities outside the city. Because of the war, a large number of water supply canals outside the city were destroyed. A large number of farmland were also destroyed. These places also needed a large number of people to restore. The slaves in the northern Battlefront City were very obedient now. After seeing the northern Battlefront City defeated the powerful orc army, these slaves were all silent. A week quickly passed. The reconstruction of the northern Battlefront City was progressing smoothly. The residents whose houses had collapsed had their houses redistributed. The structure of the newly built houses and the previous houses had some changes. The main change was that they had some earthquake resistance. The structure of the houses had improved. Even if there was another earthquake, there would not be a complete collapse. The properties of these houses also had a new earthquake resistance plus 15 attribute. Su Lin also planned to renovate the other houses in the northern Battlefront City to increase their earthquake resistance. The residents who received the new houses quickly started their new lives. Some of the people whose family members had died in the earthquake also received compensation from the city hall. Once again, they came to the training camp. After a week of intense training, all the spear guards looked very sharp. After a week of training, they had adjusted their condition to the best. Now, they had to face the final obstacle. After fusing with the advanced light ball of the Formation Breaker, the 65 spear guards entered the training camp's quiet room in batches. Su Lin took out the advanced light ball of the Formation Breaker and gave it to everyone. Then, the 20 spear guards began to fuse with it. The chance of advancing to the Formation Breaker camp was around 20%. If there were no accidents, 13 of the 65 people would successfully advance. Su Lin anxiously paced back and forth. Time passed minute by minute. Soon, it was the last 10 minutes. This was their deadline. At this time, a light ball appeared in front of him. Su Lin was disappointed. He put the light ball back into the tiger tally. This meant that one of the spear guards had lost the chance to advance. Then, a few more light balls appeared. Sullen's expression became more and more serious. In the system interface, there were still a few spear guards who were in the process of advancing. There was only 1 minute left. Su Lin felt that this 1 minute was more torturous than the previous 2 hours. When the time reached 0, the system interface indicated that the spear guards had successfully advanced. Seeing that 5 spear guards had successfully advanced to the formation breaker camp, Su Lin let out a sigh of relief. After that, another 20 spear guards entered the quiet room to level up. 2 hours later, another 4 spear guards successfully leveled up. After all the spear guards finished leveling up, 15 of the 65 spear guards had successfully leveled up to become break camp. In addition to the soldiers who had advanced to the formation breaker camp, North Town now had 20 formation breaker camp soldiers. They were one step closer to the 700 formation breaker camp. After the formation breaker camp advanced, the archers began to advance to the sound shooting camp. After a series of advancements, 6 of the 27 archers had successfully advanced. The sound shooting camp's team had grown stronger. Chapter 348. It was getting cold. It began to snow in the northern town. Su Lin got up from the bed with some difficulty. 2 half-elf maids walked in with toiletries and a basin of water. Angie looked at Phyllis, who was lying on the bed. The little succubus had returned to the underground city early in the morning. Hathaway and Alex had also gone to the wizard tower. Only Phyllis hadn't woken up yet. After the big battle last night, Su Lin felt refreshed. The others were fine, but Phyllis couldn't take it anymore. After all, she was just a normal human who hadn't learned any combat skills or magic. She wasn't Sullen's opponent at all. Angela pouted and helped Su Lin wash up. She was obviously still holding a grudge. Seeing their expressions, Su Lin smiled and slapped their round and perky buttocks. They were very bouncy. After washing up, the 2 maids helped him put on his clothes. Su Lin suddenly said in their ears, "You 2 will join us tonight." Hearing Sullen's words, the 2 maids blushed. Although they had been trained by Su Lin several times, the 2 half-elf maids were still very shy. Seeing their expressions, Su Lin knew that it would be another sleepless night. After leaving the Lord's castle, Su Lin went to Hathaway's lab. He was going to give her the wisdom leaf. After killing the legendary troll last time, Hathaway gained a lot of experience and successfully leveled up. However, she was still a distance away from becoming a legendary. The wisdom leaf could increase the power of the will by 3 points, which was perfect for Hathaway. Su Lin also wanted Hathaway to level up quickly so that she could master the Tower Spirit technology and install a Tower Spirit in the Wizard Tower in Northern Town. After finding Hathaway, Hathaway was surprised that Su Lin took out another wisdom leaf. After all, it was a treasure that could perfectly increase the power of the will without any side effects. It was invaluable to wizards. The elemental pool in the Wizard Tower had been built. Due to the invasion of the Orc army, the construction of the Wizard Tower was interrupted for a period of time. Now, the construction of the Wizard Tower had started again. This time, they were building the ecological park of the Wizard Tower. The information of the ecological park was obtained from the secret realm. Tower Spirit number 1 stored the complete ecological park construction technology. However, to build a complete ecological park, Hathaway's current ability was not enough. According to the information of Tower Spirit number 1, during the Arcane Empire era, the largest and most expensive ecological park built by the Arcanists directly used a half-plane to build it. The ecological park's area of millions of square kilometers. Such a huge ecological park was completely attached to the floating cities. It was the logistics and material base of the floating city. That kind of top ecological park, if no one told you about it, you might always think that it was the main material plane. Hathaway was not capable of building such a huge ecological park. It was said that the ecological park of the floating city was built by more than a dozen legendary masters. It was comparable to the ecological park of a material plane. It was not something that one or two legendary spellcasters could do. In the Arcane Empire, there was an arcanist who had a sudden idea to transform an empty half-plane into a material plane. It was said that the project took nearly 1,000 years. The arcanist also got the title of Creator. In fact, the legendary arcanists were already very powerful. They could do almost anything that the gods could do. This was also why the arcanists did not fear the gods. Imagine if they had the power to rival the gods. How much respect would they have for the gods? According to the curious nature of the arcanists, it was good enough that they did not capture the gods for research. In the eyes of the arcanists, the so-called gods were also a more powerful life form. Although the arcanists did not study the gods, they had studied divinity and divine power. That was one of the reasons for the conflict between the Arcane Empire and the gods. In the eyes of the gods, the arcanists had crossed the line. The success of the arcanists' research on divinity was limited. Some of the arcanists who had studied divinity deeply even transformed into liches and finally advanced into demigod liches. If one day you come across a golden skull with a clock and a diamond embedded on it, then you'd better pray for your own fortune. It was definitely one of the most difficult monsters in the multiverse. There were a lot of technologies involved in creating an ecological park. It wasn't easy to create an ecological park, but if it was completed, then the ecological park could be used to create a complex environment. Creatures that were already on the verge of extinction would be able to seek help. Sulin once saw information about a large ecological park in the data of the Tower Spirit No. 1. The arcanists cultivated a species that had long disappeared in the outside world in the ecological park. That ecological park was built by the arcanists with dinosaurs as the dominant species. A large number of dinosaurs lived in the ecological park. The ecological park was originally a species breeding ground. Every time the number of monsters in the ecological park increased, a harvest would be carried out. The ecological park in the Wizard Tower was not built too big. To build a large ecological park, a large number of space expansion spells were needed. Otherwise, it would be meaningless if the space was small. First, he tried the space expansion spell to increase the space inside the Wizard Tower. Space expansion was a spell that was easy to learn but hard to master. This spell had a wide range of applications, and the most common one was the multidimensional bag, or space bag. Normal wizards could expand their space by 20% or more, but there were also some who could expand their space by 100, 1, or even more. Hathaway's current ability could expand the space expansion to 70 times. If they wanted to build an ecological park, they would need to expand the space in the Wizard Tower. In addition to the space expansion spell, they would also need to make an environment control rune circle to control the changes in the space at any time. At the same time, they would also need to build a large enough shield to isolate the ecological park from the outside world and maintain the balance of the internal ecosystem. The cost of building an ecological park was very high. It could be said that it was second only to the elemental pool. However, there were many benefits after the construction was completed. The Wizard Tower could have an ecological park that could replenish resources at any time. Sulin was currently only an intermediate wizard, so he could only be an assistant. He could only wait for others to do the important things. Sulin was very envious of wizards who had gifts like eidetic memory and encyclopedic memory. There was too much knowledge to be learned as a wizard. After all this time, Sulin still had a lot to learn. A gift like eidetic memory was also a gift that could be cultivated. The best gift for eidetic memory was encyclopedic memory. However, it was not impossible for Sulin. Opening treasure chests gave him the opportunity to obtain the eidetic memory talent. If he couldn't find it, he could master the encyclopedic knowledge talent first and then upgrade it with the legendary skill points. According to the records of Hathaway, eidetic memory was very rare in the history of their school for 2,000 to 3,000 years. There were less than 5 of them in total. This showed how rare this gift was. After leaving the Wizard Tower, Sulin walked around the city and looked at the progress of the various works in the northern city. Then, he went to the underground world through the teleportation circle. The underground world was still dark. Alex had also been helping in the underground world during this time, but Sulin felt that she should have come here to hide and relax. Recently, it was the breeding season of the harpies. Many low-level harpies were capturing males in the wilderness. It was a bit of a ruckus during this time. Sulin did not have a good solution for this situation. He also could not change the habits of the species. Perhaps it would be possible after he advanced to legendary. When he saw Alex, she was studying a spell. Sulin glanced at it. It was Bigby's Palm of Defense. This spell was a level 5 spell, but it was several times more difficult than other level 5 spells. This god-slaying spell was not a joke. Sulin had studied it before, but he quickly gave up. Alex had been analyzing the spell model for so many days and still had not made much progress. In the structure of the spell model of Bigby's Palm of Defense, there were many rather complicated spell nodes and spell circuits. If the spell model was compared to a circuit board, then other level 5 spells would be as difficult as a calculator, while Bigby's Palm of Defense would be as difficult as a calculator. It required astonishing memory and analytical ability. According to Sulin's estimation, it was almost more difficult to master than level 7 spells. After looking at it for a while, Sulin shook his head and left. He should wait until his level was higher to learn this spell. Sulin strolled along the road and then came to the west gate of Crete. As soon as he arrived, he saw a scene. The little succubus, Chris, was wearing a leather coat and holding a small whip. She was wearing heels that were at least 10 centimeters high. She was walking with a little smug steps. Behind her was a monster that looked like a hound. However, compared to a hound, this dog had 3 heads. Behind the little succubus was a 3-headed hellhound that seemed to have just hatched a few days ago. At this moment, she was tying it around her neck with a pink rope and walking it as if she were walking a dog. The newly hatched hellhound was not large in size. However, its eyes were full of ferocity. Occasionally, when someone passed by, it would open its mouth and growl, showing its teeth as if it was about to pounce. A hellhound? Where did it come from? Chapter 349. The Cerberus was a creature from the lower plane. Just from its name, one could tell that it belonged to hell. Although hell was a lower plane, it was the complete opposite of the abyss. The devils of hell belonged to the lawful evil faction, while the demons of the abyss belonged to the chaotic evil faction. At the border between the abyss and Bator, on the 10,000 abyss plane, the demons and devils have been fighting for thousands of years, but usually the devils had the upper hand. The war between the devils and demons had been going on for thousands of years, and it looked like it would continue. What made Sulin feel strange was how a demon like Chris had caught a devil as a pet. If he used an alignment detection spell to identify Chris's alignment, he would discover that the little succubus had actually started to deviate from the chaotic faction to the lawful faction. In fact, Sulin didn't know that succubi had started to deviate from the lawful faction ever since the succubus queen. Chris's change was so obvious mostly because of Sulin. Sulin belonged to the lawful faction, and he hated chaos. The most obvious reason was the strict rules and regulations set up in Northgard City. It wasn't surprising that Chris had deviated from the chaotic faction to the lawful faction. The growth cycle of the Cerberus was somewhat slow. However, it possessed combat power very early on. When the Cerberus was just born, it could easily kill an adult male who had not undergone combat training. After a few days, the Cerberus fangs and claws would grow out. The challenge difficulty would also increase to level 2. The untamed Cerberus was full of wildness, and it was completely pulled forward by Chris with a rope. Although it dared to bare its fangs and brandish its claws at others, it had a fearful expression when it looked at Chris. It was obvious that it had suffered a lot because of Chris. When the Cerberus looked at Sulin, its body clearly trembled a few times. It was obvious that the Cerberus with its soul sense had smelled the danger emanating from Sulin's body. "Master, I summoned this 2 days ago." Chris waved the rope in her hand and trotted over. The Cerberus behind her was pulled by the rope and stumbled as it was dragged over by Chris. "What are you waiting for? Quick, greet the master." As she spoke, Chris lightly pulled her whip and dragged out the Cerberus hiding behind her. She raised her foot and gave it a kick. Cerberus looked at the human in front of it timidly, but in the next second, it seemed to have thought of something. It ran over and rubbed its 3 heads against Sullen's feet. It was obvious that this guy was trying to please Sulin. "Since you like it, you can keep it," Sulin said as he looked at the Cerberus under his feet. This thing was pretty good for guarding the house. "It hasn't had time to give it a name yet." "Master, you can give it one," Chris said happily. Sulin pondered for a moment and then said, "Let's call it Husky." "All right, let's call it Husky." His nickname is Buttface. Although he didn't know the meaning of a husky, since it was given by his master, there must be a reason for it. Moreover, the name Buttface was quite pleasing to the mouth. As for whether the Cerberus agreed or not, it didn't matter. Cerberus, Husky, Buttface? Then Chris happily led the Cerberus around the city. She wanted to let the people know that the people living in Crete were not ordinary people. Most of them were from the evil camp. She didn't want to accidentally get stewed. Looking at the little succubus walking the dog excitedly, Sulin shook his head slightly. Since she wanted to keep the dog, he would let her keep it. Even if it was an adult, a Cerberus would not be able to afford a dog meat hot pot. Ignoring Chris, Sulin went to Orlando City in the underground world and put away all the mithril and magic gems that he had excavated during this time. The construction of the Wizard Tower required a lot of materials, especially the construction of the ecological park. This batch of materials was prepared for the ecological park. In fact, the ecological park of the Wizard Tower was still in the experimental stage. It was an application of the ecological park technology. When the ecological park of the Wizard Tower was completed, he planned to build the ecological park in the secret realm as well. However, the ecological park in the secret realm would be much larger. Sulin wanted to build an ecological park that could raise large dinosaurs or Euron, as described in the information of the Tower Spirit. After patrolling the underground world and killing some monsters around his territory, Sulin returned to the northern town. After sending all kinds of resources to Hathaway, Sulin returned to the northern town and began to study as a wizard. Because of his naturally high power of the will and good control of energy, Sulin's progress was very fast when he first started learning as a wizard. However, when he became an intermediate wizard, his learning speed slowed down a lot. Sulin's early advantage had been used up, so his learning speed was not faster than other wizards. In fact, he was slower than other wizards because of his lack of basic knowledge. After all, Sulin did not learn the basics of wizardry since he was a child. Luckily, with Hathaway's thoughtful guidance, Sulin was also constantly strengthening his foundation. After returning to the northern town, Sulin took care of all kinds of things and began to read all kinds of wizardry books. There were quite a lot of books in the northern town. Some of them were brought by Hathaway, some by Karina, and some by Grace. In addition to the research of Alex and the others, although the books in the northern town were not as good as those in the wizard schools, they were not worse than those small schools. After opening the book, Sulin picked up a goose feather pen and began to copy on a snow-white paper. The paper he was using now was the best paper made by the northern town's paper-making workshop after several improvements. It could completely replace parchment in writing books. The price of a piece of paper like this was 1 kinnur, which was more than 10 times cheaper than parchment. Sulin rubbed his head. Soon, the paper was filled with dense symbols. These symbols were the foundation of a spell. What the F***CK? Why do I feel like I was studying advanced mathematics in university in my previous life? Sulin felt a little dizzy. He got up and opened the window of the study room to get some fresh air. Then, he made himself a cup of black tea to wake himself up. It was too difficult. After entering the 5th circle of spells, the difficulty would increase tremendously. After studying for half a day, he had only analyzed half of the 5th circle spell. He had not even touched the other half. He had been studying this spell model for a week, but until now, he had not even completed the spell model. According to this progress, it would be considered fast if he could learn this spell in a month. He was now very envious of his peers. It was said that they had the chip with them when they transmigrated. No matter how complicated the spell model was, they only needed to scan it once to record it. Moreover, not only could they record it easily, but they could also optimize and improve the model. This was a godly tool for wizards. Unfortunately, although he had transmigrated with a golden finger, this system did not have the ability to record spell models and analyze them. After drinking the black tea and resting for a while, Su Lin continued to work hard. The analysis of the spell model was half completed. There were dozens of papers full of symbols and words on the table. Beside them, there were also notes left by Hathaway on spell model analysis. Ding! Congratulations, host. After a long period of study, you have obtained part of the information of the ability Scholar. The experience of the ability Scholar is full. Congratulations, host. You have mastered the support ability Scholar. Hearing the system prompt, Su Lin was relieved. Obviously, his hard work during this period of time had paid off. Of course, the ability Scholar could only be considered average. It was far from Hathaway's. Su Lin had only recently discovered that Hathaway had mastered the two abilities, Encyclopedic Knowledge and Sage. These two abilities were not used for combat, but were support abilities. These support abilities had no use for combat, but had a miraculous effect on learning. Su Lin was now learning all kinds of knowledge of wizards, so naturally, he wanted to master these abilities. With these two abilities, he could at least reduce the difficulty of learning by half, and increase the efficiency by 1 or 2 times. The way to obtain the Sage ability was simpler. Its prerequisite was the Scholar ability. As long as it was studied systematically, it could be mastered. The Scholar ability that Su Lin had now could increase his learning speed. Scholar, support ability. After a long period of systematic study, you have mastered a large amount of knowledge. You have become wiser, and your learning speed has increased. After obtaining the Scholar ability, Sullen's learning speed and comprehension ability had increased to a certain extent. In fact, there were many spells that wizards used to support learning. The most famous one was the Enlightenment spell. This spell could make an idiot similar to a normal person. Naturally, it could increase a normal person's intelligence. However, this spell was very difficult to cast, and there was a certain price to pay. In addition to the Enlightenment spell, there was also the Wishing spell that had the same effect. Although the Wishing spell had many disadvantages, if this spell was used well, it could be said to be an all-purpose spell. Of course, if you used this spell to fulfill some unreliable wishes, the final result would be very miserable. Moreover, the price to fulfill the wish was not something that anyone could afford. Regarding this spell, there were some records of the failure of the Wishing spell in Hathaway's books. One of the wizards wished for eternal life. Even the gods could not do this, and he could not afford to pay the price. In the end, the wizard's wish was fulfilled. He was directly cast on life hiding, and then he was sealed in a coffin. He was hidden in a space crack in the multiverse by the Jinn. Chapter 350. After using life concealment and being sealed, the sorcerer would enter a state of suspended animation and be thrown to some unknown corner of the multiverse. This was indeed a different kind of eternal life. However, the process was a little different from what he had imagined. Later on, after the wizards studied the Wishing spell in detail, they even summoned the devil to help perfect it. Finally, they came up with a book of rules for using the Wishing spell. The book listed the various rules of the Wishing spell in detail, and they also came up with a set of words specially used to use the Wishing spell. Because of this, the Wishing spell finally became more and more worthy of its name. These two spells required a high price. In addition to these two spells, there were other spells that had a much lower price, such as Magic Memory. After casting this spell, the caster's memory would temporarily increase, almost to the point of having a photographic memory. However, after the spell ended, the caster's brain would suffer serious repercussions. Dizziness and nausea were just the basics. In serious cases, it would cause severe headaches. Moreover, this spell could not be used too often, or it would damage the soul. Although there were many shortcomings, this spell was still used by wizards in large numbers. After all, it could quickly memorize knowledge. Although it would be a little uncomfortable afterwards, it was still acceptable. With this Scholar ability, Sullen's learning speed had increased a little. If he had skill points now, he could directly enhance Scholar to Sage. Unfortunately, he had already used up the skill points he got from leveling up. Sulin now realized the lack of skill points, which was why he began to slowly learn skills by himself instead of directly using skill points to enhance them. After learning more about the wizard profession, Su Luan realized that there was never enough skill points. There were too many skills and abilities that a wizard needed to learn. Many wizards had to choose the path of becoming a wizard. Maximal spell, silent spell cast, and instant spell cast. These three metamagic abilities represented three different paths of becoming a wizard. Extreme spell. When using this ability, the effect of the spell will be maximized, including damage value, healing effect, number of people affected, etc. At the cost of 3 times the mana, the lethality of a spell will be increased by 100%. Note, this special class requires mastering the ability to enhance magic. Silent spell casting. When using this ability, casting spells does not require any casting action or incantation. It can be cast in a silent state. Silent spell casting ignores any silent spells. The chances of the enemy discovering the wizard casting spells will be reduced until the moment the spell is completed. Using this ability to cast spells will consume double the amount of mana, and the casting time will be extended. Instant spell. When using this specialty, you can instantly cast a spell. At the cost of consuming 3 times your mana and increasing the casting difficulty by 2 levels, you can turn a spell into an instant spell. Instant spells cannot be interrupted by any conventional means and are immune to any silent spell and counterspell. These 3 spell specialties represented 3 different paths of becoming a wizard. Of course, this did not mean that one could only choose one out of the 3. It was just that most wizards with limited talent could only choose one. Of course, there were also many talented wizards who would choose 2 or 3. Among them, Extreme Spell belonged to the damage output category. It could greatly increase the power of spells. With this spell, even Arcane Missile could have the power of a sniper rifle. If one wanted to choose extreme damage output or a violent wizard, this specialty should not be missed. Think about the effect of a fireball that could clear out an area with an aerial bomb. Silent spellcasting was a specialty that suited the old Een coins. They were the kind of people who would laugh in front of people and attack from behind. The casting of spells was very subtle, and it was almost impossible to detect. It would only be exposed at the end of the spell. This specialty was the most popular among the old Een coins. The last one was Instant Spell. This was a relatively difficult specialty to master. Its effect was stronger than silent spellcasting, but it was also much harder to master. Moreover, after these 2 spells were promoted to legendary, one could continue to master silent spellcasting and instant spellcasting. After mastering silent spellcasting from 0 to 9 circles, all spells of the corresponding level would become silent spellcasting, and the penalty time and mana penalty would be removed. The same was true for instant spellcasting. The casting difficulty and mana penalty would be removed. However, it was not easy to master a legendary specialty. In the past, many wizards wanted to learn instant spellcasting. They planned to master instant spellcasting from 0 to 9 circles as soon as they entered the legendary realm. In the end, they would be able to instant spellcasting from 0 to 9 circles. Of course, so far, no wizard had succeeded on this path. The most powerful wizard in recorded history only managed to level up instant spellcasting to level 6, but even so, it was already very powerful. Therefore, the wizards later turned these 3 spellcasting specialties into 3 paths of wizardry. After choosing a spellcasting specialization, it would decide which path to walk in the future. It would decide whether to choose the most powerful path of wizardry or another path that was easier to achieve. Hathaway chose the path of instant casting, which was the most difficult path to walk. Only wizards with absolute confidence would walk this path. Legendary instant casting wasn't something that anyone could learn. In fact, Sulin also planned to take this path. He was a little greedy, so he wanted to master instant spellcasting as well. When the time came, he would have instant spellcasting and extreme spellcasting. However, it would be a few times more difficult to succeed. Sulen had the confidence to choose these two paths because of the existence of the system. Because of the system, he had the opportunity to get more skill points to learn spellcasting specialties. Even legendary skill points were not impossible. Since he had decided to be a wizard, he planned to be the strongest. There were many spellcasting specialties that he needed to master in the future. Proficient spellcasting and battle spellcasting were only the most basic spellcasting talents. Empower spellcasting, extreme spellcasting, instant spellcasting, spell penetration, and spell expansion all needed to be mastered, as well as the advanced states of these specialties, extreme spellcasting, instant spellcasting, and finally, legendary spellcasting. Others might not be able to master spellcasting specialties and legendary specialties in their lifetime, but for Sulen, he might be able to master them by killing a few legendary figures. He had already announced that as long as he killed a legendary figure, he would be able to get a legendary skill point, and a legendary skill point could be used to upgrade his spellcasting specialties to legendary spellcasting specialties. But before that, what Sulen needed to master now was the spell in front of him. In fact, other than these paths of wizards, there are other paths of wizards, such as battle, spellcasting wizards, explosiveness wizards, control wizards, summoning wizards, and transformation wizards. Transformation wizards were also known as close combat wizards or berserker wizards. This type of wizard's battle mode was very bold and unrestrained. They did not cast spells, but directly picked up their weapons and attacked like a berserker. They chose to dual-wield weapons, gain proficiency in weapons, and then increase vitality, strength, and dexterity. When they saw the enemy, they would directly attack. This type of wizard was even more difficult to deal with than a berserker. There were a few very famous representatives of this type of wizard. Of course, this type of close combat wizard had many different ways of adding points. For example, they could add spirit. After casting the transformation spell, spirit would be directly added to strength and dexterity, but the price was that they would temporarily lose their spellcasting ability. There were also some more extreme ones who added points to vitality, strength, and dexterity, and then learned a holy light spell to open up the invincible mode. The most suitable path for this was the Dragon Disciple Warlock, and then the part-time wizard. The Warlock with the Dragon Disciple's strength, vitality, and dexterity were almost not inferior to a warrior of the same level. Because of the part-time wizard, all the skill points and attribute points did not have to be allocated to physical professions. They could achieve a true dual cultivation of magic and martial arts. Of course, if you had the blood of the gods, you could also do this. For example, the white-robed wizard Gandalf was one of the best. Of course, this path was only for those with talent. If you had the Dragon Disciple, the blood of the gods, or other powerful blood, such as the Titan, this path would be very suitable for you. If you didn't have it, then don't think about it. If you force yourself to take this path, your achievements would be extremely limited. Sulen had the system as a cheat, and his combat power was also very strong. Now, he had embarked on this path of dual cultivation of magic and martial arts, and the success rate was very high. There was also a special spell for close combat wizards among the wizards. This set of spells had been passed down from the era of the Arcane Empire. It was called Bigby's 5 Consecutive Palms. After Sulen learned about this series of spells, he named this set of spells the Buddha's Palm. This set of spells was created by Bigby, who became one of the most famous combat wizards in history as an ordinary person, with no other blood. Bigby's Protective Palm, Bigby's Flying Palm, Bigby's Capture Palm, Bigby's Vidraw Palm, Bigby's Crushing Palm. This set of spells could create a palm to fight, especially the Crushing Palm. The power exerted was completely the Buddha's palm. With one palm, smashing a castle into pieces was just a basic operation. Legendary warriors were nothing in front of this set of spells. It was said that when this set of spells was created, it was the same as the Melf series of spells. It was used to deal with the gods, but so far, these two sets of spells had not been successful in killing the gods. Sulen now had a Bigby's Protective Palm spell scroll, but this spell was very difficult to learn. He couldn't learn it now, but he had made up his mind that if he had the chance in the future, he would learn all of this set of spells. Chapter 351. Time passed by quietly. While Sulin was studying the path of a wizard, Hathaway was also building eco-parks. The dimension expansion spell kept expanding the space in the wizard tower. The dimension expansion spell required strong maneuverability. It could not tear the space apart. At the same time, the space had to be expanded as much as possible. Only then could there be enough space. After expanding the space had to be reinforced. Although this process was cumbersome and required a lot of precious magic materials, there were still a lot of resource points in the Northtown city. Otherwise, she would not have the money to do this. Sulin spent the night with Hathaway and asked her about the wishing spell. Normally, the wishing spell would summon an elemental djinn. These elemental djinn were at least demigod level. After many years of research, the wizards had discovered that the wishing spell could fulfill many wishes. This included reviving someone who could be revived, gaining a lot of wealth, recovering one's power, eliminating a disaster, increasing one's power, and so on. In theory, the wishing spell could grant any wish, but it was not guaranteed that it would succeed. The price to pay for using the wishing spell was not a normal item. Usually it was soul energy or soul shard. If there were not enough soul shards, the spell would draw out the person's soul energy. Of course, other precious items could also be used, such as divinity. There was a limit to how much one could increase one's power with the wishing spell. For example, the attribute points could only increase one's basic attribute points by 5, and the cost would only increase as time went on. There was a limit to the number of attribute points that could be increased by the wishing spell. The maximum was 40 points. Sulin did not lack attribute points. What he wanted now was talents. It was not easy to get a legendary talent, but it was not difficult to get a legendary talent, so Sulin decided to give it a try. The wishing spell was divided into limited wishing spell and legendary wishing spell. Both could summon an elemental djinn, but the legendary wishing spell was more powerful than the limited wishing spell. Of course, the cost was also much higher. There were no legendary wizards in the Northtown city, so the legendary wishing spell was impossible. However, the limited wishing spell was still possible. After learning the characteristics of the wishing spell from Hathaway, Sulin decided to use the limited wishing spell to increase his power. Hathaway thought for a moment and said, "The limited wishing spell is a level 7 spell. Alex can cast it too, and the effect should be better than mine. Then I'll ask Alex to cast the limited wishing spell tomorrow." It was a quiet night. The next day, Sulin told Alex about his idea of using the limited wishing spell, and Alex nodded immediately. The casting of the limited wishing spell was not difficult, but for the sake of insurance, Sulin decided to build a wishing platform. The wishing platform was not big, and the construction was very simple. Under the guidance of Alex, Sulin sent a team of craftsmen to build the platform. The craftsmen in the Northtown city had been trained for a long time, and their skills were absolutely qualified. It only took them a day to build the platform. The next step was for Alex to arrange the runic matrix. It was not too difficult for Alex to arrange the runic matrix for the wishing spell. Sulin only needed to provide some magic materials. It took almost half a day for the wishing table to be completed. "Are you ready?" Alex appeared next to the platform. She looked at Sulin with calm eyes and said slowly, "The limited wishing spell has an extra cost. Later, I will draw the power of the elemental pool to complete the spell, but you still need to negotiate with the djinn. What you can get depends on you. Remember the words I told you, and be careful with the djinn. When you are ready, I will start." Sulin nodded and said, "Let's start." A ray of light appeared, with Alex activating the power of the wishing platform. The energy of the elemental pool began to pour into the wishing platform, and the arcane crystals around suddenly shone with a strange light. Then a low spell sounded, and a strange elemental power began to gather on the wishing platform. The surrounding space gradually distorted, and with the gathering of the power of the spell, a powerful divine power came to this world. The djinn. When the djinn appeared, Su Lin felt the powerful force, and then a whirlwind appeared out of thin air. The next second, a terrible pressure shrouded here. This kind of pressure was like the dragon's power on the dragon, and it was more powerful than the dragon's power, but it did not have that kind of overbearing aura. With a flash of light, a creature full of powerful power and divine brilliance appeared on the wishing platform. It looked like a djinn. Its appearance was a bit like the lamp spirit in the magic lamp, and its upper body was still in human form. Its skin was pale green, and there seemed to be a flash of lightning in its pupils from time to time. It was the light of divinity. Any djinn summoned by the wishing spell was at the level of a god. It was impossible to judge the level of strength of the one in front of him, but it was certainly a djinn above the demigod level. The djinn of the elemental plane had special rules. They followed the constraints of contracts and laws and would trade with spellcasters when needed. After coming to this world, it first glanced around, and then its eyes fell on Su Lin. The djinn frowned slightly after seeing Su Lin, and then said, "You have the power of divinity, young man. Are you summoning me? Interesting young man. Are you sure you want to trade with me? Tell me your wishes and prayers." Su Lin looked at the djinn in front of him with some curiosity. In fact, the djinn did not come here with its original body, but an avatar. Only when there were some special wishing spells would the real body come. The elemental djinn summoned by the wishing spell was random. Usually, it was a demigod-level elemental djinn. As for the demigod-level elemental djinn, they would only respond to the summoner according to their own preferences. Sometimes, if they were lucky, they would also summon the god of elements, messengers, and gods. As for the elemental lord god, the summoner of this powerful god must have very strong strength to invite them. All the djinn, including the elemental lord god, belonged to the absolute neutral camp. They would trade with anyone, even demons. The one in front of Su Lin was at least a demigod-level elemental djinn, and it might even be an oracle. Seeing that Su Lin did not respond to him, the djinn seemed to be impatient and urged, "Hurry up and tell me your wish. I don't have time to chat with you." Wind elemental djinn, wind whisperer, Theodore, minor divine power. Today, he suddenly felt that there was a creature in the multiverse that seemed to have the blood of the wind god calling him. He was curious, so he responded to the call and appeared here. Su Lin did not hesitate and immediately said, "I want to improve some of my abilities." The djinn looked at Su Lin and then said, "What ability do you need to improve? Do you know the rules of ability improvement? Attributes above 40 can't be increased." "I know." Su Lin nodded and said, "All right then, this is a contract. Write down your wishes." With that, the djinn of wind elemental took out a piece of parchment and a quill pen out of thin air and began to write quickly. After a while, a contract was written. Next, the djinn of wind elemental handed the contract scroll to Su Lin. Su Lin carefully took the contract. This kind of contract had a powerful force. Once it was signed, the violation of the contract would be severely punished. Su Lin was very cautious about the contract. The djinn usually used some word games and left all kinds of traps or hidden dangers in July like the devil. If he was not careful and did not find them, it was likely that he would pay a lot of resources without getting any benefits. Su Lin looked at the contract word by word. Once there was an ambiguity in the language, he would immediately argue with the djinn. At this time, Su Lin also saw the face of the djinn. This guy was really cunning. He had been using various ways to distort Sullen's consciousness, or only the literal meaning. All kinds of out-of-context words were used, and even ambiguous words were used. If Su Lin had not learned how to deal with these djinn, he would have been cheated. To deal with these djinn, he should let the devil or the lawyer confront them. After a difficult negotiation, the two sides finally reached an agreement. Then the djinn handed the modified contract to Su Lin. Su Lin carefully confirmed 3 times that there were no loopholes and ambiguities. Then he nodded and agreed to the contract. "What ability do you want to improve? Agility? Charm? Spirit? Or is it a talent?" "I'm going to learn a talent. Erudite," Su Lin said. It was not that he didn't want to get the eidetic memory ability, but this ability was a legendary ability. If he wanted to master this ability, the price he had to pay was too high. It was too painful. Erudite? Okay. The Jinn looked at Sulin and said. Then he picked up a goose feather pen and quickly wrote down the transaction. Then he handed it to Sulin and said with a smile, "You need to support a part of the power of the soul or pay a legendary elemental stone. If there is no problem, then sign your name on this contract." Sulin took the contract again and then checked it again to confirm that the contract was exactly the same as Sullin's request. After checking it 5 times in a row and confirming that there was no problem, Sulin signed his name on the contract scroll. Very well, the contract is established. The Jinn waved his hand gently, and the contract instantly turned into countless auras and dissipated in the air. Then a powerful divine power fell from the sky and fell on Sulin. Chapter 352. With the appearance of the divine power, the legendary soul crystal in Sullin's hand disappeared, and the system prompt sounded in his ear. You used the spell Limited Wish. According to the contract, you will pay a legendary soul crystal to the wind elemental spirit, and then you will get the auxiliary talent Sage. Contract completed. The effect of Limited Wish has been activated. Ritual completed. Congratulations, your auxiliary talent, Scholar, has been upgraded to Sage. Talent Sage. After a lot of reading, your knowledge has been further improved. Your memory ability and analysis ability have been further strengthened. When learning spells, you can analyze the structure of spells more quickly and easily. You can grasp a lot of knowledge, and you can understand some spells better. You can optimize and modify spells. Learning speed increased by 100%, and spell learning difficulty reduced by 50%. After the ritual, Sulin felt that there was a lot of knowledge in his mind that he didn't have before. This was the knowledge brought by the Sage talent. At this time, Sulin clearly felt that his brain had become very active, and his thoughts were very clear. Many spells that he didn't understand before suddenly became clear at this moment. Interesting young man, goodbye. After the contract was completed, the wind elemental spirit looked at Sulin and then turned into a wisp of smoke and disappeared. The power that shrouded the surroundings also disappeared. After having the Sage talent, Sullin's speed of learning spells became faster. He was like a sponge that greedily absorbed all kinds of knowledge. In the blink of an eye, a few days passed. Sulin finally finished analyzing the shadow tentacle and began to learn it. After completely analyzing this spell, it was only a matter of time for Sulin to master this spell. It wouldn't take long for him to successfully cast this spell, and he would officially become an advanced wizard. Shadow Tentacle was an evocation spell. It used shadow energy to create a tentacle, and then it would instantly entangle the enemy. After entanglement, it would absorb the energy and physical strength of the entangled person. If the entangled person couldn't break free quickly, the entangled person's strength would become weaker and weaker. This spell had a lot of uses, and many wizards had made special modifications to this spell to create their own spell. It had many strange abilities, and tentacle spells were very effective against women. Sulin planned to improve this spell after he learned it. While Sulin was learning magic, caravans from the southern countries arrived at northern town. They brought all kinds of goods and large amounts of money. The merchants from the southern countries had formed a huge caravan. When Sulin came out to patrol, he saw many caravans carrying a lot of goods and slaves to trade in the market. The specialties of the southern countries were very popular in northern town city. For example, the dried seafood of the southern countries, such as the dried seafood from the Lonsdal archipelago, tasted very good after being cooked. Being able to eat seafood thousands of kilometers inland from the ocean, although it was dried seafood, it was still a good enjoyment. Of course, these caravans also had some fresh seafood, but it was very expensive. This was the result of wizard spells. After hundreds of years of development, the use of spells to keep food fresh had been perfected. As long as you were willing to pay, you could even taste the rainbow lobster from the rainbow sea. In addition to all kinds of dried seafood, Sulin also ordered some seaweed, shrimp, and kelp. There was no MSG in this world, and Sulin didn't know how to make it. However, He remembered that the earliest MSG was found and extracted from kelp. Although there was no MSG now, seaweed, and other dried seafood could replace some of the taste of MSG. Sir, the manager of the caravan under Northern Town City, Jean, ran over and said, I've counted. The southern countries sent a total of 21 caravans, and they are all ready to participate in the slave auction. Okay, Sulen nodded slightly. He was very satisfied with this situation. For an auction, the more people there were, the higher the final price. The 8,000 orc slaves in Northern Town City were ready to be auctioned. Rumble. A loud noise came from the city wall, and it immediately attracted the attention of many people. As for those who lived here often, they seemed to be used to this noise. In the distance, a 10-meter-tall section of the city wall suddenly collapsed. Smoke and dust filled the air, and then a tall figure walked out of the smoke. It was a huge steel golem. At the same time, some stone golems and clay golems appeared in the surrounding sea. These golems were about 3 meters tall. At this time, they were working on the construction site. These golems were violently blasting large amounts of heavy stones or severely damaged city walls. They were now responsible for a lot of labor in the territory. Bang! A muffled sound rang out as the steel golem arrived near the city walls and vigorously pounded on the city walls. Cracks appeared on the already shaky city walls, and as the steel golem attacked, large amounts of rocks fell from the city walls, causing that section of the city walls to become even more shaky. Boom! Finally, under the continuous bombardment of the steel golems, this section of the wall collapsed with a loud bang. After the wall collapsed, it was then smashed into smaller pieces by the golems next to it and sent to the side to be piled up. A dozen or so puppet golems pushed forward like a large road roller, pushing down the wall that needed to be rebuilt. The clay golems' bodies were slightly deformed. Like bulldozers, they quickly flattened the land. The people who entered Northern Town City saw these powerful machines at first glance. Many people looked at these puppet golems in shock. In this world where productivity was still in the middle world, most places were still in the primitive stage of accumulating power. Suddenly seeing such powerful golems, they wanted to talk about the difference between the Industrial Revolution and the feudal era. Because the elemental pool could be charged, the golems in Northern Town City didn't cost much to work. The elemental pool provided sufficient and efficient energy. Although many puppet golems didn't look like professional construction golems, but were combat golems, the efficiency of these golems was still unsurpassed by humans. After these golems flattened the broken city walls, they dug up the foundation again. Stones that required more than a dozen people to move were easily lifted by the steel golems. Moreover, they moved very quickly. All the golems had a clear division of labor. The production efficiency of these golems was much higher than that of excavators and cranes. After all, these golems were unmanned. As long as they were given a job, they would complete it with quality and quantity. With the help of these golems, Northern Town City was already in a semi-mechanized state. He was very satisfied with these golems now, and he already planned to build a golem factory. The construction of a golem factory was very difficult. There were many problems involved. Many steps required the assistance of the Tower Genie or control. The energy of the golem factory came from the elements, and it could be forcibly controlled through the energy of the elemental pool. The energy of the elemental pool could be modified with some energy supply techniques, and it could be used as electricity just like in his previous life. Of course, if he wanted to build a golem factory, he also needed to have enough soul crystals. Each set of golems needed a corresponding soul crystal. The clay golems could be made with only mid-tier soul crystals. The rock golems, obsidian golems, and steel golems could be made with high-tier soul crystals. The legendary golems needed to be made with legendary soul crystals. Soul crystals weren't something that could be found in the main plane. Many years later, in the multiverse, soul crystals were a kind of currency. Under normal circumstances, the Grim Reaper kept the souls in the multiverse from being excessively plundered. It was his duty to decide where the souls would go. However, there were too many souls in the multiverse. In order to obtain soul power, many magic schools had learned spells that were specifically used to obtain soul power. For example, the soul binding spell could imprison a soul in a crystal, which was a soul crystal. The fundamental reason why golems could possess some simple artificial intelligence was because of the soul crystals. There were still some biological instincts left in the soul crystals. Some of the high-level golems were even stronger than legendary-grade golems. The auction in Northern Town City was about to begin. 8,000 monster slaves were already a huge fortune for the merchant groups that came to purchase them. Many merchants wanted to buy some of them back. Su Luan handed over the auction to Jean and then went back to continue to practice magic. Whoosh! Suddenly, there was a noise from Sullen's residence. Then, Su Lin stood up excitedly. However, unlike before, there was a gray tentacle in his hand. The tentacle was more than 3 meters long, and these tentacles were as flexible as snakes. The tentacles swung back and forth, making various movements under Sullen's command. The tentacle rushed out quickly and directly wrapped around the target used for the experiment. Then, with a slight force, there was a cracking sound, and deep marks were left on the wooden board. Shadow, tentacle. After spending so much time, Su Lin finally recorded this spell. Whoosh! Su Lin took a deep breath and looked around. Then, he chanted a spell. After a while, a black tentacle appeared and wrapped around a barbarian warrior in an instant. Then, he began to test the binding strength and various effects of this spell. As an energy tentacle, the shadow tentacle was very flexible and had almost no weaknesses. After trapping the barbarian warrior, the barbarian took a long time to break free. If he waited a little longer, his strength would start to decline, and it would not be easy to break free. Chapter 353. Enduring the PDA attack, I still wrote a chapter. Please subscribe. After spending a lot of effort, the barbarian finally broke free from the shadow tentacles. The whole process took almost a minute, and he had to go berserk in the end. Bang, bang, bang. Su Lin summoned the shadow tentacles again. This time, Su Lin didn't use them to tie people up. Instead, he tried to use them to attack. The 3-meter-long shadow tentacle was like a flexible whip, and it quickly attacked the targets around him. As the tentacles danced in the air, they brought with them a sharp gust of wind. When they hit the wooden targets, wooden chips flew everywhere. Very soon, deep marks were left on the wooden targets. Although the power of the tentacles was average, it was still quite good as a control skill. After becoming an advanced wizard, Su Lin could learn a lot more spells. Another important thing was that he could teleport. In fact, it was just a flash. He could use it in battle. Su Lin had already mastered the long-distance teleportation spell, but he had just started to learn this flash spell. After mastering this spell, Sullen's fighting style had changed a lot. Many dangerous attacks could be easily dodged with his sixth sense. Of course, he also had to be careful not to give others a chance to cast Dimensional Anchor. The function of Dimensional Anchor was very simple. After being targeted by Dimensional Anchor, you couldn't use Dimensional Teleportation for a while. Also, this spell was much easier to learn than teleportation. It only required an intermediate wizard to learn it. Of course, the effectiveness of this spell depended on the difference in level between the caster and the target. If the target was a legendary wizard and you were only an elite wizard, even if you cast 10 dimensional anchors, it would still be useless. The reconstruction of a northern city was in full swing. At the same time, in a newly built auction house, 8,000 orcs, gnolls, and trolls were also being auctioned. The caravans from the southern coastal countries were very interested in these orc slaves. Su Lin set them in groups of 20, and the price for each group was 200 kinner. In fact, this price was on the low side. However, there were more than 20 companies bidding for the slaves. The average price of these slaves was 500 kinner per group. 40 groups of slaves brought Northern Town City more than 20,000 kinner in total. Su Lin didn't keep the 20,000 kinner banknotes. He used it to buy all kinds of resources. North Town's population had skyrocketed. Other than food and ironware, there was a shortage of other resources. Sulin had built a lot of workshops in his territory, but it was impossible for him to be self-sufficient in a short time. Sulin's main focus now was on military and food. As for spices, sugar, and wine, these industries didn't need many people. There were quite a number of people working in the textile workshops in the territory. However, they only produced high-grade fine linen, cotton, and a small amount of silk. These were supplied to the liege's mansion, Hathaway, and Karina. The excess would be sold. As for the coarse flax used by commoners, it wasn't for sale. Sulin planned to gather some women and build a textile workshop to produce coarse linen. After all, cloth was very important. He couldn't always rely on merchants to buy it. There were also a lot of daily necessities that Sulin planned to produce in his territory. Northtown City was 300 miles away from the nearest city. If all the goods were transported from the Kingdom of Florence, the price of the cheapest goods would be more than double. The traveling merchants in this era weren't as developed as in his previous life. If they didn't make 2 or 3 times the profit, they wouldn't bring goods back. Therefore, Sulin had his caravans purchase all the goods from the outside world every month. Of course, some of them were brought back by other caravans. Most of the people in Northtown City were serfs and refugees. Their purchasing power was limited. Sulin couldn't sell them at a high price. He couldn't even sell them at cost price. Therefore, not only did he not make money, he even lost money. However, he had to do this business. It was related to the people's livelihood. If Sulin wanted to build a country, he had to do it even if he had to lose money. Of course, this was only temporary. When all kinds of small workshops were opened in the future, the basic necessities could be met locally. By then, Sulin wouldn't have to spend money every month. These necessities didn't seem like much, but to the commoners, it was related to their livelihood. Let alone Northtown City. Even in Cult City, if the price of food increased by 30%, the commoners would be forced to sell themselves as slaves. If the price was higher, even the commoners wouldn't be able to withstand it. Many merchants, nobles, and tycoons would take advantage of natural disasters to stock up on their goods. They would artificially raise the price of food, turning the commoners into proletarians or even slaves. Sulin was so busy that his head was spinning. He wanted to go out for a walk. He rode on a horse and followed the caravan to Calent City to purchase some goods. To his surprise, he was robbed not long after he left Northtown City. The robbers were a group of northern barbarian bandits. The patrols of Northtown City were only responsible for maintaining the safety of the territory. Therefore, after leaving Northtown City, everything would return to normal. The northern barbarians Sulin encountered were one of them. The northern barbarians were very similar to the barbarians in Northtown City. The northern barbarians were just a general term. The barbarians had their own names. Even the barbarians themselves didn't know how many tribes there were in the northern wastelands. There were many barbarian tribes living in the northern wastelands. The barbarian tribes were known for their thick body hair. They were tall and brave, but lacked discipline. They liked to solve problems with brute force. They were born with a weak resistance to the cold. Similarly, the northern barbarian women were tall and big. However, their skin was fair but a little rough. Their facial features were also quite delicate. They were similar to the warriors of his previous life. The northern barbarians' brains were always cramped. They liked to drink and fight. Their bad temper and stubbornness were comparable to the dwarves. The group that robbed Sulin was obviously a small barbarian tribe in the northern wastelands. It was already winter in the northern wastelands, but there were still some barbarians with bare arms. Only these people had high resistance to the cold. Normal people would have frozen to death if they dared to do so. Sulin found that the northern barbarians had a wolf's head tattooed on their chests. This should be the totem they believed in. Many of the northern barbarians had shamans. Some of them believed in nature, while others believed in their ancestors. The reason why the northern barbarians were so scattered was because of their own beliefs. After blocking the way, the northern barbarians let out a strange roar. After seeing the robbers, a leader immediately ran over to Sulin to report. Sulin looked at the robbers in the distance and ordered, "Lure them here. It would be a waste to reject the slaves that were delivered to his doorstep. These northern barbarians were very useful whether they were slaves or soldiers. He could capture them and throw them to Boulder or Johnson for training. No matter how rebellious they would be beaten into obedience. Although they were stubborn, they were not idiots. The guards in the caravan this time were all elites. All of them were veterans who had been on the battlefield. After hearing Sullen's order, they immediately understood his intention. Then, they smiled and ordered their men to take action. The caravan directly turned around and pretended to be panicked, trying to escape to the territory of Northern Town City. At the same time, in order to prevent these people from catching up, the caravan deliberately slowed down a little, giving the robbers a feeling that they could easily catch up with them. As expected, these robbers acted as if they were acting. They were completely acting according to the script. When a bearded bandit leader with a bare chest and an unknown animal skin on his body saw that the caravan was about to escape, he immediately shouted to his men, "They want to escape. Hurry up and catch up with them. Haha, their carriages are slow. They must have a lot of goods. We're going to be rich this time. Get ready to surround them. This time, we have to take all of them. Don't let any of them escape." The robbers who robbed on the trade route in Northern Town naturally knew about the specialties of Northern Town City. After seeing that the caravan was slow, they immediately realized that there was probably alcohol and sugar in it. The guard of the caravan under Sullen's command had traveled this trade route many times. Naturally, they knew what the robbers were after. The other orcs and gnolls wanted food and weapons, but these northern barbarians preferred strong alcohol. However, these robbers would never have thought that they were not targeting a little rabbit this time, but a big crocodile hiding under the water. Waves of shouts and howls came closer and closer. The northern barbarians in front of them rushed up excitedly. From time to time, some of them roared like war cries. Their faces were full of excitement because they realized that there were not many people in the caravan. When they could see the other party clearly, these robbers sped up and rushed up. "Let's begin." Su Len, who had been sitting in the carriage and watching the show, waved his hand. Then, the guards of the caravan instantly removed their disguises and took off their cloaks, revealing their excellent equipment and weapons. The bandits were very sensitive to the changes in their enemies. As soon as the group of bandits approached, they immediately realized that the situation was not good. The merchants in front of them were not afraid at all. In fact, many of them even had expressions of eagerness in their eyes. Many of the guards with scars on their faces were excitedly cleaning their weapons. They looked at the robbers as if they were looking at a group of sheep that had been sent to their doorstep. He, a bald barbarian warrior carrying a battle axe of more than 50 kilograms, rushed up. He was the captain of Sullen's guards. He shouted excitedly, "Guys, it's time to work. Show them our names. Let them die with some understanding." The guards who had removed their disguises quickly cut down the robbers who rushed up to the robbers. Behind them, a flag was raised in the caravan. It was the battle flag of Northern Town City. Chapter 354. Bang! The northern barbarian bandits that charged at them were immediately knocked down. Then, a battle flag was raised in the middle of the caravan. There was a shield and a strange spear on the flag, and a fierce ice Quetzalcoatlus on the shield. It was the flag of the northern citadel. After seeing this flag, there seemed to be some commotion among the remaining bandits. It was obvious that someone had recognized this flag. It's the Orc Slayers. They're the caravan of the northern citadel. Suddenly, there was a cry of surprise among the bandits. The northern citadel's reputation in the northern wastelands could be said to have repelled all evil. After discovering that the caravan was from the northern citadel soldiers seemed to be frightened. Seeing these bandits make such an obvious mistake, the soldiers of the northern citadel would not miss this opportunity. Taking advantage of this opportunity, they rushed up. Su Len didn't even need to fight. The soldiers under his command just charged and scattered the bandits. Then they were defeated. Many bandits even threw down their weapons and chose to surrender. Of course, there were also some bandits who wanted to fight to the end. In the end, They were killed by hand axes and javelins. The whole battle lasted for a long time. It didn't take more than half an hour from the beginning to the end. These northern barbarian bandits, who had more than 200 bandits, were completely defeated. Except for a few dozen who died, most of the rest were taken captive. Some even ran away as fast as they could. Take them to the interrogation room. Sulin waved his hand and let 2 drows in to interrogate the captives. I want to know how these bandits targeted us, and where's their nest. The rest of you, clean up the battlefield, collect the spoils, and repair the damaged carriages. Yes, sir, the barbarian captain said respectfully, then began to order the others to clean up the battlefield. These northern barbarian bandits' equipment was average. Their weapons could only be reforged, and they didn't have any decent armor. Their fur was not bad, but it looked too dirty. The corpses also needed to be buried. In addition, these captives also needed to be escorted back. The drow's interrogation was very efficient. A few screams came from the captives from time to time. After about a few minutes, the 2 drows in charge of the interrogation ran over and whispered a few words in Sullen's ear. Sullen's eyes lit up, and he said, "Their tribe is nearby. Are you sure he's not lying?" The drow standing next to him patted his chest and promised, "Sir, with our interrogation skills, do you think these simple-minded guys can fool us?" I interrogated the 5 captives separately, and their answers were all the same. These northern barbarians are heading south. It is said that they're avoiding the frost giants. Frost giants? Sulin said in surprise. The frost giants are heading south. Frost giants were a type of pure-blooded giant. According to the records of the wizards, there were 6 types of pure-blooded giants living in this material plane. They were cloud giants, frost giants, mountain giants, fire giants, stone giants, and storm giants. These giants had their own sequence. The highest level was the storm giant, the lowest was the mountain giant, and then there were their relatives, such as the ogres, 2-headed giants, swamp giants, and many other hybrid giants and subspecies. The giant species had a strict hierarchy. The lowest-ranking giants in the higher-ranking branches were higher than the highest-ranking giants in the lower-ranking branches. For example, the chief of the mountain giant tribe was often not as noble as an ordinary stone giant. The frost giants were a race living in the northern tundra. They had always claimed that the roof of the world, the northern tundra, was their private territory, but this statement was not recognized by other races. North of the northern wastelands was the ice plains, also known as the Northern Ice Plains. As one continued north, the terrain would gradually rise. The entire northern wastelands was a cold, rugged, and sparsely populated region. There were snow-covered mountain ranges, rocky hills, dense forests, and misty valleys. This place was dotted with isolated fortresses, ancient tombs, and many ruins of lost empires. To the west of the northern region was the Golden Desert, which was the territory of the Desert Kingdom. To the east was the sea, to the south was the northern wilderness, and the north extended to the endless sea. In the northern tundra, there were only a few small human towns scattered in the valleys. On the other hand, the frost giants were spread out in tribes on the northern ice plains. A frost giant tribe usually had 30 to 50 frost giants, 20 to 30 ogres, an instructor, 30 winter wolves, and 1 or 2 young white dragons. When it came to frost giants, the white dragons of the Penishade dragons had to be mentioned. As the weakest of the Penishade dragons, not only did they have the lowest intelligence, but they were also the smallest. However, although the white dragons were the weakest among the Penishade dragons, they were the most numerous. Red dragons and blue dragons usually had 3 eggs in a nest, while white dragons had 6 eggs, and their hatching rate was also the highest. According to this number, it would not take many years for white dragons to cover the entire northern tundra. Unfortunately, they still had to face the attacks of their nemesis, the frost giants. An adult white dragon could easily kill a frost giant, but frost giants usually like to sneak up on young white dragons. In a way, these frost giants maintained the ecological balance on the tundra. The frost giants usually hunted in groups. The main target of a large group of frost giants was usually the polar bear or the white dragon's nest. Even an adult white dragon could only run away when faced with a group of frost giants. They regarded hunting white dragons as the highest glory, and generally worshipped the Ice Queen Hermosid and the Storm Lord Talos. They were as fierce and aggressive as white dragons, and frost giants were not responsible for the food of their children. If they wanted to live, they could only hunt by themselves. Not only were they not responsible for food, but they also often robbed their children of their spoils of war. As a result, the frost giant children learned from them when they grew up. Cold, ruthless, selfish, aggressive, and tyrannical. These were the fine traditions of their tribe, and they were the most difficult hunters in the northern tundra. Frost giants would hunt powerful beasts or white dragons, and they would offer these sacrifices to the Storm Lord Talos. If they were lucky enough and the sacrifice satisfied the Storm Lord, they might be able to receive the Storm Lord's grace and become a storm warrior or priest. Now that these bandits said that there were frost giants coming south, Su Lin was a little vigilant. Frost giants were not orcs. Adult frost giants were Tier 4, and the frost giant chieftain had reached Tier 5, the legendary level. Although the lowest was level 21, some of the stronger ones could reach level 22 or level 23, and the Frost Giant King was at least level 26. "Sir, is that tribe?" the drow next to him asked. "Of course, we have to capture them. It's better to have them as a family, right?" Su Lin said matter-of-factly, since they had discovered a northern barbarian tribe, and this tribe had attacked them before. No matter what, Su Lin did not intend to let this tribe go. "Leave some people to look after these captives. The rest of you, follow me," Su Lin said as he stood up. The information that the drows got from torture was very complete. The location of this northern tribe was not far from here, and the group took about 2 hours to reach the vicinity of the tribe. From the outside, this was a barbarian tribe of about 500 people. The tribe was a little dilapidated. Some of them were tents, and some of them were wooden houses. Judging from the age of the wooden houses, this tribe had not migrated here for a long time, no more than 2 months. At this time, some of the tribe had gone hunting, while others had become bandits and were wiped out by the army of the northern city. Now, there were not many people in the camp. Seeing this situation, Su Lin was about to order an attack, but at this time, there was a clamor. At the back of the tribe, a group of tall humanoid creatures was attacking the tribe's camp. Upon closer look, they had rock-like faces, and sharp teeth were exposed at the corners of their cracked mouths. They looked particularly ferocious. Under their light blue skin were majestic muscles, and on top of them were bulging blood vessels. Obviously, they contained a lot of power. These humanoid creatures were in groups of 7 or 8, and they were attacking the barbarian tribes separately. Their bodies were wrapped in simple and crude fur coats, and their chests were full of scars. These people were walking as if they were flying, and their huge, long-handled axes and war hammers looked ferocious and terrifying. The leader was wearing a black cowhorn helmet, and he was surrounded by a terrifying aura. Obviously, they were not human. Although it was the first time Su Lin had seen this kind of creature, he could instantly tell that this was a group of frost giants. What are the frost giants doing here? Su Lin muttered to himself as he looked at the frost giants who easily overturned the northern barbarian tribe like a hot knife through butter. "Sir, should we continue?" a barbarian warrior beside him asked in a low voice. Su Lin did not speak. There were 30 frost giants in this group, and the leader was a legendary. The warriors beside Su Lin were at most grade 3, and even the most common frost giant was 1 grade higher than them. If they fought, even if they killed these frost giants, the result would be a Pyrrhic victory. Su Lin was confident that he could deal with the frost giant chief, but the common frost giants would very likely cause heavy damage to the army of the northern battlefront city when he fought with the frost giant chief. "Let's wait first." Su Lin shook his head and waved at the messenger. He took out a token and asked him to send a message to the northern battlefront city. The barbarian tribe that had lost a lot of combat power could not resist the attack of the frost giants at all. Soon, the tribe was occupied by the frost giants. The frost giants did not seem to have any intention of leaving. Instead, they took over the tribe and occupied it. Seeing this situation, Su Lin left 2 smart soldiers to monitor the situation and returned to the caravan with the rest of the people. Chapter 355. The meat in my mouth was stolen. Su Lin was in a bad mood. He looked back at the barbarian tribe and left. He had already decided to leave the frost giants behind. As for living in harmony with the frost giants, it was impossible. The frost giants were arrogant, cruel, and greedy. When they knew there was a human town nearby, their first thought was to rob it. As frost giants of the evil faction, they didn't know what a win-win situation was. Perhaps in their mind, a win-win situation meant that they won twice. Su Lin wanted to figure out the reason why these frost giants had come to the south. A frost giant tribe like this was a threat to the north town, so there was no room for others to sleep on. A legendary powerhouse could drop a lot of good things, such as legendary skill points and platinum treasure chests. After returning to the caravan, they found a place to set up camp. It was getting late, so they started cooking and waiting for the army of the northern wastelands to arrive. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was the next morning. After breakfast, Su Lin saw Hathaway and Alex arrive at the camp with the troops that had been assembled overnight. The two brought barbarian warriors, harpies, 2 teams of half-elf archers, and 2 teams of centaurs. Although there weren't many people, it was half of the northern wastelands fighting force. They also brought some powerful weapons, 30 ballistae. It was difficult for the ballistae to hit normal people, but it was much easier for the frost giants. If the ballistae were used as a trump card on the battlefield, the frost giants would definitely suffer. Su Lin had been keeping an eye on the frost giants. At the same time, he told the army to rest as soon as possible. They had to be patient when facing this frost giant tribe. Although the frost giants weren't the most powerful giants, they were second only to the storm giants. An adult frost giant had around 29 points of strength and 21 points of constitution. Although they didn't have any magic abilities, they were still powerful enough. They were also immune to ice magic and had strong vitality. They wielded heavy weapons like killing machines. They were very difficult to deal with. Of course, they were not without weaknesses. Frost giants were afraid of fire, and fire could deal 150% damage to them. In the past, some adventurers thought that they could easily kill the frost giants after knowing their weaknesses. But when they really did it, they realized that even if they knew the weaknesses of the frost giants, it was still very dangerous to kill them. Although the challenge level of frost giants was LV13, this was only in theory because frost giants usually lived in groups. Additionally, when facing a frost giant, one should never face its attack head-on. Even a rank 3 knight wearing a knight's plate armor would be blown away by a frost giant's full-strength strike. Fortunately, frost giants were not very agile due to their huge size, which gave the others a chance to dodge. The frost giants had a period of chaos. To be specific, all the giants had a period of chaos. At that time, all the giants attacked other races as if they had gone mad. Even the giant races often had conflicts with each other. Moreover, the giants of the lower order actually dared to attack the giants of the upper order. This was simply something that had never happened before, but it really happened. At that time, giants could be said to be the public enemy of the continent. All other races were hostile to them. As long as they were found, they would attack them. This situation lasted for a long time, and the number of giants on the continent decreased by about 40%. Then, after that, the giants stopped and returned to their original state. It was said that this was because the giant god Anin canceled the order among the giants. He announced that the giants would be ranked by themselves through competition. In this way, those lower-ranked giants actually wanted to be promoted, and the original giants were also trying to preserve their status. However, it was said that this action failed in the end. The dragons didn't want to see their enemies become stronger. After a day of rest, the army of the northern battlefront city began to move in the evening. The sentries arranged to monitor the frost giant camp would send messages every half an hour. Although Su Lin didn't go to the scene in person, he knew the situation of the frost giant camp very well. "Sir, the frost giants still have no intention of leaving today. They seem to be using this place as a temporary camp." A scout reported to Sulin. Moreover, at noon, I saw more than 20 ogres come here. It seems that these frost giants really migrated here. They plan to live here permanently. Hearing the scout's words, Sulin said with some surprise, "Frost giants like cold areas. Although the northern wilderness is cold in winter, it is still hot in summer. These frost giants are definitely not used to it. But why would they violate their living habits and come here? Forget it, don't think so much. Since they dare to come here, they might as well stay. The wall of my castle still lacks a head like this as a trophy." Time passed by minute, and soon night came. After a day of rest, the soldiers of the northern battlefront city were full of energy. They were all ready to do something big. Sulin didn't hesitate. After a simple dinner, he led the army directly to the frost giant camp. About 3 hours later, they arrived at the periphery of the camp. The camp had changed a lot. The houses in the camp were built taller. Although the northern barbarians were tall, about 2 meters tall, their houses were naturally not suitable for the frost giants, who were 4 meters tall and weighed more than 1.5 tons. Therefore, during the day, the frost giants let the captives cut down trees and then came back to build houses and camps. When they were 5 kilometers away from the camp, Sulin stopped the army and then asked Hathaway to summon a few wizards' eyes to investigate the camp. After summoning a few wizards' eyes, they quickly hid in the darkness. The wizards' eyes soon flew over the camp. Hathaway snapped her fingers and tapped her finger lightly. Suddenly, there was a ripple in the air in front of her. The next second, a circular image with a diameter of 20 centimeters appeared. After combining the water mirror with the wizard's eyes, the water mirror could project the image seen by the wizard's eyes on the crystal. It was like watching a movie, and the situation of the entire frost giant tribe could be clearly seen. 25 ogres and 22 winter wolves. After seeing the image of the water mirror, Sulin quickly got a lot of information. Fortunately, we didn't attack directly. Otherwise, this sneak attack would definitely have been discovered. Sulin frowned and looked at the group of winter wolves. Frost giants and winter wolves often cooperated. Creatures like winter wolves knew the giant language and the common language, so they could communicate with the frost giants simply. These winter wolves had a good sense of smell, good hearing, and night vision. They were good helpers in hunting. Frost giants often brought winter wolves to hunt. If Sulin had led the army to attack just now, he might have been discovered by the frost giants before he even got close to the camp. Then, the sneak attack would have turned into a direct attack. Many people thought that the frost giants would fight you head-on, but in fact, the frost giants were very cunning creatures. After they hunted white dragons, if there were white dragon fledglings, they would not kill them directly. Instead, they would tame the white dragon fledglings and let the white dragon help them hunt. Of course, the frost giants preferred to use dragon beasts because the real white dragons had the inherited memory of the dragon. In the face of such a situation, they would pretend to be tamed until they grew into young dragons or adult dragons. Then, they would suddenly attack. Later on, the frost giants also learned to be smart. They would kill the white dragon in advance before it became a young dragon. Many people thought that the frost giants were very stupid and thought that they only knew how to fight head-on. In fact, they liked to ambush and often sneak attacks when the white dragon was asleep. If they found that they were being attacked by humans, they would immediately counterattack. Of course, many times, they would set a trap for humans to fall into and then attack. As a melee profession, when facing the attacks of the frost giants, it was best to dodge as much as possible. Don't think about blocking the attacks of the frost giants. People who did that basically paid an extremely heavy price. When the frost giants were fighting, once they found that things were not going well, they would immediately retreat and escape. "Move the ballista over," Sulin said. Soon, some barbarian warriors moved the ballista that had been dismantled into parts. It was difficult to move the ballista, so under normal circumstances, it was dismantled when it was moved and assembled when it reached the place. After arriving at the periphery of the camp, Sulin began to let the soldiers reassemble the ballista. The arrows used by the ballista were 3-meter-long spears, and the spearheads of the spears had been modified. There were blood grooves on both sides of the spearheads. As long as the arrows hit the enemy, even if it was not a vital point, it would take half of their life. If they were unlucky, they would even bleed to death. In addition to these spears, there were also some spears that were linked with chains. These were all thrown spears. They were all used by the barbarian warriors. The throwing spears were short and small and carried a heavy chain ball. As long as they hit the target, they would restrict the target's movement. Even if it was as strong as the frost giants, if they were hit by 2 or 3 spears, they would basically lose their ability to move and could only be exhausted to death by others. All barbarian warriors each carry 3 spears. When you attack, add the chain ball at the back, Su Lin said as he held the spears. You don't need to kill in one hit, just hit the target. Chapter 356. Mass Invisibility, Mass Bull Strength, Mass Bear's Endurance, Mass Haste, Raise Your Spirits, Vanish. The light of spells kept flashing. Soon, the soldiers of Northtown City were buffed with 7 or 8 different buffs. The combat strength of these soldiers almost doubled in a short period of time. The ballistas were also reassembled. At the same time, the arrows and heavy javelins were distributed to the barbarians. The javelins shone with a cold light and had obvious barbs. They looked like the javelins used to catch large fish in the previous world. Even the frost giants could not withstand such weapons. Next, Su Lin led the northern fortress city army closer to the camp. Maybe the frost giants were too confident, or maybe the sentries were too lazy, but they did not see any sentries outside the camp. Hein, wait. Su Lin gestured to the soldiers behind him and said in a deep voice, You guys stay here. I will lure the frost giants out first. Then, all the ballistas will find an opportunity to shoot. After that, it will be your turn to shoot. The enemy this time is not goblins or kobolds. Don't blame me for not warning you if you accidentally die. Don't worry, boss. We will be careful. Johnson patted his chest and said, I hope so. Sullen's figure quickly disappeared into the darkness. He looked around and found his way to a fence outside the camp. Whether it was the barbarians or the frost giants, the fences were very rough. Su Lin easily went over the fence. After entering the camp, the first thing Su Lin smelled was a foul stench. There were some human and animal corpses on the ground. Although the frost giants did not eat humans, the ogres did not. These should be the corpses of the northern barbarians that were captured earlier. Looking at the marks, it was most likely done by the ogres. Su Lin took out kerosene from his storage space and poured it all over the camp. Although he was very careful, it still made some noise. Before they could react, a fireball fell from the sky. Boom! A loud noise instantly broke the silence of the night. The camp, which had fallen into a deep slumber, immediately exploded like boiling water. An angry roar rang out. The frost giant endured the pain and rushed out of the house, shouting angrily, Despicable sneak attacker! I'm going to crush all your bones. Boom! The flames burned quickly along with the kerosene, igniting several tents and wooden houses within a few breaths. Many frost giants rushed out. Su Lin did not delay. After igniting the camp, he immediately fled. The angry frost giants and ogres followed closely behind. Just as Su Lin rushed out of the camp, a few black shadows suddenly rushed out from the dark corners. Su Lin only saw a few black shadows in front of him, and his body subconsciously dodged. Then, he took the opportunity to kick the black shadow away. At this time, he saw clearly that it was a winter wolf about 2 meters long. The winter wolf that was kicked by Su Lin rolled several times on the ground in a row, and its body went limp. Although Su Lin did not attack with all his strength, even so, it was not something a winter wolf could bear. Its ribs were directly broken, and it seemed that it would die soon. When the other winter wolves saw this situation, they stopped instantly and looked at Su Lin with vigilance. Frost breath. 5 cold breaths suddenly came out of the winter wolves' mouths. Under the bone-chilling breaths, The ground quickly froze into ice at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, a layer of smooth ice appeared on the ground. The power of the winter wolf's ice breath was average. Not to mention the white dragon, it couldn't even compare to the ice-winged dragon's breath. The winter wolf's ice breath wasn't enough to freeze the enemy. It could only make the enemy's body stiff and slow down their reaction speed. Sulin accelerated and directly rushed out of the attack range of the frost breath. With cold resistance and elemental resistance, this level of frost breath could not affect him at all. Without the obstruction, Sulin's footsteps were light, and after a few flashes, he rushed out of the camp. The frost giants behind him were furious. They waved their heavy giant axes and directly cut down the fence of the camp. After seeing Sulin's figure, they rushed up without thinking. Damn sneak attacker. Don't run. Obviously, Sulin's act of setting fire to the camp had completely angered these frost giants. Boom! A dull noise came, and a boulder flew out from Sulin's side and hit the ground next to him. Sulin did not slow down and passed by it in an instant. The dexterity of the frost giants was not high. An adult frost giant only had 9 points, which was a little more than ordinary people. Because of their huge size, they could rarely dodge the enemy's attacks. However, this did not mean that their movement speed was slow. In fact, because of their large size, one step of theirs was equivalent to several steps of ordinary people. If they encountered some short rogues, one step of the frost giant might be equivalent to 5 or 6 steps. Especially for halfling rogues, they were very unfriendly. 30 frost giants and 20 ogres rushed out of the camp and chased after Sulin. The distance of a few hundred meters was covered in a few breaths. After Sulin rushed to the predetermined ambush position, he immediately shouted, "Attack!" Then his figure flashed, and he accelerated forward. Bang! 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 The sound of bowstrings was constantly heard. The invisible Northtown army instantly launched an attack. 3-meter-long crossbow bolts were shot out. The bolts flew through the air and hit the frost giants' bodies. Some of the bolts were directly blocked by the frost giants with their giant weapons, and some were dodged. Only less than 1/3 of the bolts hit their targets. The frost giants that were hit by the bolts were directly pushed back by the bolts. The sharp spears pierced their tough skin and muscles, and blood gushed out. Such a serious injury would be fatal for ordinary people, but it was not even a serious injury for the frost giants. After being ambushed, the frost giants immediately realized that this was a trap. However, they didn't panic. Instead, they roared and ran over in large strides. For them, the humans were no match for them at all. As long as they rushed up, they could kill a few with a swing of their axes. After the ballistae were fired, the 2 barbarian warriors quickly loaded the ballistae and fired. The whole process only took 20 seconds. Bolts were fired one after another. The frost giants were prepared and dodged most of the bolts. Only a few that were too close to dodge were hit. Javelins. Sulin instantly threw out a heavy javelin, and the barbarian warriors around him followed. Throw. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hundreds of javelins flashed with cold light as they flew out from the Northtown army. Sharp whistling sounds were heard, followed by painful roars. The frost giants were severely injured. Bang! Rocks the size of footballs flew over quickly. Sulin waved his halberd and sent the rocks flying. However, the other barbarians were not so lucky. A few of them could not dodge in time and were sent flying far away. If not for their strength and thick skin, they would have lost their lives. After 2 consecutive waves of javelins, the frost giants were severely injured. A few of them died, and almost all the frost giants were injured. The ogres following them also suffered heavy losses. Cursed roared furiously, his eyes turning blood red. He waved his hands and threw the rocks around him, then charged forward with his giant axe. The frost giant tribe had suffered such great losses. As the chief of the frost giants, Curse could not wait to kill all the humans in front of him. The charging speed of the legendary frost giants was very fast. Their huge size and ferocious aura shocked some of the soldiers, causing them to stand there in a daze. Although the frost giants did not have dragon's might, Their violent aura was not much weaker than that. Not everyone had the courage to face such a behemoth. However, after seeing the frost giants charging up, many of the barbarian warriors were eager to give it a try. Idiot! Dodge quickly! Seeing this situation, Sulin immediately shouted. Sulin had a clear understanding of the frost giant's strength. The force of their full power attack was several tons. Although the barbarian warriors were quite strong, they had no way of resisting against such overwhelming strength. A cruel and bloodthirsty expression flashed across the enraged frost giant chief's face. He hated these humans to the core. He attacked with all his might, swinging his giant battle axe. The frost giant chief's axe was close to 3 meters long, and its blade was close to 1 meter. This giant weapon weighed at least 500 gene, and its weight alone could easily crush a person to death. After seeing the enemy, he swung it down instantly. Swoosh! The gigantic axe swept across with a piercing sound of wind, followed by the sound of metal clashing. That barbarian warrior's two-handed axe, which was forged from fine iron, was broken. The frost giant cursed gigantic axe swept across, and the well-made half-body armor was torn apart by this terrifying force. Blood splattered everywhere, and the barbarian warrior was sent flying back over 10 meters. With a boom, he smashed onto a crossbow cart, which was smashed into pieces. The others only took one look to see that the barbarian warrior's chest armor had been completely destroyed, and there was a hideous wound on his chest. His sternum was shattered, and his internal organs were also shattered. His entire chest seemed to have sunk in, and this tyrannical force had broken his spine. There was no need to look to know that this person was dead. With such serious injuries, unless he was a giant demon or an energy life form, it was impossible for him to survive. Damn it! Lightning flashed in Sulin's eyes, and in the next second, dazzling lightning exploded from his body. Lightning flashed, and Sulin appeared before Cursed in an instant, swinging the Tempest halberd in his hand. Boom! With a loud sound, the frost giant chief, who was about to go on a killing spree, felt an astonishing force coming from the battle axe in his hand, and his body retreated a few steps uncontrollably. Chapter 357. Sulin took 2 steps back to dissipate the force before pouncing forward again. At this moment, the frost giant chief raised his axe slightly, his body twisting slightly. The muscles on his arms bulged as if he was about to exert force. Sulin quickly shouted, "Dodge!" Whoosh! The axe cut through the air, bringing with it a sharp gust of wind. The huge two-handed axe swept in a circle, and everything within 5 meters was under his attack. A barbarian warrior nearby heard the warning and rolled to the side to avoid the attack. The sharp gust of wind slashed across his face, and a trace of blood quietly slid down. Sulin dodged the attack with an iron bridge, and the storm war halberd in his hand stabbed out like a viper. Lightning flashed, and the barbarians all retreated. No one dared to approach the area where the two were fighting. The lesson from before made them understand that they didn't have much confidence in receiving an attack from the Frost Giant Chief. Just as Sulin and the Frost Giant Chief were fighting, the remaining Frost Giants and Ogres rushed over. Chain of fireballs, bursting flames, slow, flame burst. Hathaway, Alex, and the others made their moves. Fire spells were the best way to deal with them. These Frost Giants, who had just been baptized by arrows and javelins, suffered heavy losses, were hit by spells one after another. Flames exploded, and cries rang out continuously. As Frost Giants with negative fire resistance, fire spells made them wish they were dead. With the addition of slow and other spells to control the field, these Frost Giants couldn't gain the slightest advantage even though they were a level higher than the barbarians. Moreover, the barbarians outnumbered them by several times. Under the siege, these Frost Giants were forced to retreat again and again. The elven magic archers and centaur archers constantly harassed them with arrows. It was only a matter of time before these Frost Giants were killed. The ogres that had been following the Frost Giants couldn't resist at all, as Grade 2 creatures. They were beheaded by the barbarians in a few exchanges. The Winter Wolves saw that the situation wasn't good and immediately ran away after a few of them were killed. The battle between Su Lin and the Frost Giant Chief was getting more and more intense. It was the first time that Su Lin had fought with a giant like this. Only then did he realize that in a melee fight with such a large creature, the advantage of having a large body was just too great. Su Lin was clearly much stronger than the Frost Giant Chieftain, but in the face of the Frost Giant Chieftain's attacks, he couldn't gain any advantage. In comparison, his weight was too light. Sullen's current weight was only 200 gene, but the Frost Giant Chieftain's casual attack had the power of several thousand gene, enough to send him flying. As a result, although his strength was higher, his body involuntarily retreated. Once again, Sullen's body was pushed back by the recoil. He realized that this kind of head-on fight was not going to work. Compared to his own weight, the Frost Giant, which was more than 5 tons, had too much of an advantage. After thinking it through, Su Lin immediately gave up on fighting the Frost Giant head-on and began to rely on his own agility to attack. After changing his fighting style, the battle situation changed significantly. Su Lin turned his body and agilely dodged the Frost Giant's heavy blow. Then, he circled to the Frost Giant's back and stabbed with force. Ah! A dull roar sounded, and the sound contained great pain. The Frost Giant Chieftain's tall body involuntarily twisted. Then, he exerted force under his feet and his body quickly rotated. Great cleave! The biting cold wind whistled past. Su Lin rolled and dodged directly under the Frost Giant's feet. The Storm War halberd left a bloody mark on his thigh. A wound of about 20 centimeters appeared, and blood gushed out. Su Lin licked the blood that splashed on his lips, then spat lightly and rushed forward again. The Frost Giant Chieftain's huge body made it very difficult for him to turn around. Although his huge body had many advantages, it also provided a lot of attacking positions, which also made it easier for Su Lin to dodge his attacks. Swish! 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 Several flashes of lightning appeared in succession. Su Lin stabbed the Frost Giant's body one after another. Blood splashed, and in a short time, the Frost Giant was covered in wounds. However, this kind of injury was not fatal to the Frost Giant. It was very difficult to kill the Frost Giant with this kind of bleeding. Lightning Spear. Endless lightning gathered on the Storm War halberd. The 3-meter-long Storm War halberd fiercely pierced the Frost Giant's shoulder with a powerful force. Blood splattered, and the white bones inside seemed to be visible. Roar! The Frost Giant Chieftain roared in pain. He felt endless anger towards Sullen's monkey-like attacks. The attack just now made him feel even more pain. He knew that if this continued, it would become more and more disadvantageous for him. The Frost Giant Chieftain didn't care and used his arms to sweep around. Whirlwind Slash. After seeing the Frost Giant's movements, Su Lin dodged the moment the Whirlwind Slash was launched. Cleaving Slash. A black light flashed, and the sharp blade flashed instantly. Sullen's body quickly rolled to avoid the attack, but he was still swept a little. After the Frost Giant Chieftain forced Su Lin away, he immediately waved his giant axe and chopped down. However, to the Frost Giant Chieftain's disappointment, his attack didn't cause too much damage. Before the Frost Giant Chieftain's attack fell on Su Lin, the ring on his hand suddenly flashed, and an energy barrier instantly appeared in front of him. The Frost Giant Chieftain's attack fell directly on the energy barrier. The energy barrier flickered a few times and finally blocked the attack. However, the energy barrier flickered a few times and then dimmed. The continuous fierce attacks made the wound on the Frost Giant Chieftain's shoulder even bigger, and blood instantly gushed out. This also made the Frost Giant Chieftain show an obvious flaw. The severe pain from his shoulder made the Frost Giant's movements stiff. Sullen's eyes flashed with lightning. In the next second, his body quickly rushed forward. The Storm War halberd in his hand flashed with endless lightning power and directly pierced the Frost Giant's eyes. The frost giant's continuous attacks caused a wound on his shoulder to tear, and his body had a short period of stiffness. Although the time was very short, Su Lin still seized this opportunity. 1 second, no, it should be half a second. Half a second was just the blink of an eye. But for Su Lin, it was enough. Boom! Su Luan's figure was like a phantom. He appeared in front of the frost giant in an instant. He leaped high, and the storm halberd instantly pierced the eyes of the frost giant chief. The sharp edge of the halberd could easily pierce through the defense of the plate armor. The frost giant's eyes naturally could not withstand it. The powerful force abruptly pierced through the frost giant's eyes, and more than 30 centimeters of the halberd completely sank into it. The eyes were originally very fragile, and being pierced by the storm war halberd was even more painful. Sullen's choice of angle was also very tricky. The 30-centimeter blade pierced through the frost giant chieftain's eye and pierced the frost giant chieftain's brain. Powerful lightning power instantly erupted from the storm war halberd. How fragile was the brain? Even a legendary frost giant would die if its brain was damaged. The severe pain made the frost giant abnormally crazy. After Su Lin stabbed it, there was a flash of light. In the next second, his figure appeared in the open space 10 meters away. He didn't expect to directly kill the frost giant chieftain. As a legendary creature, the frost giant's vitality was very strong. Even if it was fatally wounded, it wouldn't die in a short time. Su Lin didn't want to face the frost giant chieftain's sudden counterattack. Ah! A shrill scream sounded. The frost giant chieftain's giant axe swept horizontally, wanting to attack Su Lin. However, Su Lin's figure disappeared instantly. The attack missed, and other than making the frost giant more painful, it had no effect. The frost giant chieftain's fighting power could be said to be the strongest that Su Lin had encountered so far. If compared to the orc chieftain, it wouldn't take long for the orc chieftain to be smashed by the frost giant. Now that the frost giant chieftain had entered the final stage of madness, it became even more dangerous. The surrounding barbarian warriors all avoided it. Even Su Lin didn't want to fight it head-on. After a full minute of madness, the frost giant chieftain's life finally ran out, and its huge body fell to the ground. Su Lin also breathed a sigh of relief, then rubbed his sore body. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have successfully killed the frost giant chieftain. You have received 63,200 experience points. You have received 3 platinum treasure chests. You have received 1 legendary skill point. You have received 3 cold crystal stones. Congratulations to the host. Under your leadership, you and your army have successfully defeated the frost giant tribe. You have received 33,000 experience points. You have received 2 sapphires. Ding! Host has killed the frost giant chieftain and defeated the frost giant tribe. Your name is spread far and wide across the wastelands and the continent. Even the far north icy plains have heard of you. Your prestige, plus 35. Ding! You have killed the frost giant chieftain and annihilated a frost giant tribe. Your relationship with the frost giants has decreased to hostile. You have received the title Frost Giant Slaughterer. Frost Giant Slaughterer. With this title, your enemies will be intimidated. There is a certain chance that they will hesitate and retreat. There is a small chance that the enemy will surrender. When facing the frost giant's aggro will be triggered. This title can be hidden. Hearing the prompt in his ears, Su Lin relaxed. He arranged for people to help the wounded, let Hathaway lead people to clean up the battlefield, and let people bring the captives from the camp. After arranging the work, Su Lin began to check the harvest. Opening the storage space, 3 boxes with a faint golden light appeared in front of him. Su Lin took a deep breath and then chose to open them. A burst of beautiful sound and light effects appeared, and the system prompt sounded in his ears. Congratulations to the host. You have opened the platinum treasure chest. You have received 5 skill points. Congratulations to the host. You have opened the platinum treasure chest. You have received the book, The Principle and Application of Magic Tattoo. Congratulations to the host. You have opened the platinum treasure chest. You have received the book, The Development and Advancement of Magic Tattoo. Chapter 358, Mageweth Tattoo Technique. After hearing the system prompt, Sulin picked up the two books in surprise and flipped through them briefly. One of the two books was the Basics of Mageweth Tattoo, and the other was Advanced Knowledge. The Mageweth Tattoo Technique was first born in the early days of the Arcane Empire. It was invented by a red-robed sorcerers club, which was a very powerful evil sorcerers organization. How powerful were they? In the entire material plane, more than a quarter of the sorcerers were members of the Red-Robe Sorcerers Club. But this powerful sorcerers organization only existed for more than 600 years before it perished. It was said that the organization was destroyed in a civil strife. The development of the Mageweth Tattoo Technique was still thanks to the Red-Robe Sorcerers Club. This sorcerers organization was famous for its love of human experiments. After a long period of human experiments, the Mageweth Tattoo Technique was gradually perfected under their continuous experiments. They used the Mageweth Tattoo to engrave spells and permanently enchant the body. This method was very effective. Of course, it also had a drawback. All the hair in the Mageweth area had to be shaved off, and the human body skin area was limited. Therefore, many red-robe sorcerers usually shaved off all the hair on their body in pursuit of engraving more spells. Note, the hair on the lower body should also be shaved off. It was also for this reason that the red-robe sorcerers, regardless of gender, were basically bald. Once the gathering was held, the whole hall would be filled with shiny bald heads. In addition to this drawback, the Mageweth tattoo had another drawback, which was that the tattoo was on the body and could be seen at a glance. This also caused a variety of tattoos to appear on the bald heads of the red-robe sorcerers. Some people could even identify people by the tattoos. After the destruction of the Red-Robe Sorcerers Club, the Mageweth Tattoo Technique had also spread to other sorcerers' organizations. During the period of the Arcane Empire, some powerful arcanists had improved the Mageweth Tattoo Technique. This technique was called Alchemy Engraving Technique. This alchemy engraving technique could engrave more spells. Of course, this technique required a higher production process. Moreover, the alchemy engraving technique was not only suitable for magi. This spell could also be engraved on the bodies of ordinary people. In the past, among the followers of the arcanists, there were often professions like rune swordsmen or rune warriors. This was an alternative profession that practiced both magic and martial arts. In the beginning, it was no different from an ordinary warrior. It was also a matter of tempering the body. When he successfully advanced to a grade 1 profession, he needed to choose the direction of his advancement. After determining the direction of his advancement, he needed to kill a corresponding monster and use the blood of the monster to let a professional magician tattoo the surface of his body. This method could strengthen a warrior's physical fitness, and at the same time, they could master 1 or 2 spells, and their combat power would far surpass those of the same level. Of course, this class was not without its flaws. Due to the limited amount of skin on the body, as well as the problems of the surge of magic power, they could only engrave a few types of mageweths that matched the initial mageweths to minimize the magic power rejection reaction. Otherwise, when a magic power rejection reaction was too strong in the later stages, they would no longer be able to engrave mageweths on their bodies, and there would be no way for them to advance. Moreover, each advancement required the blood of a different monster, and each type of monster's blood was more powerful than the previous one. At the same time, engraving mageweths also required a lot of resources. Due to many reasons, these mageweths warriors, who had once been glorious, gradually declined. Of course, later on, there were also people who felt that it was a pity to give up on the rune warriors. They started to research this technique again and had some results. They abandoned the main method of adding layers of enhancement and only engraved the strongest type, treating it as a form of support. During the period of the Arcane Empire, the alchemy engraving technique was already very perfect. At the very least, there was no need for the Red Robe Sorcerers Association to shave their hair and run around with a big bald head. However, the alchemy engraving technique had also disappeared with the fall of the Arcane Empire. On the contrary, there were still some Mageweth tattoo techniques that were passed down among the tribes in the wilderness. For example, the coming-of-age ceremony of some tribes required one to hunt down a type of ferocious beast or magical beast, and then the shaman priest would use the blood of this ferocious beast or magical beast to tattoo the person. This type of tattoo was usually very rough, and after the tattoo was completed, the person would also obtain the corresponding power. Only then would the person be considered to have completed the coming-of-age ceremony. The two books that Sulen had obtained recorded a large amount of knowledge about Mageweth engraving and advanced alchemy engraving. Although there were only 2 books, there was a lot of content recorded in them. Sulen did not have the time to look through them carefully. After hurriedly flipping through them, he put the 2 books back. What was more important now was to collect the spoils of war. As pure-blooded giants, the bodies of the frost giants still had some value. The most important parts were their hearts and blood. As for the other parts, the necromancers preferred them more. If this kind of giant body fell into the hands of the necromancers, it could easily be transformed into a powerful undead monster. Sulen, Hathaway, and Alex collected the hearts and blood of the 30 frost giants. At the same time, the body of the frost giant chief was also preserved. It was a very good experimental material. At the same time, a few of the remaining frost giant bodies were also selected. The rest of the worthless ones were burned and buried. The heart of the frost giant was very large. Sulen preserved it in a special crystal container. This crystal container could keep the heart alive. A part of the flesh and blood was also left. The remaining parts were the more precious parts. It was a little difficult to preserve the blood because it was easy to coagulate, and there was too much blood. Hathaway used a special water tank to store the blood. At the same time, she cast a spell on the blood to prevent it from deteriorating and coagulating. Looking at the remaining frost giant corpses that had been burned to ashes, Sulen felt that it was a pity. If there were necromancers around, these corpses could all be used. Now, he could only watch them burn to ashes. Apart from these materials, the equipment of the frost giants and the equipment of the ogres were also collected. Even the camp was turned upside down. In the end, all the resources and captives were brought back to Northern Citadel. The captives were assigned to various construction sites to work. At the same time, they were told the rules and regulations of the northern city. After working for a few years in the city, they would regain their freedom and become free citizens of the city. The weapons of the frost giants were sent to the blacksmith to be melted down and reforged. The giant axe used by the frost giant chief cursed was left behind. This weapon was not simply made of steel, but was also mixed with many rare metals. It was considered a magical weapon and required the help of a magus to smelt it again. The other materials used by the frost giants were also sorted out and stored. After making all these arrangements, Sulen once again led the caravan to the kingdom of Florence. Of course, this time, he brought along Chris and Karina. The matters of the northern city were temporarily left to Hathaway, with Karina and Grace assisting her. Crete was left to Alex to manage. Even Phyllis Sulen had arranged some work for her. After all, the orthodox education of the royal family was not just for show. Swordsmanship, literature, etiquette, and many other subjects were compulsory for a princess. Moreover, Phyllis's studies were not bad. Sulen let her handle the affairs of the Lord's mansion. This time, Sulen planned to go to the kingdom of Florence to recruit some wandering wizards. At the same time, he was also preparing to sell some items. For example, the bottle of life potion that could cause bloodline abnormalities, and the bottle of water demon's blood that could be used to become a bloodline warlock. As for the bottles of life potion that did not have any side effects, they had already been used by Phyllis. After all, whether it was Chris, Hathaway, Alex, or his 2 personal maids, none of them were ordinary humans. They had long lives and did not need these potions for the time being. However, Phyllis was different. She was only an ordinary human. In fact, Sulen was prepared to let Phyllis use the bottle of water demon's blood to turn her into a warlock. However, after thinking about the limited potential of the water demon's blood He gave up on this idea. As his woman, she had to be at least a dragon disciple. The water demon's blood's grade was too low. The caravan set off once again. Sulen brought Chris to the cult city. Other than sugar, rum, and spices, the caravan also brought along large amounts of furs and paper. These goods were very popular on the continent. The spices of the northern city were now very famous in the northern countries. Cumin, pepper, chili, and other spices, some of which were even produced by magical plants, were very popular in the north. Although the variety and quantity of spices could not be compared to the spices of the south, after being carefully mixed by Su Lin and the halfling Frodo, they tasted very good. At the same time, paper was now a hot commodity in the northern city. The paper sold in the northern city was divided into two types. One was used for writing, and the other was toilet paper. Although the paper used for writing had attracted some attention, it was far less sensational than the toilet paper. Currently, the toilet paper produced in the northern city was crazily sought after by the nobles. In the words of the nobles, they could no longer bear to share knots or linen with others. This kind of soft, convenient, and fragrant toilet paper was the best gift. In fact, the quality of the toilet paper was not very good. It could not be compared to the paper used for writing, but it was unexpectedly popular. The caravan was still very boring. Sulen had no choice but to carry Chris in the carriage and flip through the Mageweth tattoo book that he had just obtained. After gaining the talent of erudite, Sulen's learning speed had increased a lot. It was not difficult for him to learn advanced knowledge like the Mageweth tattoo. He felt that he would soon be able to learn the Mageweth tattoo technique. After learning the Mageweth tattoo technique, Sulen discovered that it was accompanied by the art of tattooing. After learning the Mageweth tattoo technique, one had to master the art of tattooing to be able to perform it correctly. This required Sulen to find time to learn the art of tattooing. Oh yes, this technique also required a prerequisite. The control of the wizard's hand spell had to be precise. Sulen fulfilled this requirement. He was very familiar with the wizard's hand spell. Chris, Hathaway, and the others had a deep understanding of this. Chapter 359. Su Luan planned to use the skill points to level up his rune tattoo after learning the rune tattoo technique. This time, he had not used the 5 skill points he had obtained from the platinum treasure chest. He had not even used the legendary skill points he had obtained from killing the frost giant chieftain. Su Lin wanted to master the rune tattoo technique as soon as possible. He planned to at least level up the rune tattoo technique to the advanced level. The road from Northtown City to the Kingdom of Florence was quite smooth. The caravan arrived at Calent City after a week. Along the way, no robbers dared to make a move, which disappointed Sulen. Coming to Calent City again, Sulen's mood changed drastically. When he first came to the north, he was envious of the city. Although Northtown City's population couldn't be compared to Calent City, it had reached or surpassed Calent City in other aspects. Compared to the terrible sanitation of Calent City, Northtown City was like heaven. Fortunately, it didn't rain in Calent City, so the roads weren't muddy. The arrival of the caravan from Northtown City attracted the attention of many people in Calent City. After all, Northtown City's goods were popular. As soon as they arrived at Northtown City's warehouse in Calent City, many people who were hungry for profits tried to build a relationship with Northtown City. Unknowingly, Northtown City's existence made the surrounding nobles take the initiative to befriend them. Of course, Sulen was part of it. If it weren't for Sulen, these nobles would have torn off their disguises and started robbing Northtown City of all kinds of things and techniques. Sulen couldn't be bothered with these small fries. He left them all to Xian, the manager of the caravan. Sir Lord, Xian respectfully handed a document to Sulen and said, "This is the list you asked for." This was the list of Calent's nobles that Su Luan had Xian collect. It contained their titles, fiefs, strength, and other basic information. There were also some simple interpersonal relationships. Although this list was simple, it wasn't easy to collect. It could be seen that Xian had put a lot of effort into it. The most powerful family in Calent City was the House of Savoy. Calent City was the fief of the House of Savoy, which was rich in mineral resources. The land around the city was quite fertile, and the transportation was well developed. The House of Savoy also possessed great power. Through the connections on the list, Sulin quickly discovered Marquis Savoy's methods. He had promoted a large number of lesser nobles, and many of these lesser nobles were his knights. These small nobles had no foundation, and their fiefs were only 1 or 2 manors and castles. Thus, they could only rely on the House of Savoy. At the same time, the Marquis of Savoy used various methods to deal with the powerful nobles, such as division, marriage, isolation, and so on. The entire Calent City was completely under the Marquis of Savoy's control. Sir, after Marquis Savoy heard that you've come to Calent City, he'd like to invite you to a banquet. Xian respectfully handed over an invitation card. I got it. Sulin nodded and received the invitation card. Sulin had great admiration for this Marquis of Savoy. This Marquis had relied on the northern lands, which was not considered prosperous, to become one of the strongest competitors of the Henry clan in the Kingdom of Florence. This Marquis was quite powerful, having the abilities of a level 4 conferred knight. Moreover, he had many descendants. He had 9 sons and many daughters. This Marquis had made use of his marriage connections to rope in many of the powerful nobles in the Kingdom of Florence. He was very influential in the Kingdom of Florence. He had 7 daughters who were married to nobles of various sizes in the northern lands, and 4 daughters who were married to nobles in the southern lands. Even his granddaughters were being used as marriage connections, looking for nobles who were qualified to be roped in. This Marquis had spent several decades to weave a huge network of connections. This allowed the House of Savoy's influence to rise rapidly. Amongst the 4 marquises, he was ranked last. Right now, even the Henry clan, which was part of the royal family, could not do anything to him. Right now, the House of Savoy was continuously accumulating power. If the Henry clan, which was part of the royal family, were to weaken, the House of Savoy could very well become the new royal family of the Kingdom of Florence. Night fell. A luxurious carriage headed towards the manor of the Marquis of Savoy. The driver of the carriage was a sturdy young man. There were no family emblems on the carriage, but no one dared to look down on it. All the nobles in the city knew that this was the carriage of the owner of the caravan in the northern town. Sulin was wearing a gorgeous hunting outfit as he sat in the carriage. Beside him, Chris was also wearing a beautiful court lady's outfit. At this moment, Sulin was looking at the little succubus, who was wearing a serious outfit, with great interest. One had to know that succubi exuded a kind of seductive charm from their very bones, making people unable to resist. Now that she had changed into a conservative court lady's outfit, her movements were dignified, but there was a different kind of flirtatious expression between her eyebrows. Sulin's heart was on fire. All right, master, don't touch me anymore. We still have to attend the banquet tonight. The little succubus said with a charming smile. Sulin had no choice but to tidy up his clothes a little gloomily. My lord, we're here. A guard's low voice came from outside the carriage. At the same time, a few guards at the side hurriedly came forward and asked, Is Lord Sulin here? It's the lord of the northern town, Lord Sulin. The guard glanced at them and said plainly. A middle-aged man who looked like a manager immediately said with a smile, Welcome, Lord Sulin. I'll inform the Marquis right away. Soon, a sturdy man in his 50s wearing a luxurious noble's robe led a group of people over to welcome Sulin. He had a smile on his face and immediately greeted him warmly when he saw him. Welcome, Lord of the Northern Town, Lord Sulin. Sulin sized up the Marquis of Savoy in front of him. Although he was already in his 50s, the Marquis' body was still strong. His face looked more like a middle-aged man in his 40s. Before a warrior entered the legendary rank, their lifespan would not be extended. After the peak of their physical strength passed, their strength would gradually decline. However, this Marquis of Savoy's strength did not seem to have declined. This was normal. With the strength and foundation of the Savoy family, it was normal for them to have some methods to extend their lifespan or maintain their combat strength. The Poland manor occupied a large area. There was even a small river flowing through the manor. The entire manor looked very beautiful. Sulin realized that this manor was simply a miniature version of a city. Sulin greeted the Marquis of Savoy warmly and followed him into the manor. Sulin communicated with the Marquis of Savoy while observing the others. He quickly discovered that there were 4 third-order commanders and 2 spellcasters among them. Sulin couldn't tell if the 2 spellcasters were wizards or sorcerers. The oldest among the commanders was no more than 30 years old. They looked similar to the Marquis of Savoy and should be his son or descendant. After noticing Sulin's gaze, they all smiled and nodded at him. "Welcome, Lord Sulin, to my manor. Thank you for your help in the war against the orcs," the Marquis of Savoy said with a smile. "This is what I should do. Resisting the orcs' invasion is the duty of us humans," Sulin said righteously. Of course, the nobles here knew that he was just saying it. However, this did not affect their praise. Sulin smiled at the hypocritical nobles. As for acting with them, Sulin was too lazy to do so. "Let me introduce you. This is my son, Vader. This is Count Charles, my closest comrade. This is Viscount Rogier. He is an excellent commander." Sulin greeted the nobles briefly and then walked into the banquet hall. The banquet was very sumptuous. The entire banquet hall was about 500 square meters. It was decorated with beautiful crystal lights that shone brightly. Dozens of maids stood on both sides of the table. The exquisite silver tableware shone brightly. There were roast geese, roast lamb, steak, lamb chops, fruit salad, desserts, and drinks on the table. The air was filled with an enticing aroma. I specially invited a halfling chef to make this. He used spices from the northern city. I believe it will be to your taste, the Marquis of Savoy said with a smile. "Thank you very much, Your Excellency." Sulin nodded with satisfaction. Everyone began to enjoy the food. However, other than Sulin, who was eating happily, the other nobles were not in the mood to taste the food. They kept secretly observing Sulin. Sulin's expression was calm, as if he did not care at all. When Sulin was finally full, the impatient Marquis of Savoy could not wait to invite Sulin to his study. It was obvious that they were going to talk business. Sulin patted Chris's hand and took her to the Marquis's study. "Sir Sulin, it is a pleasure to meet you." The study was brightly lit with magic lamps. The Marquis of Savoy sat on a soft and comfortable chair with his son beside him. Although there was no one else in sight, Sulin could clearly sense that there were dozens of elite guards around the room. Sulin smiled and sat across from the Marquis of Savoy. He then smiled and said, "It is a pleasure to meet you too. Sir Sulin, I would like to have a deeper cooperation with you in your northern city. You should know that both of us are in the north. We can have a better cooperation," the Marquis of Savoy said with a smile. "Business cooperation is not a problem. Our northern city welcomes more partners," Sulin said. Sulin naturally knew what the Marquis of Savoy's intentions. However, he did not intend to have a deeper cooperation with him. After all, both of them were in the north. Apart from interests, they were also competitors. Moreover, he had already promised the Henry royal family. He would not go back on his word so easily. This time, he was here for something else. Chapter 360. Sulin wasn't surprised that the Marquis of Savoy was trying to rope him in. After all, the Marquis' actions over the years had made it clear that he wanted to become the new royal family. During the last orc invasion, the king's faction lost a legendary knight, which gave him hope. However, he didn't expect the Henry royal family to react so quickly. They immediately found another legendary figure and gained his support. This greatly disappointed the Marquis of Savoy. Since the northern border also suffered heavy losses in the war, he could only slowly accumulate his strength. However, Sulin's visit to Kellent City made the Marquis of Savoy think about it again, but Sulin rejected him. Sulin was still a man of integrity. Of course, to be more precise, he had to pay more. Sulin still hoped that the internal environment of the Kingdom of Florence could be balanced. More than half of the trade routes in the northern city had to pass through the Kingdom of Florence. He didn't want the development of the northern city to be affected by the war. At the very least, he had to wait until the northern city had completely digested the previous population. Sir Sulan, did you come to Calent City just for some business matters? The Marquis of Savoy was a little disappointed. Sulan shrugged and said, of course, other than business matters, I also want to recruit some people. After all, the northern city's foundation is too shallow. I need some people to help me manage my territory. That's easy. I can recommend some people. They are more than willing to serve you, the Marquis of Savoy said with a smile. Thank you. Sulan nodded and said, Sir Marquis, you are the owner of this place. I have another request that I need your help with. What request? The Marquis of Savoy put down the black tea in his hand and moved his body. Sulan took out a crystal bottle from his storage space and put on the table. I have some special things that I want to sell. I need some powerful buyers. Of course, these people are best if they are wizards. Of course, nobles can also participate. What is this? The Marquis of Savoy looked at the crystal bottle on the table in confusion. The crystal bottle was very beautifully polished. There was some red, translucent liquid inside. The liquid was constantly sparkling. One could tell at a glance that it was worth a lot. Sulan lowered his head and took a sip of tea. He didn't answer the Marquis question. The Marquis of Savoy instantly understood. He waved his hand at Vader and said, Go invite Master Clyde here. Soon, a middle-aged man dressed like a wizard came in. Master Clyde, I have something here. The Marquis of Savoy winked Clyde. As soon as Wizard Clyde arrived, he immediately looked towards Su Luan and Chrissy. As a high-grade wizard, he quickly noticed something different about Chrissy. After all, it was very easy for a high-grade wizard to distinguish the lower plane aura of a succubus. A magic, Savoy, tease. Su Luan smiled faintly and made a gesture of invitation. Clyde didn't hesitate. He reached out and picked up the potion on the table. First, he checked the appearance of the liquid. After getting Sullen's permission, he carefully opened the bottle and took a sniff. Clyde furrowed his brows and snapped his fingers. A ray of light flashed across the crystal bottle. A look of surprise flashed across Clyde's eyes. He slowly put down the crystal bottle and said, Marquis, this is a bottle of life potion. It can increase one's lifespan by 10 years and has a chance to regenerate. It can be used by anyone. Hiss, the Marquis and the others sucked in a cold breath. 10 years of lifespan. To a wizard, 10 years of lifespan wasn't a lot. There were many ways to do it, but only wizards could do it. Normal people wouldn't be able to do it. For example, a professional lich could only become a ghost. Even a wizard couldn't succeed every time. The Marquis of Savoy's eyes flashed a few times. He looked at the potion with eyes full of passion. To others, this potion could only increase their lifespan by 10 years. To him, however, it could be an opportunity for him to reach a higher level. The Marquis of Savoy was already 54 years old. Although there were many secret techniques that made him look young and his power didn't decrease, he could feel that his power was declining. After reaching 40 years of age, physical professions would have their stamina decline. If he couldn't reach the legendary realm within this period of time, he wouldn't have a chance anymore. The Marquis of Savoy had already given up, but the appearance of this potion gave him another chance. With this potion, he would have a chance to reach the legendary realm. Once he reached the legendary realm, not only would the House of Savoy rise to power and become a royal family, but his lifespan would also increase to 200 years. It was a temptation he couldn't resist. Of course, this potion has some side effects. What side effects? The Marquis of Savoy asked nervously. Wizard Klein didn't mind being interrupted. He adjusted his glasses and continued. The side effect of this potion is that it has a chance of causing flesh and blood distortion. Flesh and blood distortion? What is that? The Marquis of Savoy asked. Flesh and blood distortion is a type of radiation pollution. It will distort a normal person's mind and turn them into a flesh and blood monster. After hearing Claire's explanation, the Marquis of Savoy looked at the crystal bottle on the table. Lord Marquis, You don't have to worry. The chance of this side effect is very low. It's about 3%. Phew. After hearing that there was a 3% chance, the Marquis of Savoy calmed down. 3% was already a very low chance. As long as one was not too unlucky and was cursed by the goddess of misfortune, one would not encounter such a situation. Lord Sulen, what price do I have to pay for this potion? The Marquis of Savoy took a deep breath and asked with a serious face. Sulen smiled. Of course I can sell you this potion, but you have to do what I asked first. The Marquis of Savoy nodded. Understood. I will inform them to come here in 2 days. Sulen and Chris stayed in the study for a while before leaving. The Marquis of Savoy had prepared a room for Sulen. After entering, Sulen realized that this room was even more luxurious than his bedroom in Northern Town City. The magic lamp in the room was a little dim, and the air was filled with a sweet scent of incense. The room was as warm as spring, and there were 2 pretty maids standing in the room. The 2 maids looked to be about 16 years old. Their skin was fair, and their figures were curvy. They wore skimpy clothes, and their beautiful faces were flushed. When they saw Sulen enter, they immediately bowed. From Sulen's angle, he could clearly see the whiteness of their skin under their collars. Their plump breasts were trembling slightly, and their fair necks were slightly red. It was obvious that the Marquis of Savoy had specially prepared them. However, Sulen did not accept them. Although they were not bad-looking, they were far inferior to Chris. His appetite had long been spoiled, and he was not interested in ordinary goods. He waved his hand and let the 2 maids leave. Then Sulen, who had endured for the entire night, threw Chris onto the bed and pounced on her eagerly. This little fairy had been seducing him the entire night. The little succubus panicked instantly, like a helpless young girl. In the study, just after Sulen left, the Marquis of Savoy said, Master Clade, how strong is that Lord Sulen? Very strong, Klein said seriously. You all noticed the beautiful woman beside him, right? I saw her. She's indeed very beautiful. Even I can't help but be tempted, Savoy said. Clade said calmly, if I'm not wrong, she should be a high-level succubus. What? That potion can only be made by a high-level alchemist, Clade added. The potion he took out, and the succubus. It seems that this lord is not simple. He has many secrets, Savoy said slowly. No wonder he dared to build a kingdom in the northern wilderness. The Savoy family was powerful. Their greatest reliance was their uncle in the Church of the Dawn Lord, a legendary level priest. However, as a member of the church, most of the time, he could not interfere with the affairs of the nobles. Therefore, although their family had a legendary level priest, he was only responsible for protection. Vader, tell the people below to be respectful to this lord. Vader nodded and said, Yes, Father. Also control your eyes. Don't stare at that succubus anymore. I'm sorry, Father. I've disappointed you. My disappointment is a small matter. If you anger that lord, you can go back to the countryside to manage the farm. Savoy said expressionlessly. Vader's body trembled slightly. He immediately said loudly, Father, there won't be a next time. Get someone to bring Sandy here. The Marquis nodded slightly. Father, you want it? Henry has a daughter. Do you think I don't? In comparison, our family is better at these things. Even if there's only a slight chance, it's worth a try. Soon, a beautiful girl came into the study. She gracefully bowed to the Marquis and asked, Father, is there anything you need from me? The Marquis of Savoy looked at his most beautiful daughter and said, A very distinguished guest came to our house today. Tomorrow, you will be in charge of receiving him. Remember not to reject his requests. Remember to wear your most beautiful dress. The girl was stunned. A trace of sadness flashed in her beautiful eyes. Then, she stood up as if nothing had happened. I know. I'll go back and prepare. She naturally knew what the Marquis meant. She was very clear about her family's tradition. Although the Marquis was very good to her, he would not change his mind because of this. Chapter 361. It was a quiet night. Sulen had a good rest last night, but the little succubus was a little miserable. She was taught a lesson by him with the plasma cannon. After opening the door and going out, Sulen's mood was even better. He was greeted by a noble girl wearing an exquisite low-cut lace dress. Her tall figure and gorgeous appearance were pleasing to the eye. She was not inferior to Phyllis at all, only slightly inferior to the little succubus. Sir Sulen, I am the daughter of the Marquis, Xianxia. I will be the one to receive you today, the noble girl said as she curtsied. After seeing this girl, and thinking about the tradition of the Savoy family, Sulen instantly thought of the Marquis of Savoy's plan. However, he did not reject it. As for what they thought, it would depend on the situation. A honey trap. As long as the beauty stayed, it would be fine. Xianxia was a very beautiful noble girl. Due to the fact that Northlanders had some barbarian blood in their veins, they were a little taller. She was 1.8 meters tall, had fair skin, and her legs were long and slender. Because she was wearing a slim-fit dress, her tall breasts and slender waist outlined a beautiful curve. It was a good choice to talk to her and relax. Under Xianxia's lead, Sulen had a simple breakfast. At the same time, he asked someone to prepare a meal and sent it to his room. After breakfast, Xianxia began to show Sulen around the manor. There were people leaving the Marquis of Savoy's study. It seemed to be very busy. Sulen did not care about these things. He followed Xianxia around to relax. He had been learning the magic tattoo technique for the past few days. So far, he had only made some progress. Fortunately, he still had a lot of skill points that he could use. He could learn this skill quickly. Time passed quickly. When Sulen met the Marquis of Savoy again, he was full of smiles. In the living room, there were more than a dozen spellcasters and 5 to 6 nobles. Sir Sulen, these are the most powerful nobles in the northern provinces, as well as the sorcerers you invited. Sulen nodded and took out the bottle of life potion and aquatic bloodline. I'm going to sell 2 bottles of life potion and legendary aquatic bloodline. Hearing Sulen's words, the surrounding nobles and adepts couldn't help but gasp. Is this true? Heavens! Legendary water, demon bloodline. Life potion. Sulen didn't care about these people's reactions and continued. The effect of the life potion is to increase one's lifespan by 10 years and restore one's youth. At the same time, there's a chance of obtaining the talent of regeneration. When they heard the words 10 years of lifespan and regaining youth, the nobles around them started to breathe rapidly. The wizards did not react at all. Legendary water demon bloodline. This bottle of elixir is the essence obtained after killing a legendary water demon and condensing its heart and blood. It contains the purest power of the legendary water demon bloodline. As long as the bloodline is successfully implanted, it can turn an ordinary person into a warlock. Because this bloodline potion came from a legendary creature, its theoretical limit is also legendary. As long as this potion is used well, it can create a warlock family with a legendary bloodline. The people who were shocked by the bottle of life potion were instantly attracted by the bloodline potion. Their eyes were full of passion as they looked at the potion. A warlock family with a legendary bloodline was something they couldn't help but pay attention to. Everyone's breathing became rapid. The wizards were also very interested in the water demon bloodline. After all, there are very few wizards who could enter the legendary rank, and these wizards weren't confident of success. With this bloodline, they had a chance to become legendary warlocks. Although they wouldn't be as powerful as legendary wizards, they would still be better than those who couldn't break through. Sulen took in everyone's expressions and was very satisfied with their performance. Next was the auction for the 2 potions. The first to be auctioned was the life potion. Although it couldn't compare to the legendary water demon bloodline, the 10 years increase in lifespan was still coveted by the nobles. The wizards around didn't bid. They had already planned to do their best to get the water demon bloodline. The nobles, on the other hand, bid one after another. In a short while, the price rose to 50,000 kinner. After this price, the bidding slowed down a lot. In the end, the Marquis of Savoy bought the potion for 83,000 kinner. The other nobles hesitated for a moment and looked at the water demon bloodline potion next to them. After weighing the pros and cons in their hearts, they finally gave up. Sulen knew what they were planning. In fact, if they wanted to sell it for a high price, they should sell the water demon bloodline potion first. This way, both potions could be sold for a high price. The reason he didn't do this was because the Marquis of Savoy had already helped him find over 10 scholars. Sulen naturally had to take care of them. Of course, Sulen also planned to prevent the Marquis of Savoy from bidding for the water demon bloodline potion. If the Savoy clan had a high-level warlock, they would become a warlock clan. Their strength would definitely increase tremendously, and the balance would be broken. This was an outcome Sulen didn't want to see. As for the life potion, even if the Marquis of Savoy used it, it wouldn't be easy for him to advance to the legendary level. It wasn't that easy to advance to the legendary level. Advancing to the legendary level was, in fact, tempering one's entire body. At this level, one would already be very different from ordinary people. The legendary level had already broken through the boundary of the extraordinary, and their life force had been raised to a higher level. It was very difficult to advance step by step. Take the Marquis of Savoy, for example. He had become a conferred knight at the age of 33 and reached the peak of conferred knight at the age of 37. However, after over 10 years, he still hadn't broken through to the legendary level. Was it because his aptitude wasn't good enough? No. On the contrary, his aptitude wasn't bad. The reason he hadn't been able to advance to the legendary level was very simple. It was because he hadn't experienced enough battles and hadn't been able to completely stimulate his source of life under that kind of pressure. If he still hadn't tempered his will after using the life potion to face intense battles and pressure, advancing to the legendary level would still be his wishful thinking. However, how many people would be able to let a noble who had been raised to be on the verge of life and death? Next up was the auction for the water demon bloodline potion. Compared to the life potion, the auction this time around was even more explosive, and the price quickly broke through 200,000. In fact, it wasn't difficult to form a warlock family with something like the legendary water demon bloodline potion. However, it wasn't easy to advance to the legendary level. Even if this bottle of blood was left behind by a legendary level water demon, and its upper limit could reach the legendary level, that was only in theory. There were many dragon bloodline warlocks whose bloodline potential was much stronger than this legendary level water demons. However, how many dragon bloodline warlocks had actually managed to advance to the legendary level? Most of the dragon bloodline warlocks were stuck at the advanced and master level. As for this bottle of legendary level water demon's blood, it was at most at this stage. The chances of it advancing to the legendary level were very slim. Very soon, the price was raised to 300,000 kinnur. At this moment, only the 3 warlocks, the Marquis of Savoy, and another noble were still bidding. The price was still rising bit by bit. Just as Sulen felt that this bottle of potion would eventually fall into the hands of these few people, a warlock beside him suddenly said, "Lord Sulen, I'd like to have a talk with you." "A talk?" Sulen raised his eyebrows. "That's right." This middle-aged warlock, who looked like he was in his 40s, said with a calm face, "I have a better offer." Sulen hesitated for a moment, and then said, "All right." After signaling for the auction to stop, Sulen and this warlock went to another room. After entering the room, this warlock waved his hand and set up a soundproof spell. After that, he spoke to Sulen. "Lord Sulen, I am Andre, an intermediate warlock. I'm proficient in runes, potioneering, and alchemy. You call me here just to say this." Sulen said with a smile. Andre shook his head and said, "Of course not. What I want to say is that I'll work for you for 30 years, and you'll give me that bottle of legendary level water demon's blood potion as my reward." Sulen raised his eyebrows, and he kept thinking in his mind, "This way, I can quickly become an advanced warlock. With my ability, I can easily earn you more than 300,000 kinnur after working for you for 30 years, Andre said with confidence. 300,000 kinnur. If you auction it, I can get immediately. but you're paying me in installments, and there's no interest. No matter how I look at it, I'm at a disadvantage. Sulen said with a smile. 300,000 kiner is just the basic income. As an advanced warlock, or even a master warlock in the future, I could do a lot of things, right? Andre said. Sulen shook his head and said, if that's the case, why should I choose you? There are a few warlocks out there who are more advanced than you. Wouldn't it be better to work with them? They're different. Those warlocks basically have families or have joined warlock organizations. Basically, they won't join Warlock City to help you. I'm different. I've already left the warlock organization. I'm now a wandering warlock. Sulen thought for a moment and still shook his head. No. Why? Andre asked anxiously. 30 years is too short, Sulen said. Then how many years do you want? Andre's eyes lit up when he heard Sulen's words. He knew that his offer had moved Sulen. Sulen said, 200 years. Impossible. 200 years? That's too long. 50 years at most. You're just an intermediate warlock. The knowledge you have is limited. If you work for me, you'll definitely learn a lot. You'll make a fortune. No, that's too long. If I don't become a legend, I might not be able to leave Warlock City, even if I die of old age. Warlock City has a good environment. It's very suitable for retirement. Besides, even if you don't become a legend, it's fine. Before you die, I can ask someone to turn you into a lich so you can continue to work for me. You don't have to pay for the resources needed to turn you into a lich. You just have to work for me for another 200 years. You see, I'm very considerate of my employees. Even if you can't pay me back, there's still your descendants. Your warlock family can pay me back for you. Old capitalist Sulen. After a heated argument, both sides finally reached an agreement. Andre would work for Sulen for 80 years without paying anything. After both sides signed the magic contract, Sulen finally smiled with satisfaction. A bottle of potion in exchange for 80 years of work for a high-grade warlock. This was a good deal. Chapter 362. Since Sulen had decided to give the legendary water demon bloodline potion to Andre, the trade fair was over. After learning that Andre had sold himself for 80 years to obtain the water demon bloodline potion, the wizards looked at each other. How was he going to compete if he had sold himself? Although he didn't get the water demon bloodline potion, he was still very excited to get the life potion. On the second day after the trade fair ended, Sulen left Calent City with the dozen or so scholars that Marquis Savoy had brought along with him a caravan that had already purchased all kinds of supplies. At this time, snow had started to fall in the north. Fortunately, it was not too serious. However, this was the last trade fair of the year. In the following days, the road between Northern City and Calent City would be covered in snow. Nothing happened on the way back. Even the bandits would hide when they saw such a large trade fair. Sulen was bored, so he stayed in the carriage and studied the rune tattoo technique. When he was tired from studying, he would do something he liked with the succubus to pass the time. Although this life was boring, it was still tolerable. The only thing that annoyed Sulen was the bumpy carriage. He planned to make a magic carriage when he returned. First, it had to be as smooth as flat ground. It had to be big enough, with a constant temperature throughout the year and good soundproofing. When the time came, he would let the new slave, no, the new spellcaster, Mr. Andre, make it. When he arrived at Northern City, infused with the bloodline potion, he would be an advanced spellcaster. It should not be difficult to make such a carriage. After spending a week, the trade fair returned to Northern City. Sulen stretched his body. During this time, he had made some progress in studying the rune tattoo. He was ready to give it a try. He opened the attribute panel and saw that there was a new skill, Rune Tattoo, Beginner, in his personal attribute column. Rune Tattoo, Beginner. After learning the rune tattoo technique, you have grasped some knowledge about the rune tattoo. You can perform some simple operations. Sulen chose to use the skill points on Rune Tattoo. The host has used skill points on the Magic Tattoo technique. Congratulations, the host. Your Magic Tattoo Basic technique has been upgraded to Magic Tattoo Advanced. You have used 2 skill points. After completing the upgrade, Sulin instantly felt his mind become incomparably clear. Many of the parts in the two magic tattoo books that he found difficult to understand were instantly understood, as if the clouds had cleared and the sun had appeared. At the same time, he seemed to have more ideas about the things that he thought he had already understood. At this moment, Sulin's brain was working quickly, and a large amount of magic tattoo knowledge and techniques were grasped by him. After a while, Sulin let out a sigh of relief and opened his eyes. Next, Sulin was not in a hurry to upgrade the Mageweth tattoo technique again. Judging from the previous experience, he would definitely gain more knowledge this time. However, this state of epiphany required some time to digest and rest. Otherwise, if he continued to upgrade it, it would put more burden on his brain. After he had completely digested the knowledge, Sulin would upgrade it again. In the next few days, Sulin opened a laboratory in the secret realm to experiment with the various knowledge that he had just learned. Of course, before that, he also arranged for Andre to be part of the spellcasting team in the northern town. He and Lorraine became the only two members of the team. Sulin asked Hathaway and Chris to prepare a contract. The content of the contract was what he had discussed with Andre. After both parties agreed, the contract was officially signed. After signing the contract, Sulin gave him the legendary level aquatic demon bloodline potion. Bloodline fusion was not an easy task. Although this bloodline fusion method had been improved by the predecessors many times, there was still a certain chance of failure. Therefore, in order to increase the success rate of bloodline fusion, this magic array was built by the spellcasting team in the northern town. Wizard Tower, Hathaway's laboratory. A complex runic array was being built bit by bit. This runic array was the bloodline fusion array. This was the template array that the wizards had researched for thousands of years. It was suitable for most bloodline fusion. Of course, every time a bloodline was fused, this bloodline array would be adjusted according to the bloodline, raising the fusion rate to the highest level. After some discussion with Sulin, Hathaway, and the others confirmed the adjusted state of the bloodline fusion array, they then began to build it. This kind of high-level transformation array involved a lot of dark side. It was said that the War Creatures experiment had a deep relationship with this bloodline fusion array. The War Creatures themselves were humans who had fused with the blood of beasts. However, compared to the bloodline warlocks, the War Creatures experiment was much more bloody and violent. Of course, the bloodline warlocks experiment was not much better. However, while the bloodline warlocks succeeded, the War Creatures were only partially successful. The War Creatures were closer to beasts. Most of the War Creatures had an obvious decrease in intelligence, and there was a serious rejection reaction. However, after thousands of years of natural selection, the War Creatures that were passed down now had intelligence close to that of humans. They also had some talents that were far beyond humans. For example, feline War Creatures could have an initial agility of more than 20. Bear War Creatures could have a strength of 16 and physique of 15. This kind of strength was stronger than the average knight. After these War Creatures learned all kinds of martial arts, their strength would increase greatly. It was easier for them to advance to the legendary rank compared to ordinary people. After all, the reason why the Arcanists did this kind of experiment was to obtain cheap but powerful fighters. The advancement of a bloodline wizard was not simple. The fusion of the bloodlines was the most basic. During the fusion process, the power of the bloodline must be stimulated as much as possible. At the same time, the spiritual brand of the water demon must be completely erased. This required Andre to personally destroy the spiritual brand in the water demon's bloodline. If he failed, his spirit would be severely damaged, and his strength would decrease greatly. In the worst case, he would become an idiot. Moreover, no one could help with this kind of thing. However, there were some auxiliary methods for the bloodline fusion array, such as training in some spiritual spells to increase the resistance of the spirit. However, this kind of technique was a secret among the wizards, and very few people knew about it. If there was no such method, then the wizard's rank would be raised as much as possible. If it was a master wizard who carried out the bloodline fusion array, the success rate of failure was basically zero. After all, the spiritual brand in the bloodline potion was like a rootless duckweed. As long as one could endure and slowly wear it down, they would succeed. After Andre adjusted his body to the best condition, he began the experiment. Sulin took out a silver-white carving knife and made a cut on Andre's body. Dark red blood slowly flowed out, and the blood slowly flowed along the groove that was made in advance. The fusion circle glowed. On the other side, there was also blood pouring in. It was the legendary water demon bloodline potion. The two types of blood quickly flowed into the crystal groove in the middle of the bloodline fusion array. With a burst of dazzling light, the two completely different bloodlines began to slowly fuse. The bloodline fusion took a total of 15 minutes. After the fusion was completed, the new bloodline began to flow back into Andre's body under the effect of the magic circle. The rest was up to Andre himself. Andre's power of the will began to fluctuate greatly, and the expression on his face became more and more painful. The blood vessels on his body were like dragons swimming under his skin. After waiting for an hour, Andre's power of the will began to stabilize, and the bulging veins on the surface of his body also calmed down. Sulin let out a breath of relief. It seemed that the bloodline fusion was a success. Soon, Andre's power of the will began to increase, and the surrounding elemental energy began to slowly enter his body. On the other hand, Andre's body had also undergone some slight changes compared to before. With a groan, Andre slowly opened his eyes. "How do you feel?" Sulin asked with a smile. "Very good," Andre nodded and said, "I can clearly feel the powerful force in my body. This feeling is so captivating." "That's just an illusion of having just advanced." Sulin interrupted his fantasies. "All right, since the bloodline fusion is successful, let's get to work." "No way, I just advanced. Shouldn't you hold a banquet to celebrate? Or give me some time to familiarize myself with this new force?" Andre said loudly. "Forget it. You're still holding my money. Hurry up and make money to pay off your debt." Sulin rolled his eyes and said directly, "You know, in order to help you advance, the Wizard Tower's construction has been stopped for 2 days. You still want to rest? As for familiarizing yourself with a new force, you'll have plenty of time after work." Very soon, Andre dejectedly left the bloodline fusion array and went to the laboratory next door to start working. After Andre had successfully become a bloodline warlock, Sulin also left the Wizard Tower. After this period of digestion and absorption, as well as the construction of Andre's bloodline array, Sulin had finished digesting the knowledge of Mageweth Tattoo Advanced. He was ready to level up this skill again. Opening the attribute panel, Sulin chose Mageweth Tattoo and leveled it up. 3 skill points disappeared in an instant, and Sulin's mind entered a state of emptiness. A large amount of knowledge about Mageweth Tattoo appeared in his mind, and his understanding of magic tattoo technology began to improve rapidly. In this state, all the difficulties in the knowledge of the Mageweth Tattoo were solved in an instant. The Mageweth Tattoo Advanced on the attribute panel also silently changed to Mageweth Tattoo Proficient. Chapter 363. Sulin slowly breathed a sigh of relief and rubbed his somewhat swollen head. Although it was very satisfying to learn knowledge in that state, it was very uncomfortable to exit it. This kind of after effect would last for a while, so Sulin didn't continue with the experiment. Instead, he began to rest. It was very easy to resolve this kind of after effect. He just needed to let his brain relax and rest. Early the next morning, Sulin woke up full of energy after a night's rest. In the next few days, Sulin began to conduct more in-depth research. At the same time, he also digested the knowledge and information about the magic tattoo. During the period when Sulin was in seclusion, the development of Northern Garrison City was very smooth. The damage caused by the invasion of the Beastman Coalition was finally repaired after this period of work. The collapsed city walls were rebuilt. The city walls that were damaged by the earthquake were also pushed down and rebuilt. After the reconstruction, the city walls were wider than before. They were 12 meters wide at the bottom and 7 meters wide at the top. The city walls were 15 meters high. In order to prevent them from being damaged by the earthquake again, the foundation of the city walls was reinforced. Some obsidian was also mixed in to strengthen the magic defense of the city walls. It wasn't easy to destroy the city walls like before. City walls: indestructible plus 41, high ground plus 25, range plus 25, defense plus 37, stability plus 20, prosperity plus 10, magic resistance plus 20, earthquake plus 15, impenetrable defense plus 20. The residential buildings that were destroyed during the war were also completely rebuilt. The newly built residential buildings were also more solid. Residential buildings: warm in winter and cool in summer plus 12, comfort plus 10, indestructible plus 20, population growth plus 10, stability plus 20, popular plus 15, earthquake plus 15. After the construction was completed, the infrastructure of Northern Garrison City continued. According to Sullen's plan, all the roads in Northern Garrison City needed to be paved with stones or slabs. The width of the main road required 8-horse carriages to pass side by side. The other roads also had to allow 4-horse carriages to pass side by side. Although the main road of Northern Garrison City seemed very wide, compared to the Vermilion Bird Avenue of the Great Tang Empire in his previous life, the main road of Northern Garrison City couldn't even be compared to the Vermilion Bird Avenue of the Great Tang Empire. One must know that the Vermilion Bird Avenue of the Great Tang Empire was more than 150 meters wide. Such a wide main road could even be used as a football field, let alone vehicles. After 3 expansions, Northern Garrison City's surface area wasn't small in this world, but it was still far from being comparable to the Great Tang Empire. Ancient Chang and city had a length of 9,700 meters from east to west and a width of 8,600 meters from north to south. The entire city had a circumference of 36.7 kilometers and an area of 84 square kilometers. Northern Battlefront City was only a fraction of its size. Although Sulin didn't plan to turn it into a super city like Ancient Chang, and he still wanted to make it a first-class city, Sulin was still working on the 4th phase of the city's blueprint. By then, the area of the city would be 4 times bigger than it was now. Of course, this was a long-term goal. The population of Northtown City was too small to support such a large city. Together with the roads in the city, there were also drainage canals. The drainage canals in the northern part of the city extended in all directions. Sulin didn't want the city to be flooded every time it rained, so they attached great importance to the drainage system. Sulin purposely built a sewage treatment plant outside of the city to deal with the sewage. The sewage treatment plant was a large-scale purification rune array. In fact, this was a druid spell. After studying the druid spells, the wizards imitated this spell and created it. The treatment effect was quite good. The sewage treatment plant didn't occupy a large area. A lot of materials and magic crystals were used to construct a rune array on the ground. Through this rune array, the energy of the surrounding ley lines could be gathered here to form an energy pool. This energy pool was very similar to the elemental pool, but it could only store 3,000 points of energy. There was a large pool in the sewage treatment plant used to treat sewage. A huge rune array was engraved at the bottom of the pool. These rune arrays were constantly operating, purifying the sewage that flowed in at the same time. After being purified by the rune array, the sewage was almost the same as river water. It was completely drinkable. However, Sulin felt a little awkward. Part of the purified water was used to irrigate the farmland, while the other part flowed back into the river. During this period of time, other than the construction missions, the Northern Battlefront City had also issued a large number of missions to collect magical plants. These magical plants were planted in the Arcane Garden, which had now become another landmark of the Northern Battlefront City. The rich elemental energy, the exquisite craftsmanship of the buildings, and all kinds of beautiful plants made many people want to come closer and have a look. Unfortunately, Su Lin didn't open this place to the public. The magical plants in the arcane garden were thriving. Half of the spring water from the Fountain of Vitality was used to irrigate them every day. Every day, there would be wizard apprentices coming to the arcane garden to do all kinds of planting missions. It wouldn't be long before the magical plants here were harvested. The ones who liked the arcane garden the most were the half-elves. Grace purposely asked Su Lin to allow the half-elves to enter the arcane garden. There were many druids among the half-elves, and they were quite knowledgeable when it came to cultivating plants. Su Lin agreed to this request, but he also asked the elven druids to complete all kinds of missions. With the addition of these half-elves, the arcane garden quickly became more beautiful. The half-elves were also art lovers. These half-elves also began to modify and decorate some of the sculptures in the arcane garden. It could be said that the arcane garden had now incorporated some elven art. Su Lin was very satisfied with the development of the northern battlefront city. After all, it took less than 2 years to build a city like this on the wasteland. It was a miracle. After digesting and absorbing the knowledge, Su Lin had a lot of ideas about the craft of Mageweth Tattoo, but he was not satisfied. Instead, he used the legendary skill point to upgrade Mageweth Tattoo Expert to Mageweth Tattoo Master. The master-level rune tattoo technique was very powerful. After mastering this technique, Su Lin began to modify his Lord's Guards. With the development of the northern battlefront city, Su Lin was now facing more and more powerful enemies. Although the barbarian warriors were all level 3 professionals, they didn't have the overwhelming advantage that they used to have. Just like last time, when Su Lin led people to attack the frost giants, the ordinary frost giants were already level 4. If it weren't for the ballistae and the baptism of spells, the barbarian warriors would have suffered more casualties. These barbarian warriors weren't heroes. It was difficult for them to continue to improve their strength unless they could rely on their own strength to become heroes. However, this situation was too rare. However, now that he had the rune tattoo technique, Su Lin planned to try it on these barbarian warriors. Su Lin took out all the frost giant blood that was well preserved in the warehouse. He planned to use the power of these frost giants on the barbarians. There was a lot of frost giant blood, but most of it was worthless. It needed to be purified and condensed before it could be used. Su Lin built a rune array used to purify and condense the blood, and then purified the frost giant blood bit by bit. Su Lin was very familiar with this operation. After preparing the rune array, Su Lin chose to officially start. It was said that the frost giants had the blood of the titans, but this blood was very thin. In fact, the storm giants had the closest blood to the titans, but there were very few of them. They lived in the sky, and it wasn't easy to go up. There were a lot of impurities and worthless things in the frost giant blood. Su Lin spent a lot of time purifying the blood and obtained about 2 liters of blood. Originally, the frost giant blood filled more than a dozen vats, but in the end, there were only 2 liters left. After preparing the other magic materials, Su Lin began to inscribe runes on the barbarian warriors. The condensed and purified frost giant's blood was named Giant's Blood by Su Lin. If this kind of blood was discovered by frost giants or other giants, they would definitely fight for it. This kind of blood could make their original blood more powerful and even have a certain chance of atavism. The material used to inscribe runes on the barbarians was the liquid made with the giant blood as the main material. In addition to the giant blood, there were also dozens of magic materials, such as arcane dust, astral silver sand, blood essence grass, moon primrose, and so on. This was invented by Su Lin himself based on the knowledge in the rune tattoo. After the mixing, the final blood was a pale gold color. The first to be willing to experiment was the captain of Sullen's guards, Johnson. The rune inscription didn't need to be shaved completely like the rune tattoo in the early days. It only needed to be shaved. Su Lin let Johnson lie on the experiment table, and then cast a hypnotic spell on him. After the spell took effect, he began to inscribe runes using the giant's blood. If successful, These barbarian warriors would have some of the giant's abilities, and their strength would also be increased. Su Lin controlled the wizard's hand and began to inscribe runes on Johnson's body. Before this, Su Lin had done thousands of experiments, and he also tested it in the system. He only started when he had enough confidence. As the silver-white carving knife continued to move, the mixed blood was slowly inscribed on Johnson's body. One rune after another was quickly completed in Sullen's hands. The pale gold liquid slowly merged into the runes, and soon, the runes covered most of Johnson's body. Finally, after Su Lin inscribed the last stroke, all the runes were connected. A dazzling light appeared on Johnson's body, and an ancient aura also appeared. Johnson's body continued to grow stronger, and finally, all the light dissipated, and Johnson gradually returned to his original state. However, there was some additional information on Johnson in Sullen's attribute pane. Giant strength. Chapter 364. After all the spiritual light dissipated, the tattoos on Johnson's body also slowly disappeared. Finally, he returned to his original appearance. However, compared to before, his body was obviously much stronger. Soon, the hypnosis spell's effect ended, and Johnson woke up. "How do you feel?" Su Lin asked with a smile. "Very strong," Johnson said as he clenched his fist. Su Lin checked Johnson's attributes. The most obvious change was that his strength and vitality had increased by 2 points each. At the same time, he had gained a skill called Giant Strength. "Let's go to the training ground and test it," Su Lin said, after putting away the items. Okay. Soon, the two of them arrived at the training ground. Su Lin picked up an iron oak spear used for training and nodded at him. "You attack. I'll be your sparring partner." Johnson nodded and took a wooden axe used for training from the weapon rack next to him. After some simple exercise, the two of them arrived at the training ground. "Roar!" Xianxia roared and rushed over with his axe raised. Clang! Su Lin swung his spear to block. The force from a spear made Su Lin frown slightly. Johnson's giant axe drew an arc and attacked Su Lin again. Bang! 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 Continuous sounds of impact sounded. The giant axe in Johnson's hand chopped down one after another. The offensive was like a storm without the slightest pause. However, although the attacks were endless, they still couldn't break through Sullen's defense. "Okay, the warm-up is over. Show me all your strength," Su Lin said. Johnson nodded and took a deep breath. The muscles all over his body began to expand, causing his already tall body to grow even bigger. Green veins popped up on his body like earthworms, and his muscles were filled with explosive power. Giant strength. A powerful force appeared in his body. Silver runes appeared on the surface of his body. Spiritual light flashed, and a touch of bronze appeared on his skin. There was even a touch of metal on his body. Is this the power of giants? Seeing Johnson's change, Su Lin was also a little surprised. Johnson felt that his body was filled with an incomparably expanding power. This power made him roar uncontrollably. The axe that he used to be comfortable with was now like a toy in his hands. Su Lin was equally surprised when he felt the aura coming from Johnson's body. He had actually broken through to the legend rank. No, there was still some difference between this and a legendary. At best, it could only be considered a pseudo-legendary level. Roar! At this moment, Johnson roared and rushed forward. The giant axe in his hand chopped down with great force. Sullen's eyes narrowed, and he dodged immediately. Bang! With a loud bang, the hard ground cracked like a spider web. Johnson didn't stop. He swung his giant axe horizontally as if he wanted to cut Su Lin in half. Clang! A dull sound of collision rang out as the huge axe was blocked by Su Lin's long spear. Su Lin also withstood the huge force of the axe. With a light cracking sound, the ground under their feet cracked inch by inch, and a large number of stones were sent flying. The hard ground simply couldn't withstand the aftermath of the battle between the two. The two didn't have any intention of stopping. Johnson's attacks became more and more powerful. The whole training ground was like a house that had been demolished. A large number of stone slabs on the ground were broken, and a large number of cracks appeared on the surrounding walls. If the building wasn't sturdy enough, it would have collapsed long ago. The iron oak weapons in their hands, which were as tough as steel, had also become tattered. Crack! After a violent collision, the weapons in their hands could no longer withstand such violent destruction, and both of them broke with a crack. After the weapons were broken, the battle between the two came to an end. Sulin was quite satisfied with the power Johnson had shown just now. After activating the giant strength, Johnson's strength had reached the legendary level. His strength was no less than the Orc Chief's. In this state, Johnson's defense had also become very high. The layer of bronze-like skin on his body didn't just look like bronze. After testing, it was found that ordinary weapons couldn't cause any damage to his body. Swords and sabers could only leave a shallow white mark on his skin. In addition to physical defense, Johnson also had good magic resistance after transforming. This strengthening of both attack and defense made him a meat grinder on the battlefield. Giant strength. You have inherited a trace of power from the ancient giants. After activation, you will become a god. Your strength will increase by 20. Your vitality will increase by 20. Your armor will increase by 10, equivalent to full body plate armor. Your magic resistance will increase by 50, and you will also become a regenerative state with accelerated recovery of injuries. Last for 1 hour. Giant strength? God strength? After seeing the dramatic changes in Johnson's attributes in the system, Sulin was also very surprised. This state was too strong. The giant strength should have inherited a trace of power from the Bronze Titans. The Titans were born at the same time as the ancient gods and dragons. The earliest Titans had the same power as the ancient gods. Many of the ancient gods were Titans themselves. In the newly born multiverse, Titans, ancient gods, and dragons were all abnormally powerful creatures. With the continuous perfection of the rules of the universe, the ancient gods retired, and the Titans and dragons gradually declined. According to the research of the Arcane Empire, the original dragons were far more powerful than the current dragons. For example, at that time, the color dragon Tiamat's body could be more than 10,000 meters long, and the metal dragon was no worse. But now, although Tiamat's body hadn't left her divine kingdom for a long time, it was now at most 200 meters long. The perfection of the rules of the universe made these powerful creatures continue to decline. In order to adapt to the environment, they had to change. Until now, when the rules of the universe were perfected and stabilized, the chromatic dragons and metal dragons became what they were now. And after the rules were perfected in the material world, the ancient dragons would be rejected by the material world. They had basically reached the limit that the material world could bear. Of course, there were also ancient dragons who used secret methods to suppress their strength, shrink their bodies, and force themselves to stay in the material world. The same was true for the Titans. Their bloodline continued to decline, and each generation was weaker than the previous. This situation would continue until the rules of the universe felt that they would no longer threaten the safety of the universe. The dragons were fine, at least they could still live in the material world. But the Titans were not so lucky. There had been no trace of them in the material world for a long time. They were now living in a place called the Titan world in the astral world. The dragons used different ways to survive. For example, the legendary dragons paid more attention to quality and were unwilling to reduce their strength too much. Therefore, the number of these dragons had become very rare. There were only a dozen powerful dragons like the Time Dragon in the entire universe. The white dragons, on the other hand, chose numbers and obtained the strongest reproductive ability of the true dragons. However, their strength was a little lacking compared to the other dragons. The Storm Giants, Frost Giants, and Cloud Giants also had some Titan bloodline, but like the dragons, it was gradually deteriorating. This time, Sulin used all the blood of 30 Frost Giants, including a legendary level Frost Giant, to purify and condense the blood with a trace of Titan bloodline power. After obtaining Titan strength, Johnson's strength also rose to the peak of Tier 4. After activating Titan's strength, he reached the legendary level. Seeing the powerful effect of the magic pattern inscription, Sulin began to experiment with the other barbarians. This time, Sulin didn't purify a lot of Titan's blood. There were only enough for 12 barbarians. Apart from Johnson and Boulder, there were still 10 more who could be inscribed. After confirming the safety of the experiment, Sulin began to inscribe the magic patterns on the barbarians. It was a lot of work to inscribe 11 barbarians. Sulin spent a week to successfully inscribe the magic patterns on all the barbarians. Apart from Johnson and Boulder, the attributes of the remaining barbarians also changed greatly after the magic patterns were inscribed. What made Sulin the happiest was that these barbarians had evolved from ordinary combat units to elites. Their names had also changed from Barbarian Battle Axe Berserkers to Barbarian Marauders. Their strength had also broken through from Tier 3 to Tier 4. Although they couldn't compare to Boulder and Johnson, they were definitely the strongest among the many armies in northern Battlefront City. The 12 barbarians all activated Titan's strength and obtained the God's Descent status. Now, northern Battlefront City had 2 more legends and 10 more peak Tier 4 powerhouses. If they all swarmed up, even the Frost Giant Chieftain from last time would have to kneel. Their defenses were strong, and their attacks were powerful. When they formed a formation, they could completely rampage through the battlefield. These barbarian marauders successfully made up for the awkward situation of northern Battlefront City's high-end forces. In order to test the strength of these barbarian marauders, Sulin specially brought them to a tribe of about 300 orcs in the wilderness and had them deal with it. The 12 barbarians roared and activated Titan's strength, activating God's Descent. A powerful aura spread out from their bodies, and a bronze metallic luster appeared on their bodies. After activating Titan's strength, these barbarians didn't use any battle formations or plans. They directly swung their weapons and charged forward like bulldozers. Seeing these dozen barbarians attack, the orc camp immediately counterattacked. A large number of orcs raised their weapons and charged at these strange-looking barbarians. However, what made them despair was that their weapons only left shallow marks on the barbarians' bodies. They couldn't break through their defenses at all. The barbarians didn't even bother to dodge. They directly charged at the orcs, swinging their axes and clearing the monsters in front of them as if they were vegetables. Chapter 365. The battle only lasted for a dozen minutes before the orc camp was completely destroyed by the barbarians. Against 12 invulnerable monsters who killed like they were grass, even a race as ferocious and cruel as the orcs couldn't stand against them. Wherever the 12 barbarian warriors went, blood flowed like a river. There were severed limbs everywhere, and the entire camp turned into a scene of carnage. Sulin was excited when he saw the barbarians with such power. He almost wanted to run to the polar ice field and kill the frost giants for blood. Fortunately, he knew that place was the nest of the frost giants, so he didn't act rashly. The orcs began to flee, but the centaurs who had been lying in ambush intercepted them. In the end, they captured more than 100 orcs. The rest, except for a few who escaped, were all killed by the barbarians. In fact, the barbarians' God's Descent state could only be called a fake God's Descent. The real God's Descent had the body of Titan. In addition to their powerful defense, they were directly immune to low-level spells. But now, there were no other creatures besides the Titan world that had this ability. After seeing the power of the barbarians, Sulin planned to inscribe magic patterns on his body. But unlike the barbarians, Sulin's magic patterns were all kinds of spells. He planned to inscribe some common spells on his body. When the time came, he wouldn't need to prepare to cast them. He could use the magic patterns to release them. The master-level magic tattoo technique was very powerful. With the help of Wizard's Hand, Sulin could inscribe magic tattoo on himself. Although Wizard's Hand was only a Circle 0 spell, it still had many uses. It could lift objects up to 5 kilograms and control objects up to 15 meters away. As for the operation, it depended on the individual's ability. Some people could use Wizard Hand to its fullest potential, while others could only use it to pick up items and clean up. In the Pink Book, the Sorcerer's Hand spell was listed as a classic secret spell. There wasn't much difference between a beginner magic pattern tattoo technique and an ordinary one. The only difference was that magic patterns were left behind. But as the technique was upgraded, this kind of tattoo technique that took up a lot of space and was inefficient was gradually eliminated. There was a limit to how much skin was suitable for tattooing, and a spell would take up a lot of space if all the runes were inscribed on it. Therefore, at the beginning, these magic pattern tattoos could only inscribe one spell on the body. Along with the advancement of technology, even more sophisticated mageweth craftsmanship appeared. A palm-sized piece of skin could be engraved with more than a dozen arcane marks. It was only at this time that this technique was widely used. Many wizards began to engrave mageweths on their bodies. During that time, more than 80% of the wizards were bald. Even the witches were bald. If one didn't know better, they would think that the Adept Academy had become a monastery for monks. Later, these technologies were further improved by the Arcane Kingdom. With the upgrade of rune technology, mageweths were gradually eliminated, and this more precise and smaller rune technology was developed. Just like a miniature carving, a magic pattern could be inscribed on an area the size of a fingernail. Of course, to achieve this, one would have to use some special tools and tools. Sulan didn't know how to do that at the moment. In fact, to be more precise, it was already rune engraving, an upgraded version of mageweth technology. Mageweths were only a single arcane mark, while runes were a combination of arcane marks. In order to inscribe this kind of rune, arcanists used a special machine. This machine was very complicated, and ordinary carving knives were no longer capable of this technology. Therefore, they created a technology that condensed the scorching ray into a very, very thin line. According to Sullen's understanding, it was a very thin laser. This scorching ray was as thin as a micron. Then, using this machine to engrave runes on the body, and the machine wasn't operated by humans. It was a tower spirit made by arcanists. When a rune was engraved, the plan of the rune would be inputted to the tower spirit. After confirmation, the tower spirit would control the machine to engrave the rune. It was important to know that the tower spirit wasn't human and was easily influenced. The tower spirits in the wizard world were like artificial intelligence. Those powerful tower spirits were stronger than artificial intelligence. They would complete the plan meticulously. There were two types of mageweth tattoos. One was permanent, like the ones on the barbarians and marauders. The other was temporary. These temporary mageweths would disappear after the spell was cast and could be re-engraved. Wizards would usually modify them according to the environment and the enemies or monsters they were about to face. Sulen was engraving a temporary mageweth tattoo on his body. This kind of tattoo had another advantage. It was relatively cheap. Sulen was going to engrave defensive spells, energy deflection field, energy barrier, bear's brute force, and greater haste. In a laboratory, Sulen took out all kinds of things he needed and put them on the workbench next to him. In fact, there were many ways to engrave runes on oneself. The simplest and most commonly used method was the wizard's hand. There was also the mirror clone spell. This spell could create a clone that was almost identical to the real person and control the clone to engrave mageweths on oneself. The most powerful one was still the cloning spell. The cloning spell, combined with the ecological chamber spell, could create a clone of oneself. This clone would be exactly the same as the original, but it would have no soul. Under normal circumstances, this was a life-saving technique used by legendary wizards. It was like the Lich's phylactery. As long as the Lich's phylactery couldn't be found, even if you killed the Lich 10 times, it would resurrect after a while. The cloning spell was very similar to the Lich's phylactery. As long as the wizard was prepared in advance, once the wizard was killed, the wizard would wake up in another body. The only loss was some soul energy. Of course, the things on the body couldn't be brought back. After resurrecting with the cloning spell, the wizard would lose a profession level. Sulen planned to teach Hathaway this Mageweth tattoo technique, but this was a matter for the future. Sulen took out the specially made silver needles. On the table next to him was a magic solution used for tattooing. This magic solution looked very colorful and emitted a faint magical glow. After summoning 2 mirrors, Sulen began to use the wizard's hand to engrave Mageweths on his body. This was the first time Sulen was doing this, so he wasn't very fast. The spell he was going to engrave was the Energy Field Deflection spell, which was a defensive spell. However, it wouldn't directly block the opponent's attack. Instead, it would envelop the caster with a deflection force field, diverting all kinds of attacks towards the caster. This spell was very effective against arrows and other long-range spells. For example, the Fireball spell. Even though the target was clearly aimed when the attack was about to hit, a strange force would suddenly appear and divert the Fireball spell to the side. For example, an arrow's force field energy was about 1 to 3 points, a crossbow's force field energy was 3 to 6, and a ballista's force field energy was 10 to 15. A Fireball's force field energy was about 10, and the upper limit of this spell was 50. As long as the energy didn't reach the peak in one go, this spell would continue to exist until the energy was exhausted. The Energy Shield spell was another type of defensive spell. The Energy Field Deflection spell, to put it bluntly, relied on evasion, while the Energy Shield spell relied on brute force. The Energy Shield spell's defense was 200 points, and a Fireball spell's attack was 50 to 80 points. This spell could be resisted 3 to 4 times. Sulen used the Mirror Image spell to control the wizard's hand to engrave the Mageweth on his body. Engraving the Mageweth required a lot of mind power because there couldn't be any mistakes during the process. Once there was a mistake, the Mageweth would have to be re-engraved. Curved Mageweths continuously appeared on Sulen's body under the control of the wizard's hand. The Mageweths were linked to each other and finally formed a spell. The moment the spell was formed, the surrounding elemental energy began to gather. This elemental energy would attach to the Mageweth and store it until it was instantly released when it was activated. After the Mageweth was completed, it gradually disappeared without a trace. It could only be seen with a special method. When a Mageweth was activated, it would reappear. Phew! After completing the first spell, Sulen let out a sigh of relief. The first spell was the Deflection Force Field. This spell didn't occupy a large area and only covered the shoulders and arms. Next, Sulen engraved the Energy Shield spell. This spell was Sulen's backup. Compared to the shoulders and arms, the back was more difficult to engrave. Fortunately, with his previous experience, Sulen already had some experience with this kind of engraving method. After familiarizing himself with it for a while, the speed of engraving sped up a lot. The Energy Shield spell was easier than the Deflection Force Field spell. Sulen engraved the Mageweth very quickly. Moreover, because it was a temporary Mageweth, Sulen didn't engrave it very small. That kind of micro-engraving was more used on permanent Mageweths. After all, this kind of temporary Mageweth could only be used once, and micro-engraving was too tiring. Next, Sulen engraved Greater Haste on the legs. This spell was used very frequently and had very good effects. Compared to the previous defensive spells, Greater Haste required more Mageweths to be engraved. After all, this spell was also very difficult to cast. As for Bear's Tenacity, Sulen engraved it on his chest. This spell's difficulty was average, but because of the large area on his chest, Sulen also engraved Draconic Strength. Draconic Strength could increase strength by 6 points and had no upper limit. It was much more effective than Bull Strength. After spending a day, Sulen finally engraved 5 spells on his body. As long as he wanted to, he could cast these spells with a single thought. Moreover, they didn't need to consume mana, just like magic scrolls. You're tuning into the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.